the start of the end of forever. Did we destroy ourselves or just break under pressure? Screaming 1,000 times, but drowned out by the night. How we lost out here, I'm just blinded by the light.
Let them see your perfect imperfections. Don't hide from bad feeling, 'cause they just want your words. I won't let them take me. No, I won't let them break me. No one on this earth can bring me down. Now I'm standing tall. I will never fall. Concentrate on the tightrope. The hope that you'll make it through to the other side. Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Let them see your perfect imperfections. Don't hide from bad feeling, 'cause they just want your words, 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 Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Now I'm standing tall. I will never fall. Concentrate on the tightrope. The hope that you'll make it through to the other side. Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be?
Body's moving slow, spinning in the afterglow. Got it feeling so good. 'Cause this love is all night. This love is alright. This love is all night. This love is alright. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky. Boom faster than the sun over horizon. Chance it all to feel alive. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky. Boom faster than the sun over horizon. Chance it all to feel alive. Body's moving slow, spinning in the afterglow. Dancing till the daylight. 'Cause this love is all night. This love is alright. This love is all night. This love is alright. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky. Boom faster than the sun over horizon. Chance it all to feel alive. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky. Boom faster than the sun over horizon. Chance it all to feel alive. We feel the air. Whoa. Chance it all to feel alive. Moving faster than the sun. Explosions in the sky. When the nights were long and the sky was painted black, had a broken soul. Then you came along, and I'm never looking back. Made a house a home. Now every time I close my eyes, I feel like I can fly. Like a butterfly, never been so high. Maybe all I need is you. Nothing else makes a difference. Maybe all I need is you. You make all the difference. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Give me something 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 to let go. Maybe all I need is you. Nothing else makes a difference. Maybe all I need is you. You make all the difference. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Give me something 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 to let go.
I can't hold on to the other side, 'cause it's been gone for days and I won't wait. No. Shine ashes for me to explore. Every bit of your heart, never seen before. I don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like fireworks. Out with the old, in with the new. There is something so intriguing about you. You, up in the clouds, no coming down. I am absent-minded, only minding how. You take me and immerse me in your stare. Till I'm almost there. Shine ashes, call me to explore. Every bit of your heart, never seen before. I don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like fireworks. My little secret. You're my little secret, and I can't hold on to the other side, 'cause it's been gone for days and I won't wait. La, 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 la. You're my little secret. My little secret, la 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 la. One finger on your lips, shine ashes, call me to explore. Tell me
setting. Girl, this time I'm betting. You come alive and whisper in my ear. It's getting colder and I'm getting bolder. You be the heat and we'll figure out fears. Can you feel it? Girl, I'm gonna steal it. You got us down, it's like we're in a trance. The drop is coming, think this time I'm coming. Let's get on the floor and dance.
Words like violence break the silence. Words are very necessary.
What's up, guys? Welcome to week 8 of the LPL. We're here for day 1. We've just started the week, and we'll be starting the day with some pretty spicy games. Today should be a very much an interesting one. We have a couple substitutions, but we will be hitting that one when we get to them, and their teams will be setting up behind the stage as well. You can see our beautiful studio. One of those teams, RNG. See all the players filing in, and that your eyes do not deceive you. MLXG is back to play, ready to take down LGD, who will be facing them today. And then you saw Imp on your screen getting ready for today's games. My name is Richard Pulscam, and I'm here with my analysts, Rusty and Froskuren. And Froskuren, rocking a new hairstyle. Looks fabulous, I might add.
Sir.
Sir.
Sir,
Wait, that's
dude.
usually Rusty's response. Oh,
That
you
is
need to
usually
have a
Rusty's
Froskuren response now, Rusty.
I have no idea how you intro now.
Oh,
Oh,
hi.
hi!
There you go.
Amazing. All right.
Just
So,
blanked.
all right, let's immediately move on to the standings, because now that we're heading out of cross-conference, we're talking about the playoff run, and that's pretty much what we're going to be talking about for the next couple of weeks until we get to playoffs. So let's take a look at those standings. At the very top, pretty standard. We just see RNG, which we'll be seeing today, Invictus and IMA, all at the very top in Group A. And in Group B, W and EDG still separated from the pack, but you can see right on their heels is QG.
Yeah, and the position that we're always going to be looking for here is going to be 4th again. It's top 4 that go into playoffs. 8 teams will make up our playoff gauntlet teams. So that race between OMG, Snake, and LGD is incredibly tight. And on the other side, GT, Newbie, and Vici are both right there.
Yeah, the battle for 4th is pretty legit, and I know a lot of the casters have differing opinions on who they think is going to make it, right, Froskuren, as examples, you know? Game
be-
talents.
GT. All right.
To be fair, when we did the internal ranking about like where everyone was going to end up, we actually just like set aside. We're like, who actually makes this, and who do we think, and why? We were pretty consistent that we thought OMG we're going to scrape in there and make it, even though I'm still going to stand strong at LGD, and that Newbie we're going to sit in there and make it. But Vici and Newbie, it's much more like a closer race and performing, rather where you look at Group A, it's like who's going to mess up first.
Yeah, pretty much. You dissect that, and it's like Group A is who can stay standing the longest, whereas Group B is actually who is racing to try and get into playoffs, and that's the big thing. So let's define that, because in Group A, we definitely have a divide, as we saw in the standings, between the top of the table and the bottom of the table, and to dissect that even further, OMG, Snake, and LGD are the ones fighting. You already mentioned OMG are the team that at least we are leaning towards to see who would probably be 4th place the most out of these 2 teams, out of these 3 teams rather. But LGD still have a chance. Maybe Snake is second in the running there.
I mean, the issue is if you look at the meta, jungle mid synergy is so important. Rusty, I know you like to talk about this. And the fact of the matter is that out of those 3 bottom teams, Snake, LGD, and OMG, I think that they have the best jungle mid synergy, World 6 and Icon.
Yeah, and to be clear, when we saw OMG first start this split, we did not expect to even see World 6 come in. JJ was the superior jungler, they played the same champions, they were just the same person, and somehow World 6 has come in and managed to elevate this team to a level that we didn't expect from them, even as an all-Chinese roster. And so they have been overperforming to what we thought and proven that their ceiling is higher than what we had seen before.
Yeah, but the question is, again, where does that ceiling actually end? Will the OMG kind of like Cinderella story come to an end? Right now they made a huge surge in cross-conference, but we're back in domestic groups. So it's kind of like put up or shut up time.
Pretty much, and everyone gets the chance to play everyone in that group once more before we head into playoffs. So there's still a chance for people to actually net some of those points, but from where there is a bigger divide, especially in Group A, will be harder because a lot of points were accrued during cross-conference. Big gaps started to open up. We didn't really touch on Snake. We need to start talking about like their mid-game, pretty much non-existent right at the moment, but they did kind of get their roster together at the very least. SOFM back into the jungle. They've looked better. I'm not going to say good. All right. Better than they did previously. So they still have a chance to come into this. They are relatively tied up with those at the bottom.
Yeah, it really is a battle of what is Snake and when are they going to be at their highest level of play, because they do have a lot of potential compared to even OMG. I would argue they have a higher ceiling for potential there. Their top laner, Flandre, was always the carry player on this team, and he's stepped back. He hasn't really been carrying as hard. Even last year in the Gauntlet when they were winning, he was playing things like Yasuo, and all of the onus just seems to now default back to SOFM. And he's doing well in the early game, but that's where their mid-game seems to falter because they have no direction, especially with an underperforming top laner.
Yeah, and bouncing off of that, I mean, you look pound for pound across that roster versus OMG, they have better talent in pretty much every single position, Flandre versus Xiong. Even the argument of Zatai versus Icon. I mean, they're fairly similar players in the kind of their assassin, flashy style, but Zatai seems a bit more well-rounded. He's certainly got a lot more experience. SOFM versus World 6. I know World 6 is kind of like that hot kid coming out. You know, he was trained kind of by Dandy when he's formerly on Vici, but SOFM made a name for himself in the GPL, continues to make that name for himself in the LPL, but like you said, for whatever reason, you have all of these cool, crazy, beautiful ingredients, but you can't just throw everything into a stew and expect it to taste good.
Yeah, pretty much. And that's pretty much the bottom of the table from Group A, but we will be seeing the top of Group A clash later in the week, and that will be our match of the week coming at you on Saturday, and that will be IG versus RNG. So don't be deceived, it is indeed Saturday. It will be our first match of that day, so make sure you tune in for that one. It should be very interesting because it will be the last time that RNG realistically get challenged up until playoffs, as IG are right behind them. Maybe if I may keep up their performance, we could see another game like that, but it just seems so far that IG, despite being tied with IME, are just looking better.
Yeah, there's definitely not a lot of competition, I would say, honestly, just for RNG. And that goes for the whole group and why RNG actually just outmatches them, right? Better individual talent in every single role means that realistically in their own group, they should just be better and it shouldn't be difficult.
And that's really kind of why IG are that leg over IME, which is kind of interesting because if you look at like Snake versus OMG, it was like one was the better team-working team. One has more talent. IME and IG, it's kind of a similar thing, but the fortunate thing for IG and why they're ranked so much higher in the standings versus Snake is that their talent actually is performing.
Yeah. And we move over to Group B as well. We already said this at the start of the day, but it's the team who are the group that's rather like chasing to get into playoffs, and whoever at the bottom of the table and even the middle of the table is performing better. And we had the analogy personally that it would be like Indiana Jones when they're running away from the boulder in the Temple of Doom. We're dubbing it the Temple of Goon, as we have GT in that race as well. And for us, Kieran, I mean, your name's Indiana, so I feel it's only natural that you take this.
I'm named after the dog. To be fair, you have to get the reference correct. Temple of Doom doesn't have the boulder. It's the Raiders of the Lost Ark that has the boulder.
Man.
But it's still the Temple of
still
Doom
Indiana
because
Jones.
Gimgoon is in there. And so basically this is your classic sports anime. You know, Vici, Newbie, they're racing, they're side by side, who's going to win? And then bam, Blue Shell GT still in the running.
The boulder is going to run you down, and they still have a chance of making playoffs, but let's recenter ourselves and look at the matchup that we have coming up today. It is back in Group A, and it's LGD versus RNG that you just saw on your screens. LGD, it's going to be tough if you just look at the game and you just see the two teams. It's like, well, it's going to be a 2-0 here. You see MLXG come back in. It's just like, well, this is a whitewash. I guess I'll just tune in later today and look at the next game. However, we do have a substitution coming in here actually for RNG, and again will be coming in for Uzi. So that will be big. We'll touch on that in a minute. So that means that the chances of your bet for us, Kieran, have increased significantly in the last hour or so. So congratulations.
I know, right? Up on it. It's almost like I predicted it to happen. Okay, so this is the bet. If you guys don't know how this works, I bet that LGD would finish top 3, but they have to make playoffs first. So let's start there. LGD making playoffs. If I win, they and everyone behind the camera all have to wear a wig of my choosing. If they win, I have to wear a wig of their choosing.
I just want to say, notice this down here, over here, there, that. Definitely not. That's their chances.
Can you Vanna White it?
I was trying. I just couldn't. Oh yeah, nah.
Gotta get this
not.
Yeah,
spirit
nah.
Paul
fingers.
save me.
I think the definitely not has been changed to probably not at the moment. No,
Yeah.
the fact that Uzi is not in, he was huge. And when we had Yihan come in, it was just like, well, all the lanes are just going to win anyway. This is actually one of those lanes that could go the other way.
And this is the only lane that LGD win, which is Imp's lane. I mean, pretty much the flowchart for LGD is very easy. Did Imp get Caitlyn? If yes, win. If no, don't win. And even
Yeah.
that win is maybe like a 40% chance. That said, against RNG, I already kind of wrote this off as, RNG were going to win it. I was looking forward. So statistically, they shouldn't even win this game, and it doesn't even matter for me to still look good in my bet. It's about next week. OMG. That's what I'm looking for.
All right,
Excuse
but
me.
you could definitely take this one, Frost. It's still a possibility.
Don't get my hopes up, but yeah.
But also,
maybe.
doesn't this like keep happening to Uzi? Like he gets so close to the finish line and then just kind of falls over.
Uzi.
The Uzi curse. This has happened every single time. He's pretty much the forgiven of the LPL. It does not matter. You go all the way back to Starhorn Royal Club days when Tabe retired. Uzi takes that stint in the mid lane. Then he's on OMG, Leveling and Cool kind of break up, and they don't make worlds there on the Chinese super team. Then he goes to QG. Like, oh man, QG Reapers. They got Uzi. They've got Doinby. They've got Swift. This is amazing. Oh no, Doinby and Swift broke up. Uzi, you crumbled again. And just every single turn, this guy has never won an LPL title. He gets so close and just bam, lightning strikes. Now, MLXG didn't start for 2 weeks. He comes back, we're like, oh my god, Uzi's finally gonna make it. Uzi's not starting.
It's bittersweet. It's not something that you want to happen for your team ever. If you have Uzi, you want him to be playing at the very least, and let alone all of these relationships crumbling around him. This time it's actually Uzi though, so the curse continues.
He actually laughed in an interview because I guess Xiaohu cursed after they had lost a game, and Uzi threw his hands up. He's like, "This is how it starts. This is it. The decline."
No. He actually like prophesized his own like demise. That just feels.
It just
feels
has
pretty
to
bad.
wait on him so heavily. Year after year, he says, "I'm just gonna win an LPL title." Like, dude's been to 2 World Finals and he doesn't have an LPL title. That's absurd.
So, this situation, sucking for Uzi aside, what is worse and what is better for RNG? Losing MLXG, having Yihan come in, or Uzi going out and now again the mid laner coming in for ADC?
I mean, the first thing you have to look at when you look at RNG is that when Yihan was there, they were still good. They definitely still looked surprisingly good, but they looked fantastic. And the reason that they did was Xiaohu performing. And he was actually able to mask and even let me the strengths or weaknesses of their jungler. I think Uzi missing is just a massive miss.
Yeah. Quick thoughts before we head into Champion Select there, Frosk?
I mean, this is the best chance that LGD are going to have to take down RNG because their strongest member won't be neutralized by Uzi. That said, if MLXG gets into his lane, Imp's still going to be in trouble.
All right, let's see how it pans out as we head into Champion Select. LGD versus RNG for our first game of the day and the first game of this set. We Rise, Jace, Elise banned out from LGD, so looking towards MLXG, he is of course coming back in. Caitlyn banned away from Imp has been a heavy priority from LGD, often first rotating the pick, and also with that Echo.
And people often taking the Caitlyn away from him also. That's how big of a priority it really has cropped up to be for Imp. The target bans in particular are super interesting. Jace is the only one that I'd say is an absolute requirement ban so far. The rest are throwaways. And that means there's a lot open.
There is, including Lulu, which will be first picked from LGD. Ivan was the final ban from RNG, just to round that one off. And again, still lots open, even without that Lulu being there.
And what do they want to get RNG? Because Graves is still the better of the 3 remaining junglers with Elise taken off as well. Gragas is usually a safe, good early rotation, but Shen is also available, and so I don't think their priority will necessarily go straight towards that, especially when champions like Camille are up.
Especially for a guy like Letme, who has had some pretty decent performances on Camille, and is still a very strong pick despite the nerf. 60% win rate within the LPL has been really taking names regardless of what team she's on, so that'll be the priority there for RNG. They have one more pick to go. Let's see where it'll go. Maybe it will be a jungle pick. I'm wrong. It's going to be mid lane over to Xiaohu, prioritizing the Syndra.
And that is curious. I guess, you know, Echo's banned away from Godv. They want to stretch out his champion pool. He's also one of the better Syndra players that you've seen in the LPL, Godv. And so they understandably want to get rid of it from him. But by going for the Camille and not going for their jungler, they do leave open this combo being currently hovered by Amy, because Lulu Rengar is a dangerous backline targeting team if they do work in tandem.
It's true. Also pretty good against Rengar, because instead of a big angry lion heading towards you, it is in fact just a squirrel once he's been polymorphed from Lulu. But both of that's on the same team right now, so he's just got a bigger shield, got the ultimate on top of himself from the wild growth, and will be pretty massive. And another pick alongside that, Renekton. We've seen the damage that a Renekton can do with Lulu. So right now, pretty solid composition from LGD. We're not seeing anything funky like the Anivia Jinx coming out.
And this should be a support for RNG. If they don't, then it could get targeted away from them. So it is curious they go towards this. They have now just, let's just say that they've thrown a spanner in the works, because it has to be jungle.
Yeah, RNG pick up Gragas right there. So yeah, it has to be jungle, unless the Camille is going to flex down to bot lane. But
Yeah.
I mean, who really knows? It's a possibility, especially with a gain coming in for Uzi. We'll see, though. Kog'Maw banned out against LGD. I mean, that would be... Imagine if you just put the Kog'Maw into that mix. That would probably just be a free loss right there.
You still have expectations that it may well be something like an Ezreal anyway. Imp also being able to play something like the Varus that we're seeing a lot of in the LPL. There may even just be a chance they go Varus and Orianna, and that's your team composition here from LGD. It's just like Bash Brothers everywhere, just running down lanes and killing everybody in their way.
So a possibility. Thresh banned out against Ming here, so expecting him to look to make these plays here. As Ming will probably be leading the charge, honestly, with a mid laner and bot lane, and it not being Uzi. Ming will be the big playmaker down there.
Absolutely, and as expected, the support being focused in the ban simply because they went for the Gragas in the third rotation. So it is stretching Ming's champion pool, but we have seen him play things such as the Leona. Just freely go in there and engage on champions that are all about disengage. Well, if you have more engage than they do disengage, you're probably going to come out ahead sometimes.
Yeah, it's pretty much how that one works. Lucian banned out there against Imp. So all of these bot lane bans currently, but yeah, Lucian is quite strong on current patch, and Malzahar final ban towards Ming, so really looking to take him out of the equation.
They're picking now, so this is where you have to decide if you're RNG. Do I want to pick my AD carry here, which makes the most sense as it's a shared champion? They can go towards something like an Ezreal on again. He is a mid laner, and so he's not going to be the most adept AD carry player, but RNG at it again.
Yeah, priority on Karma. Let's see what LGD choose to bring into that bottom lane. It is an ADC they're looking for. And they're also looking for a mid laner.
Yeah, the Karma's safe bet. They can't flex it now to the middle lane, which means LGD can't take a strategy away from RNG, I suppose. Like, that's a bit of a stretch, but that's where they'd be thinking about picking it fourth. And now they're last picking for their substitute AD carry to try and ensure that he has the best matchup that he can get for himself. But by doing this, they're still against the Lulu Ashe.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what you actually pick at this stage. They may even just continue and say, well, I have to be Ezreal anyway. I don't really see the merit in this drafting order from RNG, but they still have a decent team comp.
I want to see where Godv goes. Did see the Anivia come out of him. It was not too impressive because the Anivia was forced to fight and they kind of got wrecked. But Kassadin will be the pick here. Only seen that 5 times so far, but has a positive win rate. So we'll see what Godv can do with the pick.
Yeah, Godv, very good assassin player. Loves his Kassadin, loves his Diana. He's notorious for always having teleport when he plays all of the assassins anyway. It helps reset lane tempo to try and keep you in the laning phase early so you can trade more heavily, and it gives freedom to the junglers. There we go.
Varus is the final pick, so that will go to a gain. And it's really just big question marks on the bottom lane to see how he'll perform, because mechanically he should get blasted by Imp. And from a lane that was going to be equal to a win for RNG has now become a straight up losing lane. So if MLXG can get in there and disrupt them now that he's back on the squad, then maybe that's the key to RNG's success.
There is a very real opportunity for LGD to win that bottom lane and win the whole game, though. If they have the Ashe arrows coming out of Imp, the engage tools are also there between PYL and Amy, so if they get snowballing, if that lane is unlocked, then LGD completely open up the map, because they've got a 1-3-1 composition with a Kassadin, and then they've got a really strong engage-heavy 3-man to actually round that one out. LGD's team composition makes a lot of sense, and it's not exactly linear either, because they can split, they can engage, they can run away with the Lulu as well if they choose.
Yep.
RNG on the flip side, they have a lot of strengths in individual champions, but it just feels wrong to me when you watch it all come together. The pieces don't fit seamlessly. It's all about individual execution.
And that may be what they're looking towards, you know, now that they've got MLXG back in the roster. It's like, all right, MLXG, go to top lane, go to mid lane, get them snowballing, have them play their own game, and just try and carry and outclass LGD, who we're very much classified as a triple carry team. Too many carries spoil the broth, maybe. It's definitely a team where that has caused problems for them, but they're actually just fighting against basically their own style.
Yeah, I do like that as well, though, the outclassing methodology here from RNG. It does feel like that's the direction they have taken this one. Again, we said it's risky because again is... I'm going to keep saying the word again. It's going to just annoy the crap out of me because that's his name. But it is what he wants to be, apparently, with Ming. Ming not playing an engage tool, which is another thing we have to highlight. The Karma is unreliable with engage. It's all about protecting the AD carry and individually being far superior. And that only really works for me in the middle lane.
It's really just a question of when we get into game and over the first 10 minutes, if it does pan out well for them, then we can say RNG made a good draft. If not, then LGD will roll over them. But there's many more ways for LGD to win this game, is to go up against RNG for our first game of the day here, to actually win this one and take a game off of RNG, or even maybe the series. Whereas previously we would have said absolutely no chance.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. So there is a real opportunity here for LGD as standard Rengar knife catch strategies. Well, sit in a bush, get some vision down, prevent RNG from controlling it. There's no Zyra, but this is a strategy ingrained in everybody's minds ever since Zyra has existed. Prevent the bush control, so you have an equal level 1 laning phase. And as an Ashe and a Lulu, you should actually have a pretty strong lane control. Not easy against a Varus and a Karma, but you can have it.
Yeah, very true. It was Gragas. Gonna go into the bot side, and yeah, should just be starting off with the blue here. Where's the support? Ming is just pushing into the enemy jungle, and 76% over to RNG. Like I said, if we was used on this roster, probably be like 99%. But
Get him, Ming.
there's definitely a chance. Ming is gonna see if he can take any of these away, or even just reset the camp. That would be good too.
He did reset it. Amy's actually getting poked out here, so has to be a little bit careful. At reset.
Oof.
Have a great time, Rengar.
Oh, that really hurts. He's gonna try for it again. Should be fine, I guess, without the smite,
Look at
but Ming did a
PYL.
lot of damage.
It's a 1v1 in the bottom lane because the supports have disappeared, but Ming is obviously going to be the winner of that for the amount of work he puts onto Amy. The real winner, though, is MLXG, because throughout all of this time, he's going to have a free jungle clear in terms of timing. You can see right now, Amy's on his second camp, and MLXG is out of there.
Yeah, he's already onto his red buff. It's not going well for him. Top lane, let me did get that level 2 punish, it looks like. Back to that bottom lane, Ming getting poked out by PYL. And pretty much the matchup right there. It just hits you in the face a lot. And it's like, well, if you don't have Mantra Q, then I win.
Both AD carries also opting towards Doran's Blade now. We're not seeing a longsword out of either of them, which tends to be standard, especially with the Essence Reaver builds. Even if you go towards a Ghost Blade type of champion like we were seeing in the patch before. So a little bit interesting that we haven't just outright seen that item picked up by either of them, especially in such a poke-heavy lane.
Yeah, very true. And at the same time, neither of those supports have sustain, right? It's both shields. So
Yeah, exactly.
you very often just see the extra health potions really nice against more mage-heavy damage supports.
Yeah.
Not going to be the case. And again, is getting denied so much CS. It's actually hurting my eyes watching him CS under that tower. MLXG is going to go towards his blue, but there's already Amy on top of it. Oh, here comes the Gragas, and now Amy having to back away. So MLXG is doing a lot of work and smites it off. So Amy having a horrific start to this game, and MLXG saying, well, I'm back, boys.
Yeah, so MLXG actually hit the blue buff with his W, so he bopped the wrong thing as top laners also hitting each other, but may have been a kill. They're still
Ooh,
going.
There's a lot of damage onto Funny. He may even drop. He has to flash away. Another flash as well. Auto attack for the kill. Meanwhile, mid lane, Godfrey flashes out of MLXG. He actually fainted him out there. Thought he was going to go for the body slam flash.
And that's exactly what you have to do, unfortunately, if you're God V. It's not even a 50-50. You're taking a 80-20 in favor of RNG there. You have to flash. And this means that MLXG can go to his Raptors, get level 4, or he can come back mid lane and just immediately psych out God V one more time. Lane pressure completely goes to RNG just by forcing the flash out and him not having wards.
Also got to talk about that top lane though as well, Rusty. The fact that Camille just killed Renekton in a 1v1 when that pick is often used as a counter pick. Pretty big for RNG. All of their solo lanes are winning.
Speaking of,
And MLXG is just going to make it worse. Funny, he's just used his teleport. Has used the slice and dice. Well, there's the slice, there's the dice. Not yet. Let Me follows after. He actually runs out of time to use it. Looks like he's dead to rights. Oh, tactical sweep finishes him off. And Funny is completely obliterated in this lane.
this is an absolute disaster for LGD. 2-0 on the Camille. You mentioned it yourself. Not only does it win lane as Renekton most of the time, MLXG smartly comes up there because the solo kill enables this next one to happen, and everything that's just transpired for RNG in the top side of the map is just absolutely the most favorable possible thing.
You know what we said at the start, Rusty? Well, it looks like RNG have very much gone for let's try and outclass our opponents, even though our team composition isn't necessarily as cohesive. If we just win our lanes and win, then I guess we just finish off the game and kill the Nexus, right? And Xiaohu with a 2-wave advantage, top lane with a 2-wave advantage, bot lane's getting shafted, but whatever. Top side of the map is going to win the game for us.
And it comes down to if when they teleport bottom or if they choose to roam down there at all, is it successful? And does LGD actually come back, or will RNG, you know, with a 2-0 Camille next time he buys and has his perhaps Phage and Sheen like immediately, is that enough to actually kill Imp? Or can they carry as the bottom lane? Because they are significantly further ahead of their opponents here. Imp with a massive CS advantage. Like, that can translate into very strong positives for LGD, especially as Rengar hits 6 and Ashe hits 6.
Imp is the positive on the side of LGD in this matchup when you look at, again, subbing in for this team. So at least that is going well for them, and he is the ace up the sleeve, as it were.
That and the team composition will still favor them slightly. So the Lulu able to protect Imp if he is fed. Amy, if he gets going on the Rengar, especially as we mentioned at level 6, then Lulu can empower that further as well. But right now, RNG's strategy revolves entirely around killing the Renekton. He knows they're coming, but he also knows that he's under the turret.
And he's also level 5 versus level 6. Ultimatum comes down. Oh, well, RNG just clicked their R buttons on you, so you get to die.
That was like one tower hit that actually hit them throughout that as well. Camille, I forgot how good she is. At similar to Elise, in being able to remove aggro by using the ultimate.
Untargetable.
RNG now making a play for the turret, and it's because Xiaohu roamed. MLXG was spotted on the way, but Xiaohu was already there.
Yeah.
Oh
Godby,
boy.
he's found Xiaohu as he's running away, and Godby should be able to catch him actually with the next Rift Walk. Xiaohu does indeed have flash. Oh, well, the flash didn't help him there. Godby just kind of jumped on his face and killed him.
Xiaohu made a big mistake. He could have safely flashed, but wanted to save the summoner spell. Didn't expect Godby to get over that wall or get that far over, I'm guessing.
That was a big Rift Walk.
That was a big Rift Walk. It was actually Godby utilizing the terrain to push him over the remainder of that. That was close to a 50-50. If he didn't go then, he may not have been able to fake out a kill.
That was a Rift long jump out from Godby. Damn. Well, yeah, I mean, I can kind of see it from Xiaohu, right? Like, Godby disappears into Fog of War, doesn't expect him to have the range on Rift Walk. He's got an extra second and a half. But it was a miscalculation. So an extra kill over to a champion that spikes so hard in the mid game towards Kassadin, and you have a fed Ashe. Suddenly, things not looking too bad for LGD.
Godby has limited mana right now. He's just actually looking for the red buff. He's going to run out of mana, even now he's over there. If he doesn't get this, and actually smites it, Godby's wasted a very long amount of time.
But if he does get it, which is smites away from MLXG,
get him!
Netherblade will get a bit of that mana back. Levy's on his way though. This is about to go from bad to worse for Godby. Oh, he checks the brush. Oh, there's Camille. I guess I'll just try and run away. Rift Walk, nice timing on that one. Tactical Sweep gets him with the slow though. And MLXG chasing down. Another slow in return.
They really want this Kassadin.
I mean, this is going to be a very long chase. Xiaohu's going in as well. He probably should be pretty dead. Yeah, he's going to turn around and see what damage he can do onto MLXG before he goes down to Precision Protocol, and that'll be the kill.
Yeah, and it's actually a third kill to the Camille, as if things couldn't have gone better for RNG. It is a tragedy that Godby has to go down. He has teleport, so he can go back to lane if he wants. What we haven't noted is that LGD also took the bottom lane turret. They're now mid. They're diving though.
Funny, how's it going? You just hit level 6. Well, that's great. You don't even get to use Dominus. Another kill to Xiaohu. My god.
I'm going to have a shower after this, I think.
Through the goalposts.
That's not okay. That shouldn't happen. And it's not even that Funny can do anything about it.
Yeah.
He had flash, he had ult. He's not going to use teleport, he'll just die. This is like watching a horror show.
It really is, Rusty. But you do have to say that Funny shouldn't have died at the start of the game. Shouldn't have died in that
Absolutely,
1v1. He's kind of brought this spree of bad luck upon himself.
These are the repercussions of your solo action.
Yeah, you die another 3 times. Absolutely huge. 3-0 and 2 let me. 2 1-on-1 Xiaohu. We're not even 10 minutes into the game, and the 2 big carriers on that side of RNG. The 2 carriers on that team, I might add, are the ones who were equipped to deal with Imp. Because as you saw in top lane, they right-clicked or click R on Funny, and he died. They'll do the same thing to Imp.
Interestingly enough, yes, that is correct, but think about how LGD are actually going to play out these fights. So Godv, even though we just saw him die, is still going to be fine. They've actually early enacted side lane pressure as well from the side of RNG by bringing their AD carry in mid first. And so now they have to react to that LGD, and that's where they want to be. Ideally, though, they want to have the Renekton with the Camille. If the Kassadin's there, he's not farming, no one wins in that situation. The Renekton's already lost. So he just wants to be a side lane warrior for as long as he can. You know, just keep holding on. Make like Dory from Finding Nemo. Right now, the only tragedy for LGD is that they've set it up wrong. Because really, if those side lanes get going, even one of them gets fed, they can still kill RNG if RNG is spending all of their time looking for him. There's more than one carry there.
Yeah. I'm looking towards the bottom lane. Let me and Godv in this 1v1. Got PYL coming down, and Amy is also
That's a Trinity Force,
walking over there.
He's had a Trinity Force
Whoa.
since 10 minutes in the game.
Yeah, so for the record, 12 minutes for a Trinity Force is fast, really fast.
That's if you're rushing it.
That's if you're rushing it. 10 minutes is pretty absurd. Let me is able to duel anyone on the map right now. I'm actually waiting this brush. It would be hard to kill Godv, but let me just have the ultimatum. So, I'm actually sticking around now. He's seen out on this ward anyway. He'll jump after him with a hook shot, but that's pretty much all that she wrote for that one.
Yep, and he's also not pushing the wave, which is good. There's Funny, really?
I mean, he's got to try, right?
Does he?
No, he's getting chased down by Xiaohu. There's the ultimate. Dominus in return. Gets the stun down. Force of Will. Looking for another Dark Sphere. He needs to dodge it. Comes in. Just have Funny behind him along with Amy. That should be the kill. So, does bait it out very well, but it was a little close for comfort.
And basically, he lived, so he baited it out. Xiaohu gets a little bit overexcited. Doesn't have vision to chase that far. Used his ghost to chase, and that's okay. Didn't use the flash to get out, though. Had acknowledged that his death was imminent. It's just kind of disrespect from Xiaohu, trying to assert his alpha male status onto Funny, who's not even worth that much gold.
Yeah.
Thankfully, they didn't reset Funny's gold values.
That's good. Yeah, he's 0-4 still, so he can keep pushing and go a little bit further than you may normally want to, because he's not worth that much to anyone. Again, transitions to the mid lane. He's still pretty down in farm against Imp, around 30 CS, but he's starting to even it back up just a little. He's starting to scale. MLXG
Godv's got a good flank on Ming here.
finds Amy. Godv comes in. Instant flash from Ming. That'll be it for now. Both of these teams just trying to get that vision over Dragon.
Yeah, so MLXG's gone for the AP item build as well, so he's super squishy even in comparison to most people on the map. Letme's still going for the damage build. You know, they've actually quite easily killed here on the side of RNG, and LGD does still have an abundance of damage backing them up. So realistically, if they catch someone out of position, if Godv can do what he just did, it's the right move from Ming to flash, because he actually just has to. If he doesn't flash, he's at risk of dying because he is super squishy, especially rushing the items that he's gone for, wanting those early movies.
Godfrey's pushing up the top lane. He'll find Xiaohu, who will have to walk all the way around. Not as far ahead as he once was. Gets a nice quick stun onto Godfrey, just allowing him safe passage into lane so he can farm most of these minions. But Godfrey's starting to ramp. He's not even on his first item, and he's beating out Xiaohu in this 1v1.
Yeah, just by having levels in his Q. So he's gone for 3 in the Q, 4 in his E. That is pretty much standard for Kassadin, and you can tell if they're losing lane, he'll go for more in Q just to have a bigger shield, which is a positive sign for Godv. Not only is he winning these trades and being able to push out Xiaohu, who hasn't completed his first item yet, granted he'll get there.
Yep.
It's only going to get worse from that point, you would have to imagine, for the Syndra as Kassadin starts to complete his. A confident play out of Godby.
Again, I'm looking towards Let Me though, who is 3-0-2. As that Triforce is on his way to his next item. Has picked up a Ninja Tabby since last time we saw him. And still no one who can deal with him.
Yeah. In saying that, they haven't really used him lately. I feel like they're just trying to use the Camilla as a pivot point to take down turrets, but they've actually sent him back to the top side of the map. And that indicates that they really just want to pressure the dragon above all else here from RNG. His arrow's on.
Arrow lands onto Ming. He has no flash, remember. Godby coming in, but he's instantly set up by again. That's a good ultimate. In comes Amy, assassinates the support underneath the tower. Teleport coming in from Let Me. Does he choose to go in? No hook shot just
They
yet.
still want this,
All of
I think.
LGD are completely together. And Zhao, who was a long ways away, he split from the team.
And this is the problem with having Xiaohu in the side lane. Godby doesn't even need to use a teleport. He's just happy doing his own thing. LGD so reliant on their 2v2 being stronger, but they are stronger. They're able to hit the arrows, and simply because of the engaged tools that they have, they're going to be better than that of RNG, who spent their whole time running away. And as we mentioned before, they're squishy. Amy's starting to ramp up with damage. They can still do this very easily, LGD.
Yeah, sure, getting those picks, getting a fight, forcing his objectives. As it was, that was kind of a show of strength more than anything, because they got the kill and nothing else.
Yeah.
RNG still in control of this game, heading into the enemy jungle, taking away these control wards, placing down their own vision, claiming this in the name of RNG. Bot lane.
Look at funny. There's no
Xiaohu.
one here. He has
Just
to have
this,
so much
yeah.
respect.
Just the fact that Syndra's there, and MLXG is off the map. So is Ming. And to be fair, he saw him clear out that control ward. So even with that, Funny will back away, show respect to Zhao, who mid lane is facing down. Well, okay, that's that's why you respect Zhao, who.
Yeah, he completed an item, so he's finally doing damage. Xiaohu definitely level 11 too, so the ultimate will be doing more. He can kill outright Funny still, who hasn't got any magic resistance to his name, only armor.
Great time to pick up the Rift Herald over to Let Me, only going to make him even more powerful in those side lanes and those 1v1s. Zhao Hu is on the way to mid lane, so he'll back away. He's smart enough to know that this gank is coming.
And Imp is bullying again in the 1v1, but when people start to group up and things start to move around him, that's when we really see if Imp is here to play today. Or if he's here to just be Imp and have a great time with who knows what happens, really.
Yeah. No matter what happens, he's going to have a giggle. He's going to have a great day. But he would like his entire team to have a good day. It's the one chance that any team, even excluding LGD, would have a shot at taking out RNG. This is that one time when they are exposed.
Imp is still not actually completed the Blade of the Ruined King yet. He went for his Berserker Greaves for extra move speed. It means he can walk up and bully the Varus, as we saw him do a little bit earlier. It's an interesting predicament though, because his damage, especially to neutrals, was lacking until right now. And with that 30 CS advantage he had, he was stuck mid for an awful long time. They didn't actually get a chance to buy. They didn't want an outright team fight you would expect. They can now though.
Godby's waiting in the wings.
If he uses E, he's dead.
But MXG is right over there. Uses that E indeed. Godby will follow after. There's the ultimate. We've got MXG reacting. Unleash Power will shove Godby back. The rest of the team was on the way, so both teams were ready and waiting in the wings to get involved in this fight.
Yep. Good awareness actually though from Godby in terms of when he should be going forwards, using the ultimate, closing the gap and trying to hit Xiaohu. Unfortunately, Godby 2 levels down, level 12 to 10 means that the team of the skirmishers aren't that simple to do. You can't just walk in there and try and run 1v1 the Syndra outright yet. A little bit to go before he's capable of doing that.
Ooh, Chain of Corruption just wide of PYL. Had to flash, and it was pinpoint accurate as he was running away there. So, again, he's good at landing skill shots. He is a mid laner, so makes sense. His auto attacks, though, are a different story, so we'll see how he does in these team fights when the pressure is on. Let Me's on the way to the top lane. We'll be stopping that Crocodile from taking his tower. And all in all, RNG is still pretty good control over this game. 1 tower advantage, gold advantage, dragon, like everything is going their way. But it's not as dominating as the first, I would say, what, 5-8 minutes would suggest, which was Let Me getting a ton of kills, Zhao Hu getting a ton of kills. It's definitely slowed down as LGD have slowed the game down themselves, and people have to respect him.
And they've chosen these lane assignments, LGD. Unfortunately, by doing this, they have put the Kassadin behind. We mentioned the experience deficit. Well, Kassadin's one of the most reliant on level 16. It's just the big Kassadin power spike. When you think about AP Kog'Maw, back when it was a relevant feature in League of Legends, God bless that disgusting champion. It was level 16 reliant as well because the range increases. Kassadin getting that power spike and not getting the experience in this game means he's not going to get that power spike for a longer time is a risk that LGD apparently were willing to take, and it's just giving RNG this opportunity. So whichever team wants to slow down the game, right now it still favors RNG.
Yep, still getting it up there. And again, we'll get more time to also scale up. He's only on his bed, the Rune King and a Zeal at this moment in time. Godby gets stunned out. Instantly ults. And Lemmy is, wow, instantly over the wall. And that'll be a respect flash from Godby. Just the fact that Lemmy could get in range for the ultimatum. So he's a flash down, which is pretty major for Godby.
I mean, I'm not Godby, but I was flashing that as well. Like, that is the 302 Camille coming at you with completed items. As LGD are looking for an opportunity here.
MLXG not really the guy you want to jump on, though.
No.
The ultimate will land on top of him.
I
Amy
still don't know.
now jumps on top of him, but there's a huge shield. No one can get through that. Dominance popped by Funny, but now he's under attack, and RNG definitely could kill him. Has to flash and ride the wave of the explosive cask.
I don't think there's many opportunities there for LGD, but the Rengar had used his ultimate. He had a Lulu flanking as well. They were protecting their blue realistically here from LGD, but as you can see, protecting it doesn't mean you're guaranteed to get it, and you're not going to kill MLXG with a combo of just the Rengar, especially when his team is flanking.
MLXG himself is still in pretty good shape. He's actually, it looks like he's gone for Runic Echo, so even not going for Cinderhawk, he's very tanky again. Caught out in this mid lane, flashes away. Ming, does he have the shielding? Godby's gonna jump in there, has the wild growth on top of him, but while again is pretty healthy, we'll have to use both of his summoners for the pleasure though. Let me in this bottom lane up against Funny.
Depressing.
I mean, what can Funny do? Right now he really needs to get away from Let Me, who will kill the tower and probably kill him if he sticks around.
Yep, Funny's actually gone for magic resistance as well, so aware of the fact that he might be dealing with Xiaohu here and there. MLXG has damage, as does Ming, and so he's actually still not equipped to fight Let Me with just armor boots, and I don't think that'll exist for the rest of the game. Funny's well and truly going to stay in that trough and just have a really bad time. And this is the problem that I have with LGD so far. They need to give these resources, give the guaranteed side lane farm consistently to Godby. He still has a teleport, can still group up with them. And they've been trying, but they've been giving him the weaker lane assignment every single time, trying to catch the Rengar up. Just sack it. It's gone. That Rengar, Renekton, sorry, doesn't exist. Just pretend he's not there and get your Kassadin fed.
Yeah, have the Kassadin get fed, get him rolling so we can actually take down some of these priority targets on RNG. Imagine if it was like another completed item or another half item right there when he went for that dive. Again, may have actually perished. That would have been a different story while they tried to make these plays.
And so that was actually an early Phantom Dance support, bought here by Again. Something you don't often see on many Varuses, but when you've got people running at you and his primary goal is to live, I can understand the damage reduction.
When you're a mid laner who is an ADC for this game,
yeah,
that's what I would do.
And maybe even go from there to the Black Cleaver, have the cooldown reduction, which is what you would much more often see when you look at the Varus item builds, and just AD carries. Imp right now, I would say, has enough for Black Cleaver and is just being greedy because he has 240 CS in 23 minutes.
For sure.
You'd think he has it.
Yeah, you would assume so. I know if I were a sub on the best team in the LPL and my team told me not to die, then I would definitely go Phantom Dance to Ceres Cage. It's like, alright, you got it, guys. I just won't die.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it, I got this.
Yeah, they're also going to need a QSS, actually, when you look at the side of RNG against the Ashe engage. Again, can definitely itemize towards one. The rest of the team cannot. Perhaps Let Me can. What that means, though, is that Ming should realistically, after his first item, whether it's Redemption, whether it's after the Locket as well as Redemption, he should still go for Mikhail's. Not the best support item of choice, but contextually, it's probably the best one for them right now. So they can continue to snowball a lead and not have to worry about being engaged on when they're sieging.
Situationally necessary in this case. 20 seconds left on Infernal Dragon. So behind those clouds, a little sunny on the forecast. Funny is farming up these minions. And again, constantly soaking up this farm while you've got Godby, the one who's kind of put on warding expedition. Get him to go in there, place down some vision over this dragon. We really want to see him get a bit more farm because he's not getting any kills in the meanwhile, in the interim. Dragon has been started off by RNG, who are all around the area. Amy is here for the potential steal.
And Xiaohu limited mana.
This could be good, but RNG are almost certainly going to pick up the dragon here. And it goes over to MLXG. MLXG flashes the arrow, still being chased down. Godby in pursuit, but that's it. The dragon basically in the cost of a flash.
And I really like this decision from RNG. The Infernal Drake's important, as let me... Here's a Camille. I like this decision from RNG again.
Yep.
I'm just going to say it one more time. It was only a Gragas flash, so that's absolutely worth, firstly. It's an Infernal, so it's more worth. And secondly, what was actually the decision-making of RNG, saying Xiaohu has no mana. They don't actually want to fight even with summoners available. They just want the Infernal, and they're trying to sneak it. If LGD had reacted earlier, there's a chance that they would have actually got a fight for that, or RNG would have had to give up the Drake.
Yep.
Because they're able to sneak it out, they have enough damage, and they secure the smite from MLXG. That was just a great general move there from the team.
Oh, well, I've seen this story before, and I know how it ends. Maybe Funny can get away from this one, as the rest of the members are a fair while away. Well, maybe not. Unleash power, flash, slice and dice, and the stun doesn't catch him. So Funny, he gets to live today.
He does get out with his life. RNG opting towards a bit of extra farm instead, but pushing him out of lane and actually giving time for Let Me still down in this bottom lane. Remember, the Renekton has no teleport, so now they have to send Godby here as RNG
gone.
pressure the Baron.
Actually just gone. Let Me with the Q max as well. True damage to towers. Like, that is going to melt so quickly. That confused me as to why there was a blue buff in the river getting killed, but Xiaohu exists. And yeah, RNG just expanded their tower advantage once more. That's how I looked at them. It was like 2 towers to 1. Now it's 5 towers to 1 and a 5,000 gold lead.
And we just mentioned that Godby might want to be bottom because he has the teleport and protect the Baron. RNG with 2 control wards in the Baron area, and PYL blind face checking right now to see where they are. Could have actually just got him killed and potentially a Baron bait taken. Because again, no teleport on Funny. Let Me can win the 1v1 either way. RNG just had an opportunity.
Oh, well, here comes Let Me. He's got the ultimatum ready to go. Tactical sweep lands. I mean, it looks like he's in kill range of Let Me wants it, but he's got a couple people off the map right now as the rest of LGD are sat right on top of control wards. So he will let him live, but Funny knows his place.
And this is the time where RNG should 100% start pressuring at the very least. They've got Blade of the Ruin King. They've even got a Leandri's Xiaohu. Like, they've got a lot of burn and damage towards the neutral objectives. I just think they're too afraid of the Baron buff right now. They're opting into going for the team fight or the kills, you know, getting the teleport in to try and directly impact a safer Baron. It's always within reach for them right now.
Yeah, Xiaohu, catches out Godby as he's trying to get away. Rift walk over the wall. MLXG is on his way, but Rengar, that was a scary growl, and that will send RNG packing.
Still not doing it. Super scared. Amy, of course, still being able to spot them means that it's a risk, and they actually won't let me to set up the side lane first. This does mean that proper lane assignments is achievable from LGD if they keep Funny nearby. But they are absolutely roasting lane assignments right now, and that frustrates me because this is the one strength that LGD has always had. Since 2015, they were really good at side lane control, probably even 14. Communicating with PYL as a shot caller. Good lane control, good lane assignments, good minion control, and good setting up for objectives, even defensively if they're losing the game. They're not doing that right now. But RNG are a bunch of chickens.
They really are. They're being basically just
Oh
letting...
my god!
Oh, what the heck? Let Me would just half health that tower. Okay, there's the stun there from Funny. That's the one good thing that Renekton can do in this matchup. That's tactical sweep coming through. Bit of extra health. It's not a fight that you win even with the health advantage, buddy. And that will send Let Me back just a little bit for now.
He shouldn't recall though. Again, they're trying to actually execute on a strategy here, and if he goes back, then it takes another minute to set up again, because LGD will be able to clear the vision. So they're still looking for a pick.
Well, things that you shouldn't do against a Camille that's disappeared for a couple seconds. Walk up into a bush where Camille was standing there. I mean, there's nothing else to say other than that was a poor decision from Funny.
I wonder if the Camille is in this. Yeah, I'm dead.
That was it. End of story. Yep.
And
The
now
end.
they have to send Godv back, you would expect to deal with this. LGD are looking to trade a mid lane turret, I think. And meanwhile, they'll be losing an
mean-
inhibitor and potentially a Baron on top of it.
If you're LGD, you've got to do something. You either look for the 4v4 or you go back to base. You don't just do nothing. Because if you do nothing, Let Me takes your bottom inhibitor tower. He'll take your inhib. He'll take this minion wave. He'll back off. And he still has teleport. Like, RNG are getting everything. They even rotate to mid lane. No one there to defend. Minion wave coming in. Amy hits the ultimate. Godby coming in from the side. Let Me has rejoined his team. Amy jumps into the enemy squad and instantly goes down. That was an awful engage. Godby will jump away. Get knocked into the enemy team. Well, don't worry, boys. I've got Zhonya's. What will happen next? I'm going to have to go back to base. Oh, no. Let Me's got me. And now Imp and everyone's going to die. Ultimatum shoves them away. Funny has only just come back up. He'll go down. A 5-0 ace.
end the game.
RNG run down LGD. Half an hour on the clock. And they're looking to close.
And Let Me just put LGD to sleep with that right there. The damage coming out of him. RNG do it without the Baron buff. They get a clean win.
Honestly, that's as close to a perfect game as we're going to get in the LPL, Rusty. RNG take game 1.
There's not much more you can ask for from RNG, having a substitute AD carry who is a mid laner coming into the team. RNG just say, well, he's a non-factor.
Yep.
You just farm those minions, man. Don't let him take the turrets. And we'll win the game everywhere else on the map.
Again, it's so happy.
He probably just checked damage to champions.
Yeah. It's just like, I definitely don't lessen the support, but I got the win. That's one of those wins in, like, you get auto-filled into support. It's like, well, I got carried and that's fine.
How much do you think he did? If you were to pick a number. I'm going to say 1,500.
Can I just put him in as a rank? Because I think he did 5th most damage.
Sure.
Okay. I want to say, how much did he say? I think 4,000.
I said 1,500.
1,500?
Yeah.
No, I'll say 3,000. I'll say 3,000. All right. RNG, as you can see, just like dominating win. There's nothing else more to say about that one other than a half-hour win, 31 minutes. And I'm really looking forward to this damage graph, honestly. Frascurin, welcome back. What's your number? You got a couple seconds.
I'm gonna go. I'll go 2,400.
2,400. All right.
We're all aiming really low here.
Yeah. Well, I hit the highest. I'm on 3K. What? 5K.
Oh, wow.
All right.
You know
Bring it
what?
in.
Relatively speaking, didn't do much, but he wasn't 5th either. We were all wrong
That's
in that
true,
respect.
yeah. I actually thought that he did less. However, it was the Let Me show, as he had almost 20,000 damage at the end of that game.
And a lot of credit goes to Let Me. You know, the fact is, yes, he had a whole party, a whole charade of people running through his lane. Xiao, who made a guest appearance up there, LXG went up there a couple of times. But ultimately, it was Let Me that set himself up for success. He found the 1v1 kill. He burned the flash. Unfortunately for Funny there, he decided to then teleport to the lane. And you know that Let Me was just like, hey, MLXG, this guy's free. And then Xiao was like, I hear we're making leather belts and shoes and purses out of this crocodile. Like, let me get up on top of that. And it was all just terrible on the top side of the map. So my first replay that I have to start with this, because it goes from bad to worse, is when Godvi then makes the choice to contest the red buff. So the thing is right before the start, he went over to MLXG and he tried to contest red buff, and then he just kind of gets stuck in the zone, and it's just like, Godvi, why? You have no control over any side of that map, and it ultimately just leads to his demise, and then huge chip damage in that tower then finally going down. So, like, that's terrible. Like, LGD, what are you doing? They eventually then get it back by kind of reorganizing their lane assignments. I know, Rusty, you were critical of their lane assignments late game, which I do agree with you. I think LGD did drop the ball on that. But for between, like, 15 and probably 20 minutes, LGD were actually doing a good job. Godvi does this great play in the second replay where he actually absorbs so much pressure from both Xiaohu and MLXG. They try to, Let Me and MLXG, they're both on the bottom side of the map, and he's just safely farming. And it seems so insignificant, but it allows Funny to catch Xiaohu overextended like this, and he sets up Amy, the Rengar, for the kill. And suddenly you're like, okay, LG are starting to crawl back into this game. They can actually make a go at this, despite the fact that Funny is literally just intentionally feeding for the first course of this game. The problem is that immediately after that, they go into that mid-game fight, and they catch the Karma, and you're like, okay, it's pretty much just kill gold. They can't push any tower, but they continue to just kind of waste time. Then it comes to the Infernal Drake. And that's the big thing. You're like, if LGD do not win this Infernal Drake fight, because all of their items are actually fairly even, Renekton finally gets his first item, then it's all over. Unfortunately, they don't get the dragon fight. RNG managed to disengage, and they just let this guy continue to control the game.
Probably one of the easiest MVPs of the split. Over to Let Me playing that Camille 605. It was, as we said, it was the Let Me show, honestly. He was bodying the side lane, got the 1v1 kill on the Renekton, so what more can you say? It was Let Me's game.
It was just cascading from the first kill that he got. It's inexcusable from Funny, granted, to actually give that one up, but Let Me still carried, right? You still give him the gold, he's still able to actually get you the victory, and that's something that has been sorely missing from a fair few top laners in our league right now, but he's demonstrated his ability to carry these games when it matters the most.
And this is the fight that I was talking about. LGD had to win this fight, but because Let Me wasn't there, because the thing is if you look at the items, if that's a straight 5v5, RNG are 100% winning that. Let Me was massive at this stage, but because it's a 4v5, because you see the Camille running at the top of your screen, they decide collectively, we're not going to take this. This is the only opportunity that LGD have to get back into the game. Just disengage, take the Infernal. We'll see you at next spawn, guys. And at that point, LGD were like, it's over. We're donezo, boys.
It would just snowball out of control from there. And the fact that it escalated in the course of, 2-3 minutes, as soon as Renekton dies, it's just like, bam, lose bottom, lose dragon, lose Baron, lose everything. And then it was just like the end of the game.
And I was keeping track of the towers. Let Me took 4 out of 6 towers in the first, before like that initial snowball and they pushed down. He only didn't participate in a single tower being taken down, the first mid lane tower. Otherwise, he either solo took them or he was the person who led the dive that then initially snowballed over the structures. So 100% he played out of his mind well that game.
That was not where I was expecting like the carry to come from as well, because we looked at it, it was just like, all right, bot lane, you survive. Mid lane's got a carry pick, jungle as well, MXG's back, and it's like, oh, Let Me just goes off by himself. It's like, all right, well, that's fine, I guess.
But that's the thing. MLXG is back and Uzi is gone. And as much as I love Uzi, Uzi himself has said it, you know, he is very demanding of his junglers to pay attention to him. You see when when Uzi actually joins RNG, immediately MLXG's gank pathing starts prioritizing bottom side of the map so much more heavily. When he's not there, it does free up MLXG. He can gank the top side of the map. He can follow up on those burned flashes, turn towards that mid lane, and snowball other power points.
I mean, the fact that they can win with MLXG back and not Uzi speaks a lot.
Well, maybe that's something that RNG can take from this now that Uzi's away. It's just like, well, if you go to the other lanes, we'll carry as well. RNG take game 1. We'll see you after the break.
I was expecting to see you. I had a dream we'd be together forever. I hoped, I thought we'd always be in each other's arms, and time would pass us by, and I really need you. I know there's a choice in everyone, and I know there's a promise of a way out. It's not just anyone, it's us so clear it out. It was you made it happen, you made it alright. I know you gave me the reason I'm alive. I was alone, and for the very first time in life, I needed someone to comfort and hold me. I was afraid of the future without you here. I always hoped you'd be there. I always thought you'd be there. And I really need you. And I really need you. I know there's a choice in everyone. And I know.
Welcome back to the LPL. First game was pretty fast, so welcome back if you just joined us. No, we're still in the first series. It is RNG up against LGD. And we were saying that maybe this was LGD's chance to come back in and maybe pick up a win from RNG. First game, probably not, as we look towards game 2 and seeing can LGD do anything here. It's just like the fact you take Uzi away may have just strengthened RNG.
Forget the subs on RNG for a second. What? LGD, why? Jinu, he was playing so well. Why did you go back to Funny as your top laner?
I did note that, and I'm curious to see what they do coming into the second game.
I would
because,
assume
you know,
sub.
funnily enough, Funny wasn't actually that good, and I would say even just subbing out for a mental reset on the top side of the map could
So-
be a big win there.
Speaking of top lane, Jinu now comes in.
Aw, man, would you
over
look at
Funny.
that?
Oh, surprising. Yeah, Funny comes back in for one game, gets destroyed, and it's like, all right, Jinu, you're up. Get back in here.
And this is the thing, you know, Funny is not a top laner. He's a mid laner turned top laner. Jinu was like, finally, LGD actually have a top laner. You know, we went through Flame, Acorn, Marn, destroyed every single, you know, like world champion's
Yeah,
career,
yeah.
but whatever. Jinu, that's our guy right now. He plays Camille, he plays Kled, he's an awesome carry-oriented top laner, had a super explosive series when he first joined the team, and then LGD in classic fashion are like, hey, we're winning, let's just destroy it.
Yep, but he can play Rumble, so we've got that going for us now as well. That's all I got. Jinu.
Jinu, he is the hope. He is the new hope that they need. And maybe the only hope on that side. Like, Imp was never even unlocked in that game as well. Like, he got the advantage in lane. It was just like, well, I'm an Ashe. I farm mid lane. Oh, we lost.
But to be fair, I mean, a game like that, you're literally imp. Like, this is over at 3 minutes. Literally. Like, we say 3 minutes usually is like a hyperbole, but literally 3 minutes of that game, Camille was running around 3-0.
I mean, to be fair, right? Camille 3-0, pretty average to play against. But you've got the Lulu, you know, you've got people that can at least stand in front of you and be an able body. But the second that Syndra went up and got a kill as well, you're like, well, even if we deal with Camille now, there's just going to be a random R button that gets pressed on me. And, you know, granted, Imp didn't play poorly. There was nothing in the world that he was going to be able to do. Ashe is not that big of a playmaker. She's more utility.
Yeah.
Imp had carry champions taken from him in the last game. You know, Kog'Maw, Caitlyn, Lucian all banned away from him. I still think the Ezreal would have been a little bit better in that last game, so moving into the next one, perhaps we
And
see
that's
that.
kind of the problem with LGD is they don't really know what their responsibility is. Like, you can kind of see it because they'll prioritize pick, like, Caitlyn, they'll go towards the Twitch, so they'll try to get Imp on, like, these carry-oriented champions. But, like, the fact that they're prioritizing the Rengar so heavily for Amy. Like, Rengar's a good champion, but Amy's not going to be the guy that carries your team there, especially not across from MLXG.
Yeah, pretty much that point. And we have to just go into game 2 and see what else they can do.
This is literally Imp being like, and then you fed the Syndra. Then I was like, why try?
It's like, come on, Garvey, do anything. But I honestly think like RNG hit LGD and all their pressure points in Champions Night very well. It's like, all right, take away the Echo, take away the Syndra, take away the Caitlyn. Now what?
Take
And it
away
was
the
like-
funny. That's what.
Yeah, and throw Jinu in there. Jinu, very, very good from what we've seen so far. Bit of a smirk on his face as well. It's just like, ha, you sub me out, see what happens. So this is slightly better for LGD. I would say their chances of winning the game have definitely increased maybe by another 2%.
Which, you know, is at least 10% higher than the
Normal.
start of show.
Yeah.
You guys are brutal today. It's all about this guy. And your
If it wasn't a bet on it, I wouldn't be so savage. But
Yeah.
I want Gavi to start popping off. Like you said on Cast, Rusty, he's an assassin player. He plays really well with double teleport when he can get out into the side lanes, which is why LGD were so good at split pushing or lane assignments, is because of the strength in Godvi. He's just so slippery. He can absorb a lot of pressure. He did that to an extent this game, but ultimately RNG just kept ripping them around the map, and then suddenly Godvi's, you know, he's 1 level down. He's
Yeah.
2 levels down. He's farther away from that level 16 Kassadin.
At what point do we say bring back TBQ? Because I want to say bring back TBQ. I wanted to say it last split.
That
He
hurts
was
me.
the best Lee Sin.
The only Lee Sin.
Yeah, but he was the best.
I don't know, Clearlove's got a pretty good Lee Sin record.
So does Swift, but they play it like once every blue moon.
TBQ. At least he would get the target bans of Lee Sin, so Imp could get an actual champion in his
Exactly.
hands.
What do you ban away from LGD right now when you look at their whole team? Now that Jinu's back, I do think that opens up the draft phase a little bit more for them actually, because
Yeah.
Rumble champions such as this, even the Camille, if
Fiora.
we swap sides as well, things get a little bit spicy.
does potentially open up something for Imp. I still feel like a Caitlyn might be that first ban coming out from RNG. Has been pretty instrumental.
Well, Godby's also an Echo one trick. just in solo queue everywhere. He's just known as an Echo one-trick right now. So Echo is a good ban from RNG. If you're going to ban Caitlyn and Echo, you do still leave open a lot of champions.
Does mean that the game shouldn't just snowball off of a single 1v1 kill on the top side, though. That's pretty detrimental, and then it was just followed up by good ganks. But ultimately, if Jinu's up there, you have to expect, like, in professional play, that should never happen. It always should be in tandem with a jungler or a mid lane or some sort of other play being set up. If you're just 1v1 dying,
That's not okay.
yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, pretty bad.
That's bad, and you should feel bad.
But it's also we get a chance to see what else RNG do now that MLXG is unlocked. Like, does he go top lane? It's just like, oh, I can go mid lane now. I have so much freedom. Maybe I'll pay bot lane a visit right now. I'm not being ordered to go there. I just choose to go there of my own volition. So MLXG may do different things in this game, and we just get to see what players do when they're out from the shadow of Uzi.
Yeah, and he's a really good Gragas player. That's one thing we can take away from that. The awareness of not getting an auto attack in between his keg combo. Thank God he did it properly. A lot of Gragases actually get that wrong. He was in the right place at the right time. He was engaging well. And I think it's just because he had the team actually rounding him up properly. He didn't feel like he was the one communicating most of the time. He was being told what to do.
Yeah.
And he was doing it well, just like when Marta was there. He's a really good listener.
He's a very good listener. Frasky, you were saying that we're actually looking towards next week if you're LGD.
Oh,
is that still true?
their other match, yeah, against
other match.
OMG this
Oh,
week.
later in the week, rather.
Yeah. It's definitely the one that they need to win. Now, they do have a winning record over OMG. They're one of the 2 teams that they beat, that and Snake. But if they lose there, then it's 100% over. They would not make playoffs, so it's fine if they lose this one. Obviously, a win here would be super unexpected and also kind of start that miracle run for them.
Yeah.
But there's pretty much no more room for error for LGD if they even want to scrape by into playoffs.
Okay. Man, oof. That's tough. That's real tough.
Shahu is like, I'm going to body you so hard, you're going to retire, Godby.
Godby's wanted that to happen for over a year.
I'm pretty sure Xiaohu has personally retired Godby at least 3 times.
But he keeps coming back.
Even picking the Syndra into him is a statement.
Yeah. Take away the
Nothing
Echo,
else.
pick the Syndra. What else you got?
I mean, Godby has everything. I mean, he still defaults to those assassins.
Yeah.
I look forward to Diana coming back personally. Watching Godby play as the Diana is incredible. Nothing short of it.
Screw it, just bring out a Diana, man. Like, when you've already like gone through the threshold of picking a Nivea Jinx, like, I think you've gone far enough where you can pick a Diana, right?
But the thing is the Anivia Jinx combo was such an old school composition from LGD and even EDG, where they used to use Anivia as like a huge zoning tool for the Jinx to just go off. But ultimately, the problem with that comp is that you're banking on like 35, 40 minutes in that game when Jinx has her items and she's able to pop off. And if LGD keep just losing their lane phase and then can't stall out long enough with their side wave control to even get to those power points,
You're
then
never getting there. Yeah.
It's also the strength of having the Rumble with it, though. The interesting part about that team composition is you spike at about level 13.
Yep.
And Rumble's going to be able to spike with that, having his equalizer. You wall anybody off. You don't even necessarily need a tank to stand in front of them. You can just throw down the equalizer and they're stuck between damage or a wall. They have nowhere to go.
Come on, LGD, just do something crazy. I think that's your way to just win this series. All right.
And one last comment before I leave you guys.
Okay.
Firefox, the coach of RNG, definitely has a score to settle with LGD, his former organization. Used to be an analyst for them. And you can see that he's not on that team anymore.
Yeah, all right. Let's see if we can just dump them out in draft phase. RNG up against LGD. Game 2. First game was just done and dusted in half an hour. Caitlyn, Fiora, Echo. I mean, literally as expected, the most expected bans of all time against LGD. And they'll be banning Camille against Let Me, I guess by proxy as well. And Jinu, Elise against MLXG, and Jace once more against Xiaohu.
Yeah, all of RNG's bans are very much what they should be. But as we already highlighted, you know, a lot of champions available, such as the Rumble. I've mentioned it a couple of times. Take it from Jinu. Especially with the Camille gone, Let Me has shown he's actually quite good on these carried champions.
Yeah.
And so now they have an opportunity to see that one more time.
This would be pretty cool if we saw it come out. More expecting the Lulu though over the Fizz as a first rotation, but we have seen a Fizz game. He just worked in the top lane and the mid lane, as we saw as that Fizz mid went absolutely off.
Yeah, but Lulu's the go-to for the supports right now. Super high priority, usually picking Rengars with it. What is curious to me is that RNG did still actually go for the Rumble over Lulu. Lulu usually the biggest priority that we just mentioned, but they really do not want Jinu playing that Rumble, it seems. Enough to have PYL and Imp on a winning lane.
Yeah. Take that one away. So Lulu locked in for sure. LGD are just toying with their jungle picks at the moment. And it will be Rengar in the end. Over to Amy right here. You can see the guy on the screen. Back over to RNG, MXG, and Xiaohu now up.
I guess the question from here is, with Elise banned again, do they still go towards the Gragas in the jungle position, or does MLXG actually want to play the Graves, play something with super heavy damage, and do the combo that we actually want to see with a Rumble? It's actually just the equalizer AoE.
Ooh, Lucian picked up here. This is new Lucian. We've seen it a couple of times. And Lee Sin picked up for MLXG. All right, this is a bit of a statement match coming in from RNG. I wonder. I have to assume that Lucian's going to go down to again, but I don't know if like it seems so weird for him to. Yeah, it seems so risky, right, for like again to come in with the Lucian.
They've already picked and went into the first ban as well.
Yeah, and that's Karma. Yeah, Kennen was picked into Rumble. Actually, I almost want to say fairly standard now. We've seen Kennen picked so many times into Rumble.
Yeah, Wits End Rush usually does wonders for you. He can actually still do a lot of work into champions such as the Lucian, who is super low range. It does generally just mean that Lucian's super reliant on having the ultimate there. If you can't use your culling, you're stuck inside the AoE of Jinu, and you just have a really bad time. It does do well into Rumble, but Lee Sin can gank as well, so the Kennen is good when ahead. And we saw that from Duke last week, but it can be really awkward if it falls behind, or if Let Me can still get around the map. And more often than not, we've actually just seen Kennens think they're AB and just die in team fights.
It's actually pretty funny when that happens. They go in, they keep the lightning rush up as well, so they can't auto attack. Like, hang on a minute.
Yeah.
This is nope. This is not how this champion works. Cogmore ban out against Imp once more as they have that Lulu. Makes sense. Lulu's still very good in this composition as the Kennen rushes in, so there's a Rengar. Syndra against Xiaohu. And Ashe against Imp.
Look,
so
if he doesn't play Ezreal now, he's insane. He's probably going to do Twitch.
probably. He's one-on-one with the champion.
Lucian beats Twitch for the record, especially in laning phase. Lulu may be able to compensate for that, but it's him. So there's just a very real chance. You never know what you're going to get.
Lissandra at the last moment swapped over. It's a pretty old school pick of Lissandra and also over to Godby. This is the fourth time we're seeing it in the LPL.
Now they pick for RNG in response. Lissandra is good. I actually really do like when LPL teams pick up Lissandra. It complements how these teams actually want to run around on Summoner's Rift. You know, have teleport firstly, be able to 1-3-1 secondly, but also have the team fight utility on top of all of that.
Oh, go on, do it. Ah, Leona picked up for Ming as well. You know, just a couple times, and out of 3 games, still 100% win rate,
Yeah.
just saying. And that was, I remember the first time we saw it was with Nocturne, right? Coming out of the jungle.
It was. This time he's got Lee Sin, which is by no means worse than a Nocturne. The engage just takes a little bit more effort. And we also need to see the mid laner here. And look, Lucian can do it, but it's very unrealistic, especially when you have a Leona with your bottom lane.
Final pick, Rise coming in. A little bit surprising. Surprising.
It got banned from him in game 1.
Yeah, it's just been seeing less and less recently just because of the nerfs coming through. We are seeing him time to time. It was basically Republic's champion, and a lot of mid laners picked up the pick, but
Don't
yeah,
do it.
we brought once more to Xiaohu. I'm not going to talk about it until it's locked in.
Oh.
And now it's been locked in, so I have to talk about it. Twitch picked up for him. Well, okay. Well, he's with Lulu, so we'll see if he can make it work.
Tell me
it's
I don't
50-50.
Imp too well.
I mean, you said it. It came true.
PYL hovered Ezreal, and then Imp is like, give me Twitch. And that's exactly what I said. Damn it, Imp.
Oh, gotta be his face. It's like you picked him. You picked Twitch.
Yes.
I mean, Imp and Twitch are synonymous with each other.
So it has a Kennen Lissandra to stand in front of it. It's got a Rengar that's also engaging and assassinating people, right? And there's also the Lulu to empower all of the above. And so if Imp can get to mid game, can get to late game, he can still carry, hard carry team fights. And LGD have won games with the Twitch there. It's just that he's into a lane that if again shows up to play, he's going to have a Leona to lock him down. Twitch pretty much just dies every time Leona hits the E and locks him up. It's going to be risky to get through laning phase, But in saying that, when you look at him being against a mid lane sub playing the AD carry position, he's against mechanics and not an AD carry mechanic.
It's true. And again, the more and more I was thinking about the Lucian pick, he is a bit more of a spellcaster than he is an ADC. You just have to weave those auto attacks in between, so as a mid laner, it doesn't seem like the worst pick if he can make it work, and he's had some practice on new Lucian.
Yeah, Lucian spent his time in the middle lane as well briefly. I think a lot of
Middle lane and top lane.
and a lot of people in their off roles always default to AD carry as well, right? When you go down there, generally are playing Ezreal and Lucian because they just make the most sense to play. Unless you're one of those Vayne guys, because you're also a Riven main and a Yasuo main.
Yeah.
I know who you are.
Yep.
Stay out of my games.
There's 3 champions, and you need 3. Maybe throw a Shaco in there as well.
Shaco's usually the Pantheon players.
Yeah. Very true. RNG and LGD going at it for the second time today. Alright, I think this might be an easy question, but which comp are you favoring here, Rusty?
I actually really like LGD's team composition. I think that they
Like
have
or think
the
it's good?
best team composition at 30 minutes.
Okay. Is that an even game at 30 minutes?
Even if they're behind 5,000 gold at 30 minutes, I
5,000,
actually
oof.
still think that they have
Let
enough.
me write that one down.
Go ahead. I think that their team comp at 30 minutes can still win from deficits. However, when you look at RNG's team composition and more so the players with the team composition, let me, good carry player, has the rumble.
Almost
And
spat out
this
my
is his
water.
skin.
He's finally picked it up.
This is the second time ever that I think I have seen Imp play with his own skin. Ever.
Yeah, this is incredible. Today is a momentous occasion, and the first 2 times we saw him pick up this pick in this split, he's been playing the other damn skins. It was like, what, Gangster Twitch one time, and
The pickpocket one.
the pickpocket. Yeah, finally we get to see it.
Yeah.
I need to see him do the roll. That's on the recall, right? Yeah, I think it is.
Oh no, we have to put up with rumble noises as well in this game.
This is a disaster, Rusty.
Between that Lulu and Twitch, oh boy.
At least it's not Korean Lissandra.
That's true.
Yeah.
But again, RNG's team composition. We mentioned, let me on the top lane, going to be playing a carry. It's good because it's firstly taken from Jinu, but let me also show the last game. He's a fantastic player when he's allowed to get going, and he's entirely able to do so, especially with this champ. He's going to be with MLXG on one of his best champions in the Lee Sin, Xiaohu with a champion that's been banned away from him, and Ming, shot caller and engage tool, being able to do both of those with the Leona. So realistically, when you look at their comp, it does make sense. They just need to find a way in, and then once they're actually in the door, I don't see them getting out.
I mean, if nothing else, it's a hype bottom lane when you have Twitch, Leona, Lucian,
They're waiting on level 2 though.
Lulu. I mean, it's an arms race for level 2 for both teams, actually, but Imp does get the advantage here. So both again and Ming took a lot of damage. PYL even come in there,
Yeah.
a bit more damage.
You can see the red being done.
Is
Amy has advantage in what he wants to do. But realistically, he's a Rengar that's too low, so he might go Scuttle Crab and a Honey Fruit before he ganks, or he might just go back to base.
very likely. MLXG meanwhile, very healthy. Should be able to head for this gank in the bottom lane. Actually, as the lane is pushed up.
The second they tick over to 2, you'd probably see an engage. He needs to Relic Shield these minions for it before there's even a chance.
Just got it. Big minion wave though. I don't think he wants to fight into all those caster minions. He's sticking around. I think he wants to see this dissipate. Sees the ward come down. And bot lane's heading up. Imp and PYL do not want to stick down there as it's pushed up. So instead, deep vision up for PYL in the top of the river.
Yeah, even Xiaohu randomly disappearing down below to get a ward out, but also just draw pressure as LGD were more so walking up towards him. There's curious stuff here. RNG, we didn't actually highlight the fact that mid laner went for the cleanse also. Makes a lot of sense out of a Lissandra to go for the cleanse, but he won't have a teleport. He won't have the ability to get around the whole map like Lissandra can. The ultimate is going to be there though, so can traverse some of that terrain.
Yeah, very common to see him just kind of go into the bottom side, especially when he's on red, and just look for that round warp play.
It just means that when we were highlighting lane priorities like we were in the last game for LGD, RNG actually has the onus on them to make sure they're in the right spots at the right time. If they want the Infernal Drake, which is the first Drake, and Ryze is split pushing, then he has to be bottom. He can't go top, as an example.
Sure. Swift and shift the mid lane, or the bottom lane to mid lane. Maybe taking away this. Oh, MXG's going to see him, but does not react in time. Allows the Q. Oh. I don't think he really wants to go in on on that onto Rengar. So he'll go up to top side, place down a ward there for Let Me.
He's just hanging around. He actually placed a really deep control ward just then before he went back to lane. So that's going to spot the second red buff and potentially MLXG at an inconvenient time for the Lee Sin. That's a good move, actually, from Godby. And he didn't teleport back to lane, so he kept it and got a control ward. That's actually very smart.
Got a lot done with that play. Top lane, Let Me. Still going up against Jinnu. And Jinnu should have the advantage later and later. This lane just go on as soon as he picks up the Wit's End, bit of magic resist, be able to beat down Let Me. But for now, he's making the best of this Rumble and Kennen early game.
Yep.
And Imp is just farming up. And funny enough, he actually has a gold advantage, a CS advantage in the bottom lane. P-Weil is absolutely doing work. He's in this 1 versus 2 as he's just like beating down again, dodging out of the skill shots of Ming. And Imp's just getting to free farm.
Ming really struggling on that Leona. Has Ignite, so they have a lot of kill threat if he gets on. But he hasn't really got on yet. You have mentioned as well the top lane being fairly equal until magic resistance and the Wit's End is there for the Kennen. That actually is similar to an Ezreal matchup as an AD carry. You want to stop him from recalling for as long as you possibly can to prevent the tier being purchased, delays his strengths. Same thing applies with his Rumble. You actually want to keep the Kennen at like 30% health where he feels like he can hang around for one more wave and just keep doing that for one more, and then one more, and then suddenly you realize that you've actually managed to get enough money in the bank to be super happy with your first recall, even as the Rumble, to be in a good position to teleport and team fight.
Yeah. And no longer do you have to just be sat there against the Kennen. You get stuff done with your ultimate instead. MLXG looking towards his second wave of buffs fairly shortly. Last chapter for mid lane as well for Godby, and a tier for Xiaohu. So just first bits of itemization being picked up from both teams.
So LGD are actually swapping lanes right now with Amy up here, and he just ticked 6. Rumble very good at clearing waves, I might add, even when the pressure's here. But the kill threat from LGD is something that needs to be thought of.
Oh, that's such a fast twitch, a flash from Jinnu. Instant reaction flash from Let Me, but it looks like he's just absolutely dead. Equalizer comes out, and the 4-man dive into top lane as Rumble's death animation goes on for far too long. LGD looking towards top tower.
They will not get the turret though, that's the thing. So it's just a really nice kill onto Let Me. Upsets the balance of the top lane and actually brings the bottom lane up here. MLXG is 6, so he's definitely still got kill threat. Amy's got no more ultimate present. Kennen doesn't have flash or ultimate, and so they have a lot of opportunities. If you Lee Sin, process of elimination, either you kill Imp or you kill Jinnu right now, because neither have flash. They cannot get out of your combo.
Now we've got the 2v2 in top lane, true Australia lanes. Where the top lane is going. They're just going to go into the bot lane, so we actually are straight up going for that swap, which is pretty funny since there's an Infernal on the board. You've seen we'll go for it a while, it seems. Xiaohu back into this mid lane, and should be able to even up the minions as well.
Yeah, he'll be right in this middle lane. The thing with Imp right now staying up in this top lane is definitely super risky. You would expect, once again, a recall from him, maybe to have reset his mana, but he's hanging around. You just need to be super careful and super aware of when Ming is going to hit that level 6 mark. The engage is 10 times easier if you hit 6.
Yeah, I actually have some sort of ranged engage at that point. P-Weil at the same time when he hits 6, and Imp will be able to hit the spray and pray. Do a lot of damage from range. Xiaohu is on his way top lane.
Level,
yeah, they've got to be pretty close, right? Xiaohu is on his way up. Pretty much assume that this was called out from RNG. Yeah, level 6 just hit by a gain. Have to imagine the ding from Ming in very shortly. We're back to the mid lane. It's actually MLXG who's switching in. Finds the red.
Yeah, there's also the threat of clearing one more with mid-wave, working with MLXG even through the explosive plant, getting to the top side of the map. Amy is going to go for the red buff, and this is a problem potentially for LGD. He's going to find nothing there except for perhaps the blind mark.
Oh, but MLXG has just spotted him. He just placed down that ward and caught Amy on it. Turns the corner, control ward down, instantly cleared out by RNG's bottom lane. MLXG, they see all of this happening. Ming has his ultimate. Okay.
What he's doing?
Of all of the things I thought was going to happen there, I did not expect, again, to try and kill those crows with an Ardent Blaze. But, okay.
High impact League of Legends play 9 minutes in.
It's probably like the lowest damage spell in the game at rank 1. It's
Lee
like
Sin pulls out his binoculars as well. Just watches it all happen. Doesn't even throw a Q out. Wants to be
this is
invisible.
the idea of just like a blind man just bringing out the binoculars and just like, alright guys, I see black. I don't see anything. What? Wow, he made it to bot lane real fast.
He did. Actually, very well timed. He's gone straight for the Tiamat too, so he's able to clear waves and jungle camps quickly. He should get this for free, and this is a good thing from RNG. Top lane's not at risk of dying just yet, though they recalled. The next one being an Infernal means this is the start of a good move for RNG, especially with their team comp's damage that ramps up extremely quickly.
Imp is still scaling. This is one of those games where it is, when Imp is on Twitch, it's such like a 50-50 game. It's like, well, it might just pop off and kill everybody, or nothing happens, it just fizzled out. But just the fact that you have this like kind of wild card pick, and the fact that he was not shut down whatsoever by a melee support, again, being a substitute mid lane, is almost like the perfect time to pick a Twitch.
Yeah, that was the only thing we really came to the conclusion of when you looked at the champion choice. So, well, I mean, he's against someone that doesn't play the lane, so the Twitch will survive laning phase, no problem.
Yeah.
No problem at all. So he is getting towards that at least first item point. He will spike at the same time as the Lucian, as LGD diving the bottom lane, but MLXG's there.
Suddenly becomes a lot more risky. Oh, Xiaohu's there as well. They'll instantly catch out Godby. He goes down into the ultimate. Jinu's there, but down goes Lissandra. And at the end of the dive from LGD, they actually lose a man.
I think they were waiting for you there. Diving a Rumble with no minions. Not too sure on the strategy there from LGD. RNG just get a free turret from it. And they hold bottom with a kill. Exactly, let me.
I was just looking at that recall animation. I wasn't even aware that Rumble did that. Just trying to repair his mech on his way back. But he's actually going to stay in the bottom lane. He definitely does not win this 1v1.
No.
And definitely doesn't win this 1v2. So
He's just trying to hold on because MLXG is actually coming back down. So they won't actually be able to get the turret. Again though, cancelled recall.
yeah, Jinu's just gonna pretty much kill him here. Here comes Ming, flash, shield a daybreak for the stun, another flash from Jinu. He'll chase him down, and the ultimate is a little too late there from Ming. He was trying to line up the shot, but in the end it does go wide, and Jinu gets the kill. He's got the wit's end, so he's very powerful at the moment.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage coming out of the cannon. Ming actually holding onto his ultimate, got stunned by the cannon who flashed away from him for the kill. So unfortunately, for RNG, the perfect stun combo was not to be seen from the side of from the Leona in particular, and it results in his AD carry dying, and that was 4 summoners burn to the 1 of LGD.
Yeah, plus the kill to Jinu as well.
Exactly.
So yeah, I definitely feel like subbing Jinu in was the right choice in this game. It's already started to make tracks. LGD lead the game in kills, but it is an equal gold score. Our first dragon did go over to RNG. Next one is also Infernal, so RNG will surely set up for that.
Should also be the Blade of the Wrong King for Imp, so exactly what they want to be setting up for and timing with it.
There comes Xiaohu and MLXG onto Jinu. He's got no ultimate, he's got no flash, so Rune Prison goes down. Q lands out from Lee Sin. Unnecessary kill combo from MLXG. Put him against the wall and take the kill.
But he looked badass whilst doing it.
Oh yeah, he did.
LGD respond, they will go for the red buff whilst they saw MLXG on the top side of the map, but he's already looking at theirs a minute in advance, so the gank timing was still good from the Lee Sin. If they force the teleport out of the cannon to defend the top lane inner turret, that's still a big win. Because LGD, whilst they're trying to siege right now, really struggle at it. Firstly, there's a Rumble who can use his equalizer to prevent waves from being taken. And then they've got the culling, they've got the kill threat under the turret as well, most importantly. And the team composition of LGD struggles at not sieging, they're good at diving. They're really bad at sieging. You've got Twitch Poison, Lulu with picks as well. It empowers people to do damage but not to take objectives. They have to dive if they want to siege the turrets, basically.
MLXG was just in and out. Amy pops the ultimate. He's beelining it towards anyone. See if he can catch MLXG on his way out. He had Godby even coming up, but they were like 5, 6 maybe even like 10 seconds behind the play right there if they wanted to set it up into MLXG. So Rebuff once again taken out there. And this is just the power of MLXG against like anyone who isn't his remote, not superior, but anyone on the same level
How
as him.
vastly different are those recalls?
Dramatically very different, yeah. I mean, technically you could have like Leona just on the other side of the table with the Paracel, just reclining.
Block the view, man.
It'd be a very weird day as well, I guess. But either way, Amy and Godby set this boo buff. That'll go over to Godby right there. He'll go back to base. And him surely must have enough gold for
He does.
Play the Ruin King.
He wanted to recall a while ago. They're actually watching him recall. He's on a ward. RNG can actually choose their lane assignments then in response to that. They still want the 1v1, you would think, even though it's not that favorable for Let Me, especially when Junior goes towards his second item, which should be the Blade of the Ruin King. And that's where things start to go very much awry for RNG in the 1v1 at least. But they're getting big item spikes. You know, the Leandri's Torment there means that they can team fight for the Drake. It's up in 35 seconds. Their teleports are available. You'd feel like they want it.
Yeah, it's the best time for them to make a play. As I say that, Godby gets chunked in the mid lane. Jinnu takes down Let Me. He's pretty strong right now. If he could burn an equalizer before the dragon play happens, that would be fantastic for Jinnu and LGD. Nia's continuing to push the top side.
Yeah. Now, the difference that you have to remember is there's no turret defending where Jinnu is. As you can see, Xiaohu actually making a big play and wants to find him.
This is a 1 versus 2.
has.
Jinnu doesn't have the flash. Equalizer down the top of the room. Prison really well played by RNG so far. Jinnu making his way over toward Godby. Flash comes out. Ultimate onto Let Me. That'll be the kill over to LGD. Jinnu! Oh, the Crux! I think actually just killed him there. I don't even know if there's any burn on him, but it looked like the Crux just punched him to death.
It might have been Leandri's. It might have been
Leandri can't kill because it's current health.
It must have been.
Leandri's
Well,
cannot kill.
You know what? Neutral monsters win this round. LGD do not when they should have. And we're back to square one. Top lane is dead. Everything available except for ultimates from them. What an interesting outcome. Very interesting outcome.
That was amazing. I'm still going through my head and seeing what else it could have been, but I'm pretty sure it was the Krugs.
It had to be.
They're going to slow it down
We
for
do
sure.
get to watch this again, thankfully. Xiaohu does use the extended stun combo on top of an equalizer.
Yeah.
And actually a good equalizer from Let Me to prevent the escape path. You can see Jinnu had to go the long way around. But Godby was here. He's going to get... Oh, no! You got Rumble
Give him
yelling
a
in the
headbutt.
background as well. It's like a rhinoceros beetle just charged him.
Oh,
He
that
actually died to a rhinoceros beetle.
that is incredible. Oh, man. That was great. That's just made my day.
It's embarrassing.
And it wasn't really his fault. I'm pretty sure Godby aggroed the camp, so
Happy to blame Godby, don't get me
that
wrong.
was a team kill right there. Xiaohu's being chased down. Amy angry that he's going to have to waste his ultimate. Oh no, he just shouldn't have got in. Kicked into the tower, has to flash, has to use BYO's ultimate to bail him out. All he wanted to do was just say a screw you to the mid laner.
MLXG's got his number everywhere he wants to be. He will find you, he will take your red buff first, and then he will attempt to kill you. So a lot used to keep him alive. The Infernal Drake's still there. You can see MLXG inside the pit, no doubt doing it. And it'll be this second Infernal Drake. LGD, if they want to contest it, need to start making some tracks.
Yeah. Nope, yep, definitely not happening. And we'll get a... It's been a sunny day, but there's a shower coming in from the east. Next dragon will be Ocean, RNG and LGD. It's been a fairly even early game, but RNG are ramping up now. The fact that they have 2 Infernals, and they pick another dragon up on top of this being the Ocean, they'll be in such a good position. Jinnu is still one of those big factors as well of Imp, as well with Imp. So there is still a chance for LG to get this game, but it feels like another game that could just run away from them in a matter of minutes if they make like one misstep in the mid game.
Yeah, definitely. And just with Imp being Imp, you know, eventually they'll get there.
Yeah.
It doesn't even matter if they end up 10,000 gold behind. You give him all of the tools to have that one miracle fight. Lulu can press the shield, press the W on him and get him rolling. Everyone can still die to the one-man army of a Twitch late game. Not only that, you know, the split push pressure of Jinnu ramps up to the point where maybe it's a 4v4 and it has to be a 4v4 because Well, the turrets are being threatened by the cannon. There's still so many positives to look towards, but when you have a 16% and...
Oh, PYL stepping a little too far forwards. A full culling lands, and MNXG's here. Ming will hit him and pick up the kill. Probably unnecessary.
You can tell that again doesn't play Lucian. And you can tell he doesn't play AD carry. You know, you watch the laning phase, you watch how all the skirmishes start to pan out, but he's doing what's required. You know, he's just pressing his buttons. Ming's the one saying go, and he's there to complement it. So rightly, the shot caller gets the kill this time around, as now they can make a play towards the bottom lane turret just from getting that pick under PYL. Notoriously gets caught placing vision. He's got no one with him ever when he does it.
Yeah. That was also such like a mid laner play. It's just like I will click R, and this is the
Pressing
button that
my
does the
ultimate.
most damage. I hit my ultimate ability, when instead he should have just like clicked all his other buttons and just like killed him. But I mean, that's what kind of bleeds over.
Xiao, who's become a machine gun.
That is a scary. Yeah, the Mandarin like VO is really scary for Rise. Damn. Amy's sitting in a brush. He's waiting for someone. He's got that one kill, but he's had like every red buff ever denied from him. It actually seems like MNXG has permanent red buff in this game.
I actually think he might have from the first red buff he got.
Yeah.
Also the Baron, something we haven't thought about too greatly in this particular game. You know, at 21 minutes doesn't make sense. They're diving top, never mind. We'll talk about that in a minute.
Here's Jinnu once more. Will flash out of the way of the ultimate from Leona. Pops the ultimate himself, gets a couple stuns down, but he's pretty dead. Let me and Xiaohu come in there for the damage. Pretty much an unnecessary flash.
I mean, if Xiaohu locks him into a rune prison, there's no way a Leona's going to miss the next 2 consecutive stuns. You know, Let Me doesn't have the ultimate, doesn't matter too much. And MLXG, and again, should be able to hold this off as...
Oh.
Whoa!
Hello, MXG. What are you doing here? I think you just messed up a little bit with the combo. Let me onto him. Lands the Q anyway. Finds the kill. It was all planned. And Let Me will turn on to Amy. Takes out PYL. Finish off the mid laner. Finish off everyone else. A 5-man. It's the 5 for 0. A full ace to RNG. And you said, oh, it's maybe a little bit too early to think about Baron. Well, RNG are going for it.
I was actually just going to say maybe they will. They've got a Rise. They've got all the tools to take it down, especially with the Leona's tankiness. And I was going to call MLXG insane for that play, but it worked. So he's actually just a genius. Treading a fine line between it as RNG. They are on fire.
I don't understand why that play worked. So I think he may have been out of range for the Q, so he jumps to a ward first.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he ward hopped to get in range, but actually gets locked down, and you would expect he should have died. But PYL was looking at Let Me and exhaust Let Me, and no one's saving Imp then. He's just a frontliner when he's meant to be the backline. This is LGD's communication is an absolute disaster, even in just that skirmish. They kick the Twitch. Twitch as you carry, protect the Twitch. You know, very simple.
Yeah, I actually saw what he was trying to do there. I think he wanted the kick flash after he'd finished the jump, and that's why he still had the flash at the end to go for the kill. But regardless, it worked out. It was enough damage. The rest of the team dogpiled on top of LGD, and that was it. And it, up until that point, LGD, it was like that one fight could go their way. If it does, then suddenly LGD have the advantage in this game. Unfortunately, that one fight, they just have horrific communication, and RNG run all over them with the engage. That's resulted in a Baron. And from what was essentially like a 0 gold advantage has turned into almost 7,000.
About 7k,
Yeah.
potentially more because they've just picked up the Baron after all of that, so you'll see more turrets you would expect go down. RNG's strategy realistically should either be to straight up brute force or to work around their Rumble, who is their big strength, because that was some fancy footwork.
That was really nice from Godby. Imp is waiting in stealth, has the ambush running. Is anyone else around? It's just Let Me pushing down the bottom lane. Jinnu's in the top side. He really wants the outer tower. It's been up for 23 minutes. He's going to go for it. Yeah, there you go. But he's going to sacrifice bottom tower for it, so probably not worth. But Jinnu's happy.
I mean, Jinnu's doing what he needs to. He'd probably stay up there, honestly. And this is where LGD need to rotate bottom right now before they start losing anything, because this is giving opportunities to RNG.
Hey, Godby's not going to be able to clear it out by himself. He needs some AD damage dealers to deal with these melee minions, but we'll get rid of the backside of the minion line. That tower's almost dead.
It's dead.
It is just gone.
And they
Ming's
got
going to go
Godby.
for the initiate. Here's the ultimate. Solar Flare comes down. Imp by himself. No one to peel. He'll flash away. He's already ultimate running.
is dead.
But the
Oh.
Q lands for LXG. Oh, LXG is on fire. kicks the Lysandra into the enemy team. Amy caught underneath the room prison. Again comes in for the kill, and he'll get the first one of the game. 12-4. RNG with the 2 Infernals.
They're ending the
They're
game.
actually just looking for the finish. I thought half an hour was passed. They're going to do it in 25 minutes, not even. Jinu has his ultimate. He's only just come down now, but there's no way in hell he's going to get this win to happen for them. The defense is just not on the cards. He'll pop the ultimate. He'll go down. PYL is just watching his Nexus die. And at 24 minutes, RNG take the series 2-0.
No Uzi, and you would think no clue, but RNG just went up a notch without him. They don't need an AD carry to win games of League of Legends, not against LGD. That was very, very well played from the whole roster of RNG, so kudos to them for that.
I was gonna say, that is the happiest sub I've ever seen. Like, again, was smiling through that entire series. Every time I saw his player cam, massive grin on his face. It's like, this is the easiest gig of all time. I just need to sit bot lane, don't die, turn up when I'm told to, and I get a win. This is just free LP.
They made it a bit harder for him, saying he has to be Lucian to take it from him, but
It's like, all right.
did what was required of him.
Yeah. Didn't do it perfectly. Definitely clicked R when he should have done everything else, but it didn't matter. Like he went where he was told and did it well, and that's all you can really ask for a sub in that situation. On the flip side, LGD, that was probably the best chance they were ever going to get to net a win or a series against RNG, especially with Jinu coming in over Funny for game 2, Imp on his signature champion, where you do have that 50-50. 50-50 is better than 10-90. But in the end, they just couldn't bring in the win.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the Rumble did its job. The Lee Sin went berserk. MLXG showed up to play massively. Was controlling the jungle from the first minute in the game. Knew where he wanted to be, but he was also working with Xiaohu. And so that's the really big thing that I liked from watching RNG get that clean victory, is their mid-jungle synergy is back, even though MLXG has disappeared for a little while. It hasn't gone anywhere. And those two look absolutely on form.
Oh yeah, and you've got to talk about MHG just looking so good in that series. One about Fruscurin as well to the desk. LGD unfortunately did not pick up the win. It wasn't one they were coming into the day thinking they were going to win. It is worth noting.
But they were ahead for a little bit of that spike as you take a look at the gold. And the thing is that I want to talk about is, yes, there were great individual performances from RNG. You know, MLXG popping off on his Lee Sin. He's famous for that champion. Xiaohu, as Rusty was saying, did step up there. They were great running around together. But it was like the fundamentals of clean vision control that really led the way for RNG to just absolutely blow LGD out of the water. And I want you to take a look at RNG's composition here. That is a Leona Rumble composition, really, in terms of your 5v5s. And so you look at this already, you're like, that dragon fight is going to be absolutely terrifying if they ever go into it. And then RNG rolled for them even further because it was double Infernal. But the thing is RNG got 2 Infernals without ever actually fighting over the dragon, and it was because of a really clever play from LGD. So what they did, like you said, the Twitch loses to Lucian. So they don't want to go into the lane, so they do a delayed lane swap. And the thing is they delay the lane swap so that Rumble has to go to the bottom side, and then suddenly the dual lane from RNG is in the top side of the map. And so they're not going to fight over the dragon. They kind of delay that power spike of making the teleport play bottom, making it all snowball. But then, like, she's just like, this is fine. LGD don't have good enough vision control, so even though we don't get to use the Leona Rumble play bottom, I'm just going to steal it. I'm just going to sneak it and walk over. And you're like, okay, LGD, like, it was clever. You could see what they wanted to do by delay lane swapping top lane, getting that cheeky play off of Twitch, and then putting the Rumble bottom. But then there was never any follow-up or snowball after it.
Oh, that's a big thing in the game as well, because like when you have Imp on Twitch, he does have that possibility just to win the game for you. But it seemed like as the game went on, less and less resources were given to him, especially in team fights. Like it seemed like everyone was just every man for himself. It was like, screw Twitch, I'm just gonna see if I can win myself. Yeah, and then they tried to kind of double down on it and putting the ball back into Imp's corner. You know, they have this bottom lane dive. They now pull Godv over into it. You know that you've got Amy involved, and they're like, okay, let's just punish this Rumble. We didn't get him last time, but the problem is again, it's fundamental vision. It's that ward over in the side brush that spots out Godv, so the rest of RNG is able to kind of collapse onto it. I'm actually surprised that it goes to Xiaohu. I was going to bank my money on MLXG, but Same.
That said, Xiaohu did perform really well on the Rise.
Yeah, I think Xiaohu was definitely still a standout performer. Whether he hard carried or not, he was still bringing the lease into these mid-game plays where the gold lead started to escalate and snowball extremely quickly. So for what it's worth, I do think that Xiaohu getting Rise is a mistake from LGD. They banned it in game 1 and forewent that ban in game number 2, and there's the problem.
He's also 100% part of their vision game, which was so dominant. When he does get champions like that Rise, you constantly saw him cheating up into the river, using that ultimate top lane when he disrupted Jinyu, and just creating and causing havoc. And we didn't even get to see him do his cool little, what did they call it? The drop ship with the little creeps, where he's picking up in one lane, he moves over to the side lane to pick up the inhibs. But just really well played.
Really well played, honestly,
really
for the
well
entire RNG. I think the whole like theme of the way they won the series as well is like looking at the game 1 composition, which was we're looking to just outplay you and just be better than you. And that was just like essentially the whole series. Like every lane won, MXG was unlocked to the other lanes.
But I don't think that's it. Like, I get what you're saying, and I do agree that they did just outplay them on 1v1 levels, but like that wasn't why RNG won. They literally won because they had better vision. Like, and it's so simple. Just have your wards, place the wards, collect more information.
Yeah.
And it created those scenarios where they could make those 1v1 outplays. Again, it was the fact that they denied the vision around the Infernal. They got 2 free Infernal Dragons. It was the fact that they had the superior flanking vision that when LG made that dive lane play, that RNG caught them and just punished them even further. And then it comes down to this mid-team fight where it's like, okay, last chance for LGD. They've got the flank. So many key ultimates had been used bottom, but another ward for a perfect teleport right there. They walk into just absolute disaster, and LGD are like, this is it. This was our chance. And oh god, totally terrible mistakes. Like, pillage the village, kill them all, mother and children first, like, get in line. LG just got run over there.
And
then it was
they went for the pet
closed.
dog as well. They killed Baron. It was just like, Jesus, calm down. It was just like, and then the game was over.
And then, yeah, it just ended.
Yeah, they were very aggressive, I will say, when they were getting advantages. But knowing, Baron at 21 minutes, knowing we can do it, it was something they were considering setting up for when they dove top lane before all of this happens. And you can see, when you looked at game 1 and now you look at this game, it's how they cascade their advantage. You give them a 1,000 gold lead, but you don't just give them that. They get a slight edge of momentum or map control, or they can place that one deep ward. And then suddenly that 1,000 gold lead becomes 6,000 within 5 minutes because they are so good at it making plays happen. And granted, this comes down to not just vision, but LGD playing with a lack of vision, saying that we're going to siege mid lane when we don't have wards on the side where they're flanking from, or just making plays saying we need to make them when it's not the right idea. RNG still collapsed on it the right way and still made the plays the right way.
And I think what we can all agree on is it was all of those things, right? It wasn't just like one factor. It was literally just like all those things coming together, and that's why we had like less than half an hour wins, right? That was just in the end against LGD.
But that's why we're so hyped about RNG and why the game against Invictus Gaming was our match of the week, because literally this is the last test that RNG will really get until they perhaps face EDG or Team WE in the playoffs. And so like if IG don't give RNG much of a fight, if they just blow through them in 24 minutes, 27 minutes, which RNG even did against Team WE in game 2. Ultimately, they lost that series, but when they did win, it was so commanding. They are an absolute powerhouse right now.
They had no MLXG.
No MLX.
No
they do.
MXG. We'll have to see if Uzi will make it back in time as well, because that will be a hype series on Saturday. But for now, we are going to take a break as we set up for a final series of the day. Welcome back to the LPL. And it feels like we're just started the day, honestly. It's just like the first series ended by the time that it was like 1 hour in. So it was a pretty fast first series. But we're heading into IG versus IMA now. And funnily enough, they're actually tied up. And it feels weird to say that because it seems like IG have been more dominant. Yes, they have actually picked up more wins because they've had slightly longer series in general. But I mean, apart from that, IMA are actually on par with them right now.
Yeah, very surprising, and it all comes down to how the season actually panned out for both of them. IMA started really shakily. They didn't really have a strategy going for themselves as a team or as a unit by any means. And not only that, they've brought back their star jungler who they picked up for this sole reason, and they've developed really strong team play, map play, and they've started to actually ramp up well.
And here's the thing, though. I'm really going to like underline Flawless as the ramping up period because despite the fact that IMA were picking up wins before Flawless got on the roster with them, it was still like really 50-50, like Hail Mary coin flips, like these 55-minute flanking teleport plays from Amazing J where they're down the entire game and then IMA managed to scrape in. With Flawless, like it's definitive, it's clean, it's dominating, and it's oppressive. And that's kind of like the big difference between these two teams is that when IG win, they're like that all the time. When IMA win, it's that 50-50. Are they the oppressive team or are they the comeback kid team?
But when they are, they really just win that team fight right out, and it's usually around that like late game, kind of mid game type time. But what we have seen from IG specifically, it feels so weird using GT as like a case study, but in this one specifically,
I'm
IG
shocked.
are they will go for that fight. If they're drawn into it and the enemy team throws down the gauntlet and say, hey, let's go for a fight at 35 minutes, like, you know what, let's go. And IG will go for the fight, but if IMA are better at doing that at that point in the game, maybe have the better composition, have built for it, then they will go for the fight and they will lose.
And it's kind of recognizing what makes IMA so good at those late game team fights, and it's the flanking teleport vision. We just talked about RNG's vision last game. I actually think IMA have really strong vision as well. They've always been kind of an unlocking 5v5 roam squad team, so it kind of goes with the territory that as they're moving around, they are placing this vision. But you always, when you face IMA, you have to look at their flanking vision because you know Amazing J is going to teleport and find you.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think their vision's always going to be a big setup for them as well. IG in particular, though, are going to be the solo heroes, right? Duke and Rookie will still take you on in these fights. They like to have fun. They like to actually take on the challenge that you're throwing down at them. If game talents are going to run at you with a Kled comp, then they'll pick an Orianna and say, just charge into the ball and have a really good time inside the shockwave. Like, they will actually take that on. IMA, I think it's more defined win conditions, I think, and they're more stringent in how they play out the game and what they're looking to actually achieve, and does the fight actually achieve that before they even take it.
But that's what's so cool stylistically about these teams is that you have someone like IG who can play split pushing, which is so rare in the LPL, despite the fact that we have so many teams trying to do it. Duke is actually a good split pusher, as is Rookie. They're really good at side wave management. Whereas IMA, not really in their identity. They want the 5v5, and if they find it, like you said, they're just going to blow you up. So I feel like this is just kind of like a race of execution. Do IG actually get their split pushing where Duke can abuse Amazing J, or will Amazing J find Invictus Gaming? Will they bait into it?
Even from like a super high level though, do you guys look at this game specifically as an IG win, as like a 2-0, or is it a 2-1? Or is it not even that way? Is it like actually weighted towards IMA at this point?
It's really hard to weight it. Honestly, when I look at both of these teams, we just highlighted some of the strengths and weaknesses perhaps of both of them. IG will always have a game where Rookie plays Orianna and Rookie just goes berserk and gets a free victory for the whole team, right? Duke does the same thing. So sometimes you'll find IG versus IMA is just a clean 25-minute 2-0 in each game because they're just so fed from laning phase. But, sometimes IMA will show up. Athena will have a really good Vladimir game and they hold on for 45 minutes and we don't know who wins when IMA hits that point because it's always coming down to a 50-50 fight that they will take. And so really, like, if I'm to make a prediction and say, like, how would this pan out even theoretically, I'd say that I may just have a slight advantage from their jungler being smarter to get them through early if the lanes don't outright lose. But I don't think either team just gets an outright, you win.
Yeah.
I'm almost going to put it on like the clock. Like, while I agree with everything that Rusty's saying, I feel like if a game goes past 40 minutes, I may almost have like a 70% chance of winning that. Whereas if IG can close it out in like 35 minutes, like done and done.
Which I think is curious to me because when you look at both these teams, IG struggles to close out games actually when you get towards the base and there's only the inhibitor turrets remaining.
Because Kid matters more.
Yeah, they can't actually close that. They just sit there and they try and wait for Rookie to do something crazy, and it does go to 40 minutes unless they win the game in 20. Whereas IMA, they're happy to sit back in the base. They'll get to that 40-minute mark. They'll get that fight. And that could be a really big problem for IG in this particular set.
Yeah, it just feels like a game of extremes, actually, looking towards a very fast winner or something that's going to go on very late until the end of the game, and you do get that one big fight that it seems like historically I may win. Also, IG just seems to have the factor of we don't even know what IG are going to turn up on the day. Sometimes we just see an IG that just like does terrible against like bottom of the table teams, but sometimes they just take on the best.
Yeah, but the thing is we know exactly what IMA we're gonna get. Even if they run flawless, which kind of changes the dynamic that they can have that incredible early game, but you know that they're always gonna have a strong late game, and it's always going to be around that 5v5, and you're always gonna look towards Amazing J. And now the fact that not even that flawless is kind of this new X factor into the team, but that Jin Zhao, their AD carry, has been playing consistently well for like 5 weeks in a row right now. Like last year, Jin Zhao was a complete liability, possibly one of the worst AD carries in the league, and this time around he feels like probably top 5.
A Syndra one trick became one of the best AD carries that this league currently has to offer, and that's in a league with all of these Korean players. You know, Jin Zhao showing up massively recently has been one of the biggest proponents of IMA actually getting all of these victories, and it means that they have more than one win condition, because Flawless, very good player in his own right, can play the Graves or Lee Sin and can hard carry. Athena has been playing pretty consistently well for this whole split, and now Jin Zhao is stepping up. There's 3 big pivot points that can actually be carried from, and a really good teleporter now in the top lane of Amazing J, so they have a lot going for them.
They really do. On the opposite side, though, I think it's interesting to look at even maybe the top lane. Like, Duke is going to go up there against Amazing J, and I think that is just a hype matchup in itself.
Yeah. I think when you look at that actual matchup, it comes down to firstly, so champion select's important for this one. Duke, if you get something like a Fiora, he's able to have a free laning phase and have a great time. Nautilus is very good right now, and Amazing J is a Nautilus one trick. And so if he does get that himself, then I may look good, because it doesn't matter what Duke plays, the split pushers are relevant that early into the game.
I feel like anytime there's a game that really comes down to 2 different heavy clashing styles, champion select, like you said, is always going to be important, but then is even more important because it's about the execution on those styles and setting themselves up from draft to execute on it. Does Duke get something like a Fiora, like a Camille, where he can execute on the split pushing? Does Amazing J, like Rusty was saying, get his Nautilus for those big 5v5 teleport plays, or does he go for the counter play in the Darius that we've seen?
Or even the Camille that he played himself and looked great
Yeah.
on, because he can still stop Duke entirely if he's a fed carry.
We can see the lineup of IG has not really changed. As Duke, Kid, Rocky, Marge and Megan still in a bottom lane as well. They've had some pretty good performances. Maybe not the best bot lane we have in our league, but they are definitely up there. Amazing J is going to be a huge carry on the team of IMA, along with Flawless in the jungle, Athena, Jin Zhao, and Starlight also coming in for the lineup.
And ultimately, there were so many questions when Flawless was first on that roster, because you look at IMA and you're like, they lost everything that defined them. They lost a Voidless, no longer that jungler there. They don't have Road starting. At first, it was going to be Maestro. Now it's Starlight. Like, what is IMA's identity? And the fact that Jin Zhao and Amazing J have stepped up allow Starlight and Flawless to kind of shine even more. And that's even before you start mentioning Athena. Like, they have almost become, for me, like the new Team WE, where you have like 5 B-tier players that come together and make like an A-tier team.
Yeah, I actually agree with that, and that's only because WE became superstars.
Jin Zhao's on his way. If he keeps
actually is.
performing on this trajectory, he will be incredible.
Can't argue.
Yeah, it feels so weird though, because like he never really was that carry.
Oh
up
man, he
until,
was
like, this point.
awful last year. Like,
Yeah.
I normally would try to like hold back, but Jin Zhao was not great. He had a really rough Worlds in particular, costing his team a lot of games. He was pretty much just like a
I
Jin
remember.
Ashe bot. But this time around, like, he's playing the Ashe, he's playing the Jin. He'll flash the big skill shots. He'll sidestep things, and he'll start leading the charge for his team. He has played massively, like night and day difference this split.
Yeah, his Jin is definitely one that springs to mind. Definitely having those performances where he just kind of pops off and just complements the rest of his team. On the flip side, though, to see what Kid can do, because I do think he is outclassed by Flawless now that he's come into that lineup, and whether he can like complement his own solo lanes like Duke and like Rocky.
Yeah, and really this is the major difference between both of these teams through the jungle position. Flawless is able to make big plays. Kid wants to help his team empower his laners to make the big plays. If it's like placing a control ward for Duke to split push, or if it's actually just pressuring the middle lane by placing vision, not even ganking, and setting Rookie up to be able to 1v1, that's still Kid's job done. He doesn't have as big a job as Flawless does to carry, but he's then relying on his laners doing well.
All right, let's get into it. I think Champion Select will reveal a lot as well as we get into IG and IMA. And it will be Lee Sin starting us off. So take that one away from Flawless, see if he can be, or just take away his ability to be everywhere at once in the early game. Jace at the same time banned away from Rookie.
And okay, these are pretty standard bans. I mean, the Lee Sin's a little bit out there. Now it's getting even more wacky with the Fizz ban. But just to echo what Rusty was saying, just the opposite or complete inverse responsibilities of the mid jungles between these teams. Athena, he's the supportive mid laner. He's the guy who will run teleport on Varus if you think all the way back to his career. He's about, you know, being everywhere, helping the team, propping them up. Rookie, that superstar, that guy that will go toe to toe and he'll outplay you and then he'll pick the reverse matchup and do it again. Flawless, the hyper carry jungler versus Kid, the walking ward. Like, their responsibilities and the potential and ceiling of both these mid jungles is super high, but the responsibility for the individual positions are so vastly different.
For sure. We did, however, see Athena kind of shake that image of himself up with the Fizz pick, which has been banned away, where he just went absolutely off with Fizz. On the opposite side, it would be Rumble and Orianna towards IG, and Camille's the final ban towards Amazing J. And it makes sense if it's the first pick of Lulu. Yep, there we go.
I've been singing the Song of Athena for a very long time. I was super fortunate that I actually got to cast the ESC Ever upset over SKT at Caspa Cup in 2015. But it was just so hard for Athena to shine when he was flanked by the likes of Key, who was going off on Bard, Loken, who's now the 80 carry on Chaoku's roster somewhere buried very deep. And he's got Crazy in the top lane. So it's nice to see him finally come into the LPL and get that time to shine.
Well, a pick that needs no introduction for Amazing J is Nautilus, his main pick, and alongside that, Graves, also picked up here for Flawless. And it seems like we're seeing, even when you have the chance to pick up Graves, so many junglers are heading towards the Rengar first, but not Flawless. He'll pick up the Graves, while Kid will pick up the Rengar.
And it's interesting because they're kind of reverse picks for each other. Kid was known as his Graves. He was an 80 carry, moved over to the jungle position, so naturally he gravitated towards that pick. He's also very strong in the meta. I don't mind that Flawless isn't going towards the Rengar since the Lulu has already been showcased. Again, acts as that soft counter. Rengar wants to jump in. Lulu's like, see ya, mate. Polymorph, wild growth. Get some.
Yeah, but now he does have the Lulu on his team, so that combination by itself is very strong. Both ADCs picked up in the first rotation. It's going to be Ashe and Varus coming fourth. And already the bans coming through so fast. This is a really fast pick and bans, actually. Syndra and Vladimir banned away from both the mid laners, so it's just taking away the mid laners, taking away the pools.
And I know a fast draft phase isn't necessarily indicative of a lack of kind of counter pick or counterplay, because we are still seeing a lot of that play out in the draft phase. But it does kind of make sense for Invictus Gaming. Like, I feel like they play at their best when they almost completely ignore what the enemy team is doing and they just focus on themselves. What is our game plan? Versus trying to deny or be retroactive to the enemy team.
Yeah, sure. It's like, yeah, just get their composition.
Yeah.
It's just like, we want this. Well, it looks like we had a misban. It's been a while since we've had a misban. They are getting less frequent, for sure. So a good job on all of the LPL players in general. You have my praise, but not today, not in this particular game.
Rookie's like, hello, I wanted that, Vladimir.
Yeah.
We don't
I mean,
actually
either
know.
mid laner, actually. Well, the fact that it was the last pick, so it's a good prediction to say that that was the ban. I think we're actually getting pretty good at predicting what the problem was now. We'll get confirmation on that. So I'm gonna go with you there. I'm gonna say that Vladimir was a misban.
But already what we can see from the compositions, which I may have the Nautilus, Graves, and Varus, that's already a huge 5v5 comp. They've got great sieging potential. They have really good 5v5 because you have the lockdown from the Varus.
Yep.
Graves AoE damage, Riptide AoE damage. So classic IMA. On the other side, Lulu, Rengar, and Ashe. So kind of the makings of a pick composition for IG. They could round this out and kind of go the other way by going the split push route. You know, if they prioritize something that's carry oriented for Duke or Rookie and start playing like a 1-3-1 or a 1-4. Or maybe they just double down on more pick and they actually look for 5v5s but try to make them 4v5s before IMA start ramping up.
Sure. It's a good possibility. Looking for that mid lane. Did we get a top lane pick? No, we got jungle, ADC, and support, right? Yeah.
Yep.
The only top is just yet.
The only thing you can be excited about is the Nautilus, which technically could be a flex.
Yeah,
Could be Starlights.
I mean, it's Amazing J at the end of the day. So you'd have to think it would be in his hands.
But how good of a trap would that be? You see the Nautilus, you know it's amazing, Jay. You're like, 100% that Nautilus is going top.
Yeah, Duke picks something that's like a lane bully into it, and it's just like, and then counters him at the last minute with the final pick on red side.
Or maybe Duke feels confident enough to go for a tank because he's against the Nautilus, something like a Shen, and then suddenly it's a carry-oriented champion.
Yeah, and then here comes Rumble. Yeah, something like that. It's a possibility. So apparently it was actually not the players. It was a ban display issue. So
This is actually a fairly common bug.
yeah, nowadays. Some things crop up from patch to patch. This is one of them. So we are just trying to get back into game and rectify that. But it doesn't happen every champion select, so it should be fairly easy to jump back into. So yeah, we'll just be waiting here for a couple of seconds. The players get a chance to jump back in, but they should be able to talk though.
I mean, Rookie's talking.
Yeah. So I guess that's fine.
Kind of a big voice, big deal for his team. They recently...
Is Rookie the shot caller on that team?
He does some
Or
of the
does he have
shot
a
calling,
voice?
but it's typically the support position that does it. Invictus Gaming publicly said that when they were going through all of their supports, that they have the talent on their roster to win, but now they just need the voice on their roster to win. So they were purposely going out of their way to kind of try out shot callers, you know, even bringing Tabe back from the grave, like, get in there,
Yeah.
lead us to victory.
That makes sense.
Whereas you got the shot caller for Aime on your screen there, Amazing J.
I mean, doesn't that just make sense?
I don't know how anyone couldn't be a fan of Aime at this point. Like, they have one of the best storylines in the LPL.
They really do, yeah. I mean, at the start of the split, I was starting to waver because I was just like, man, is the Cinderella story dead? We even, compared it to the Hunchback of Notre Dame, right? And it's just like, yeah, no, he definitely wasn't Cinderella. But they're definitely starting to bounce back. The fact that they are on even footing with IG coming into this match is absolutely insane. If you said that at the start of the split, I would have just called you mad.
But Invictus Gaming, again, like, let me sing you the song of my people. We get so excited about IG every single year. And you're like, they've got the talent. Can they
doing
get
well.
the execution? They're like the quintessential microcosm of the LPL, where they just have so much talent, but the stars never align, or their ability to execute on the talent they receive is always fumbled. Doing a much better job this split. I mean, Duke, for one, on your screen right now, like, I've never seen a Korean player so well immediately integrated into a team. You have to think a lot of that must go to Rookie, just because he's going to be the primary translator there. And also the fact that Rookie has found himself so at home in the LPL. He streams in Mandarin, super bubbly, plays his guitar. We get like some of these cute little photos of the players, and Rookie's always got his guitar in his, or like a microphone.
Yeah. It's just a cool team. Like, if it works, like, they have such a cool story, and like they're such a kind of like lovable team, I guess, as well. Like, it's so easy to enjoy watching Duke play. It's so easy to enjoy watching the crazy picks that come out from Rookie when he innovates and just has these crazy games.
I just love how emotionless Duke is. We're like, yeah, Invictus Gaming, they're super bubbly, they're really fun. Duke's just like cool as a cucumber. Like,
No, I said
no
they're
emotion.
easy to like get behind. Like, Rookie, he's bubbly, but Duke, no. That guy does not smile. I remember I was watching some VODs of like week 4 or something of the LPL, and it's like the one time I saw Duke smile at all in the split, and it's when he just brutally murdered someone in top
The
side.
Fiora.
Yeah, I think it was, yeah. And I was just like, well, I guess that's the only laugh we get from you for the entire split. All right, Duke.
Can you believe what this guy's doing? Murders him.
Yeah. And that was the only smile I saw from him.
This must be Athena. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Athena.
Speaking of no emotion,
Athena? Nah, Athena has emotion.
he's pretty calm, cool, and collected if you watch him. So I always go back to kind of like from Doinby to Athena, like, where are we? Because you watch Doinby on screen and he's bouncing up in his chair. He's like, what does our producer call him? Speed car racer.
Speed car
like,
racer.
Doinby actually looks like he's in a race car. He's just like zipping around. He's screaming. Athena is always just as you see him on your screen right now. He's sit way back. He's super relaxed. He's constantly talking all the time. Does a lot of communication with Amazing J for the team, but just a very level-headed, calm, patient player. You see that in his playstyle, which is what's really interesting to me.
Man, I disagree a little bit. Like, I think the scale is good, but I think you can change the scale. I think the bottom of the scale is, what's the ADC? SMLZ, right? He is the bottom of the scale.
Yeah, he's okay. From SMLZ to Doinby,
Yeah.
Athena's like a solid 2 though.
Oh yeah. He's right next to that. Yeah, for sure. Imp's up there. He's like either equal or just below.
His cackling
Doinby.
as OQ tried to kill him.
Yeah.
But Amazing J is also a very emotional, very high energy player. I mean, you go back to when IMA qualified for Worlds. I don't think
WE, right?
yeah, anyone will forget that imagery where, you know, Amazing J put his dignity on the line. He said, we will go to Worlds in our first split of LPL, and everyone called him crazy. People just like slammed him. Like, you guys think Reddit is bad? Like, let me introduce you to the Chinese fan base when they just take a bite out of you. And he got to stand up on the stage and qualify for Worlds and be like, I'm a man of my world. Like, that's absurd. That's a crazy statement to make.
I don't know if you meant to say I'm a man of my worlds, but that is such a good like play on words. Super good. So I've just heard that it's going to be a new ban coming in because it wasn't actually an error, so it wasn't up to the players. It was going to be Maokai instead of Talia, which I think they were looking to ban, which even at its core is not like necessarily a bad ban if you're banning against Rookie, and I do believe it was on not IG's side, so it would have been a ban towards him.
If I could give Rookie any champion, I would actually give him Talia. Not that he's a bad Talia player. Like, he's real good at pressing his buttons. I just honestly, I know Raz will disagree with me. I hate Talia. I think she is just so... I would almost rather have any other champion. I would rather have the Lissandra than the Talia.
Yeah, I think like Talia's upper bound is like so high, right? Like compared to other like, I'm gonna clear a wave, I'm gonna roam to a side lane like I guess current LeBlanc or like
Twisted
Lissandra, Twisted Fate. But if it gets rolling, it really gets rolling. It's just we so rarely see that, and it's so hard to actually hit the combo. Which if you can do, that's half the battle already. But I do agree. I think Rookie is one of the people who can execute it flawlessly. But again, yeah, no.
I mean, his mechanical ceiling is absurd. He was one of the guys who brought out Talia when she was kind of first released, like didn't shy away from it. Like you said, the combo was just really difficult. Like, why play such a hard champion when you can achieve the same type of play style
It's
in
like
that?
3 other champions.
Exactly, where it's just so much easier. They have a lot more flexibility. Like, if Twisted Fate ever falls behind and he can't be that 5v5, he can just build Lich Bane and be like, okay, I guess I'm just going to blue card these towers all day, every day. Talia's not going to rock up into another lane and be like, haha, split push Talia, here I come.
Yeah, and it's like he still has the utility of a gold card, right? So if the rest of the team's fed, you dog power that one guy, or you build a rapid fire cannon.
Give him the Messiah, the Froggen in that sense.
Yeah, the Froggen and a Messiah. I can't believe we've got like 2 named
For the
things you
Twisted
can do on a
Fate.
Twisted Fate. It's so sick. Have we actually seen anyone else build rapid fire cannon on Twisted Fate?
No, but
Maybe
it was super clever.
1 or twice, but it was so smart because people were being constantly called out by it. Either way, we are finally caught up to our to the state we were at the final champion select, or the last champion select. It was a Maokai instead of Talia, and Karma. Okay, as the final ban, that will be aimed at most likely Starlight.
Hey!
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 This guy knows what's up. Oh, it's locked as well. So Athena locking in that Twisted Fate. So
He's just solidifying his place as one of my favorite players even farther.
yeah, why pick Talia and pick Twisted Fate? See if he might go the Zhonya's route, or maybe he'll go rapid fire cannon. I really want to see a Twisted Fate build rapid fire cannon.
And it's
again.
even cooler for IMA just as kind of their stylistic composition because, again, they're the big flanking TP users. They're the big 5v5 users. He knows that Rookie's a big Talia user.
So Talia up against Twisted Fate. They're basically the same champion in what they're looking towards as well. So I guess this is a real like in-game test of actually which is better, you know?
Except Invictus Gaming doubled down and they're like, Shen.
Shen.
Talia Shen.
Or Shen on top of Talia riding in. I think that was what? Kennen, yeah, into top side for Amazing J.
They did it!
And it was flexed to bot side, so it was the bait and switch, man. So many cool things happened in this champion select. I'm a little sad it almost got disjointed, but then again, we wouldn't have had the Talia and Twisted Fate story, so I guess it was just perfect.
Okay, so
Thanks, guys.
yeah, IMA decided to take that right turn there instead of the Nautilus going in Amazing J's hands. And again, that's Amazing J's champion. He picked that before it was Vogue, before people were doing it. It carried him to Worlds. So when you see it come out, you're like, Amazing J, 100% he's going the Nautilus. And we were like, Duke could then pick the Shin and go for a tank matchup, thinking that he's safe to do so. That's exactly what Duke does. It works for his matchup. Then Amazing J gets the cheeky counter pick.
Can we just talk about the fact that Froskuren perfectly called that entire sequence of champion select? Can we just let that one rest for a second?
I've been here for a while. All
Oh,
good
man.
though.
Yeah, I'm more interested in the mid lane personally because I think while that was cool in Champions Select about the top side, like actually getting to see Talia and Twist of Fate go at it and actually see if they can push out those lanes and go to the side waves.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Pulse is excited about not top lane?
I know those words just came from my mouth, but it is Shannon to Kennen, and that's pretty boring. So
This is the thing though that people don't understand about Pulse. He's actually a high ELO, which is fairly rare with our play-by-play casters.
it's true, we're all trash.
But high ELO, usually high diamonds.
Mhm.
Sits around there, very micro-intensive with his top lane. So anytime Pulse is in like a narrative discussion, he's like, Gimgoon, let's talk about top lane. Let's focus on top lane. It's like, no, Pulse, we don't want to talk about top lane.
But how about the fact he outplayed him by like 0.05 seconds on that Q timing, huh? It's like, I literally don't care. It doesn't mean anything.
Please stop, no. But as we take a look at the team compositions, I actually think we're going to get a lot of interaction around the top lane, just because A, there's kill pressure there, but then also they're pretty core to their compositions, particularly Duke on that Shin, because again, it's a Rengar, Talia, Shin comp. It's pretty obvious what that composition wants to do, so it's now just a matter of can Invictus Gaming execute it, and where do they execute it? You'd think that it would be on the bottom lane with that Ashe, but could be in the jungle.
It could be with Kid coming in, so he's an angry ward in this game. He's gonna get some revenge on these laners. Here's Rookie as well. Yep, seems like China is also very interested in that pick. I certainly am.
I mean, I think it's almost famous at this point. Rookie's Talia.
Yeah.
He is incredibly good at the combo. That's the thing, is that Talia is such an intensive champion to make sure that you can maximize her damage output. My issue with Talia is that I just feel like if she doesn't get snowballed, she doesn't do enough. She's got great wave clear, but like Baron's so prevalent in this game anyway, and she still kind of struggles to clear out the Baron as fast as other big aggressive control mages. Like, I just feel, how to explain this? Like in a 5v5, if Orianna and Talia are at the same point, yeah, Talia can wall off people and just kind of give you like a free Baron or a free Dragon, but like Orianna still has that same almost zone control with her Shockwave. And so it's
Yeah.
kind of like, who's technically the more flexible champion? Is Talia viable enough, or do other champions do her job better than her? And I feel like other champions do her job better.
At the same time, I really feel like we haven't seen it yet, but the skill ceiling and where it can go is higher. It's like it's a harder Twisted Fate, but if it does work, it can really work. Like you think back to like a Nivea picks back in the day. Wow, 50-50.
I've never seen that.
Holy crap! 10 people voted. No, 2 people voted.
Me and Raz.
Yeah. Only counting those 2 votes. But yeah, if you think back to like why Anivia was good like back in the day, and it was like you would just wall people off, and I remember there was that sick play, I think it was Alex Each in like season 2, and the entire team just like flashed over the wall. And it was just like, you can make those plays, but you have to burn all of your stones to do so. You can do the same thing with Talia, but it's hard, right? Oh, do you want to know a fun fact about Rookie's Talia?
Hit me.
He runs movement speed quints, not all of them, but some movement speed quints. He goes pretty hard into the movement speed, but not from masteries, only from runes, weirdly enough. So me and Raz did the calculations, and it's like almost 1 Cloud Dragon worth. So it's like he has a Cloud Dragon at the start of the game with the extra runes he takes.
Well, would certainly help him get out to these side lanes a little bit faster. Do want to quickly touch on the fact that Flawless, very sad guy right now, doesn't have his blue
He's
buff.
kind of lost everything, yeah.
Yeah, and it really was empowered by the fact that Marge and Megan got control over the bottom lane early. That's to be expected. That's the Ashe Lulu lane versus the Nautilus Varus, so melee range versus double range. They take the pressure point in the bottom lane, they bleed it into the jungle, and they just start putting Flawless down. And he's the one guy that's going to make early game plays for this iteration of IMA's roster.
If you're going to put anyone down in the early game, it definitely should be the jungler. Amazing Day is going to be big, but going to take him a little while to scale, and he's going to do fine anyway against Duke. He's a range matchup.
He's also incredibly dependent on his itemization. I'm sure you know, as the big top lane player,
Yeah.
Gannon really needs to get some gold, get those items before he can start looking for that split pushing, because he's not going to be that big AP burst cannon. Although I say that, his burst has definitely been changed.
What? There's a hook landing in the bottom lane. Starlight hits the dredge line and the staggering blow. And Jinjiao will get a bit of poke damage down, but that's really all that IMA's bottom lane can look for. And Megan might even just want to get hooked next time, because he has a Rengar in the wings. He was Flawless into the mid lane. How's Rookie going to get away from this? He's just going to do nothing. Flawless was out of range. I'm behind him anyway.
Movement speed, Quince. No.
Yeah. There you go. Paying off. That's what you do it.
It is always nice to notice that he's sticking next to the walls, but meanwhile,
Starlight did not want to go in and they're instantly polymorphed. The kid's on top of him, does have the flash jumps on top of him, but he's in tower range. He's going to chase down by Jin Zhao. Last ult track's not enough, and gets the shielding. Jin Zhao now out of position. Bowler, sidestep from Jin Zhao. Auto attack, not enough from Marge.
But this is what we're talking about with Jin Zhao. That slight sidestep saved his life and meant that it wasn't a 2-0 over to Invictus Gaming at 5 minutes in. So, not great scenario. He still lost his support. He still lost the trade. But he saved his life.
He did save his life. One summon that remains for that entire exchange, and it's Megan's flash after all of that. We were just saying at Starlight, if he lands that dredge line one more time, someone's going to die. And it was unfortunately that Nautilus. So first kill to IG. And we always come to expect that nowadays. It feels like these early kills always go to IG.
And it's so obvious to see how Nautilus wants to trade in lane. Very much like Leona, especially when you're against a double range matchup. You want it to be as your creep wave is coming in. And so anytime the creep waves are resetting themselves or yours is coming in, he's going to look for that dredge line. So it just makes it super telegraphed for the Rengar to say, okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
I also like the fact that observers were on the same page as me. It's just like, oh, Rocky missed us. Cut the tape. Let's take a look at Kid. Let's see how he's doing in the jungle, clearing out this control ward. Yep, definitely didn't miss that minion in the mid lane. Nope, wasn't uncontested farm.
Do you just cringe
What, when like
when people just miss CS?
Yeah.
Do you just like clench?
Yeah, I just a little. Yeah, especially when it's uncontested farm. Now that Athena's here, you can just blame or like that one for example. It was just like Athena's presence, right? He was being contested.
Hold on.
Flawless, she's called it out, or rather Rocky is. Slam the Q, flash out there as Kid was also turning the corner. He isn't range to leap on that Graves. Hit him a couple times. Flawless is backing away. There's a lot of damage, but the slowdown.
Oh, good flash.
Yeah, otherwise he just got the Visioners who is entering the, or exiting the smoke screen, so Kid will not get his kill today.
Really well mechanically played by Flawless in 2 different instances. You kind of talked through the fact that he saved his flash till Kid was just exiting the smoke screen to look for the chase. But even when he was pressuring out Rookie, the fact that he led with his, what is it called?
End of the line?
No.
Quick draw?
Maybe it is end of the line. His shotgun shell that he bounces off of terrain.
Yeah, end of the line.
There you go.
Yeah.
That he led with that to try to predict Rookie's flash. Like, it's just little things from Flawless where you're like, wow, he's actually thinking about how his opponent is going to interact with him.
We always say this until the point we sound like a broken record, but like Flawless is a smart dude, right? Like every time you see him make a play, regardless of it being micro or macro, it's smart. However, it doesn't matter if you're smart. If IG are just pressuring you with like 2, 3 people continuously, you can't outplay that intelligently. You just have to burn these flashes. You have to make the defensive plays in those situations, and that's putting him behind to the point where we're actually seeing Atelier roam and do what she wants to do for the first time.
They've also got a Shin if he wants to piggyback into this.
Oh, he's hit the ultimate button start, and Jin Zhao into the tower, and Duke is coming down. This is a good reaction from Athena, but they've already lost their ADC. In comes Flawless. No ultimate on him, but he still drops Rocky. Amazing J onto Marge. He'll flash after. Take down Lulu as well. Marge, there's no getting away from this Kennen. Another kill over to Amazing J. Duke, he's out of here. See you later.
Oh, no.
Athena, no, he Reginald carded him. Oh, a 4-for-1 all in all over to Aime.
Oh, and he just panicked. He actually had enough time on the TP that he could have cycled through it. Again, it's going to be one of those moments where, do I have enough time? Am I on the proper setup card anyway? But Athena just,
He could have just disrespected and gone for another rotation and just sat on top of Shen. I was like, how's it going?
And that would have been the cherry on top for Aime there.
Almost a clear ace, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so this is the thing. Invictus Gaming, of course they're going to get here first. Talia and Rengar, they've already got the roam. Shin's going to beat the teleport every single time, but this is why the Twisted Fate's a big deal. And this is why we're actually looking at Flawless on the top side. In the initial replay, we saw the Amazing J just blasted the duo lane, but Flawless, a huge chunk of damage there coming out of the grave, especially this early in the game.
It looked like he had perfect angling on his first auto attack as well, and all of those shells or pellets hit Rocky and just instantly killed him with the smoke screen. So yeah, really well played to Aime and just the instant reaction. It looks so good as well from IG, but they're not going to give up.
Didn't we just see this play? They're like, the teleports are down, the Twisted Fate ult's down, and I've just got the movement speed up here first.
I don't think he was spotted.
Hasn't
from
been
that
spotted by a ward.
No. Ultimate used. Amazing J was too fast. He saw the Weaver's War come up. And he just walks away.
He was also playing incredibly cautious, not seeing Duke, knowing that Duke was probably hiding in the brush there, still had his flash, so flash taunt was available. And then the fact that, you know, Rookie's missing from the mid lane, so great cross-map communication and heads-up play from Amazing J.
Amazing J, very good at just kind of looking at the macro game, looking at across the map. That's one of the reasons why he's so good at those TPs. He's always instantly looking to get into these fights. And IG are currently down. IMA, really good fight in that bottom side, has opened up this game for them. I just realized there's a third thing with the Twisted Fate. You know, you have the Froggen with the Rapid Fire Cannon.
The Messiah with the Hourglass.
You've got the Reginald where you select the wrong card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We tried to forget that one.
Blue cards for days. Flawless gonna ward over the wall. That's a lot. It's really tense because you have so many of these champions in this game who can just like appear anywhere else in the map so quickly. Like cross map ultimate from Marge, Duke as well, Rookie with an extremely long Weaver's War.
Which means that your communication has to be that much more on point, and that's why, like you said, it just feels so tense because you can tell that both teams are just kind of, you know, staring each other down. They're both aware where everyone is. They're taking the long routes around vision for their jungle pathing or cutting underneath each other. Just waiting for someone to slightly step out of place.
And that's it, right? It actually really reminds me of playing Twisted Treeline, if anyone's actually played that game mode, where because the map is so small and the lanes are so close together, and the jungle is like a strip, is basically like less than a lane, then your communication needs to be instantaneous, like less than a second. As soon as someone disappears into fog wall, boom, you need to call it. And that is basically this game, because if you don't, someone's going to die on your team because you didn't call it. So communication has to be paramount. And if it does come down to a game of communication, who does that actually benefit in your opinion? Because we do have like obviously a couple Koreans on the side of IG.
100% IMA. They are, I mean, that's the thing. There are 5 B-tier players that are basically elevated to an A-tier team because they're so good at talking to each other and they understand exactly who they are. Even if I don't agree with how IMA play the game and I don't necessarily always agree with the plays that they make, as a coach, again, I always tell my players this, it's always better to do the dumb play together than do the smart play split up. Like if 2 players are doing the right thing but 3 players are just like whatever, you're gonna lose. Like if you have a bad idea, just do it together.
Now, if you're watching this broadcast, I want you to clip what Fruskiran just said, and I want you to keep that as a bookmark to send to anyone in solo queue, because that is exactly what you need to do. You all need to commit to the same play. It doesn't matter if you make the right play of 2 people, it's gonna fail.
League of Legends is not about how well you play the game, it's about how well you play the game with others. That is 100% what solo queue is about.
Yep. Oh, well, there's Kid in the jungle, and Flawless turns around, does do a lot of damage. Ash Arrow barely flashed away from 5 Flawless. That was a perfect timing on that one. Ultimate used from Athena just to get in there and get involved just in case a fight opened up.
And Flawless absorbed so much pressure there. He got the Ash Arrow, he got the Talia ultimate, got a lot of pressure from the Rengar, and again kind of escapes just by the sliver of his teeth by mechanically outplaying people.
Really well played so far from IMA. Rookie hasn't really gotten rolling just yet, but he's not out of the game. He is actually ahead and far. Has had this lane dominance. Starlight is clearing out the ward in the river.
This
Rookie,
does... Oh, hold on.
I'm holding.
I just see Nautilus like making his way up there. They cleared out the vision, so Rookie doesn't necessarily know how many people are there. He can make a good assumption, but they don't technically... Ah, no, they've got the ward and the dragon there.
Yeah. Did clip him as he was heading up. Drone just flies overhead. Then we'll see it. I don't know why Talia is yelling.
She's kind of... Chinese Talia is kind of like the Korean Lysandra, if you will.
Okay.
A tennis player.
A tennis. Korean Lysandra was horrifying. I actually think she's just gonna jump out the screen and murder me. Yeah. Yeah. So it's. I get actually, yeah. Now that you put it like that, you actually needed to see the Fruskiran like hand motions, which actually
It's a
just sold
tennis
it
player.
to me. Yeah. I didn't get it, but now I do. All right. Bot lane being pushed in. That was top lane going down to IMA, so this will just kind of equalize those towers here for IG.
Unless Jin Zhao can get there in time and clear it out. So far, I may still have the tempo advantage from it because now they've got the extra precious seconds where Amazing J doesn't have to be in the top side. Duke will have to respond to the wave, and it's kind of like unlocking this Kennen. That said, it's a Kennen. He's got a Blade of the Ruined King rush, so he technically still wants to be in that 1v1 across from Duke, whereas Duke wants to get away from him. So very different goals from these top laners right now.
You actually just see the game that Aimee are playing right now just from the fact Athena uses TP to get back into mid lane. It's like, I need to keep up pressure. If Rookie disappears, I need the minions not to be pushed into my tower. I need them to be pushed out so we can see where Rookie's going. And he's picked up the Rod of Ages at 14 minutes, so pretty decent timing on that. He's also picked up the Boots of Swiftness. Looks like he's on his way towards Lichbane as well, the Aether Wisp.
This is one of my favorite things about Twisted Fate as a champion, and again, why I kind of prioritizing him over Talia, just because he has so much flexibility in his build path. And I feel like TF is actually one of those champions where you can carve him out to who you are as a player. Say you're the type of player like Pawn. You're rushing Lucidity boots because you want to press R as many times as possible. And then you're probably going to rush something like a Sheen, or maybe you want to be that engager. You can rush the Hourglass. You can make sure that you can go in, you can start it up. Athena's going for a Swifty Boots Roa, so he's going to be a bit tankier, and he's about kind of swinging down and following up on Talia's movement speed, even when his ultimate's not up, which means that he can use his ultimate more often as kind of a vision check, as opposed to just following her around.
Definitely a lot of options. Like, you can actually pretty much build like any API.
It's super cool.
Yeah.
That's why I always really liked Lysandra for the longest time, is her flexibility and itemization. It's gotten a bit more static now as kind of the items have shifted around and changed.
Back for a day, like, right? It was, you had a lot of different options rather than, I'm building Abyssal. Cool.
Morello's,
Yeah.
Abyssal, Death
Great.
Cap.
Oh, here comes Amazing J. Duke. Oh, it's got everything in the kitchen sink thrown at him right now. The TP was disrupted by Athena, but I don't really think it's gonna matter. Oh, nice shuriken at the very end there.
Run!
Athena caught out. Oh, Rookie, he's got him. And Kid comes in for the quick kill secure, I'm gonna call that.
But again, the damage has been done. I may have the tempo lead, and more importantly, when they pick up the kills, they pick up an objective on top of it. So yes, IG do manage to get the bottom lane because Nautilus is helping secure top side, so it's technically objective traded.
But that was an outer.
Exactly, outer for inner. So we take a look at the mid lane play. So Athena was just, frankly, not really respecting where Rookie was.
Yeah, he was definitely looking top lane while he was doing that.
He's like, I didn't path that way.
Yep.
I 100% think that was a misclick, that he thought he was going up in river, and instead
Yeah.
he tried to cut on the ramp.
Yeah, he actually probably clicked top lane, clicked his ultimate, and then Rookie's like, what is this idiot doing? I guess I'll kill you. Awesome. That's just one of those things that happens. And it's a bowler onto Starlight. It's always comical seeing the bowler on Northwoods. It's so huge. Like, how did he throw that? Here comes Kid. He's jumping on top of Amazing J. He doesn't have his ultimate. Starlight also low. Big wild growth. Kid's going to get turned around on. He'll fall. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Actually, no one's died yet from Aimee. Flawless is going to be chased down, so it is a 1-for-1 in the end.
Oh, but again, this is one of those decisions where I'm like, I 100% don't agree with that. You didn't have control of the side waves. In fact, is that tower, is that a bug?
Huh? Yeah, that's definitely dead.
I was going to say that tower is 100% done on the bottom side of your screen. No, but they didn't have their key ultimates, they didn't have control of a side wave, and they chose to go for the dragon anyway. An ocean dragon of all things. That is not worth giving away a free team fight to Invictus Gaming. That said, it was the dumb play, but they all did it together, so it worked out fine. Moral of the story.
Moral of the story. We even have evidence in this game to support it. Wait, so what are actual towers then? So there's one tower to...
Yeah, they're both glitched.
Yeah, so it's 2-2, right?
I'm tilted.
Yeah, it's definitely 2-2, because if mid is down and bottom is down, and then that inner just got taken, so it's 2-2. Athena popping the ultimate. Oh, he's caught Rocky, and the Dredge Line's going to secure his fate. No getting away from that. Flawless with the kill.
Oh, deep
TP
teleport.
from Amazing. He's got his ultimate back. Oh, Martin and Megan were there at the same time. Kid's going to jump on top of him. Instantly delete Amazing J before anyone catches up. Oh, man.
That moment when you're like, hourglass, hourglass. Oh God, I've got a Bork.
Yeah, why? I mean, he used it. So, yeah, he used his active item, but he was definitely not AP Kennen in that situation.
Thought his team could have got there just a little bit quicker. There's an arrow.
I think connected too, yeah. Those Raptors are going to town, and so is Kid. Here comes Megan, he's got the movement speed. Athena turns the corner, he's got a gold card, lands onto Rengar, there's no brushes nearby. And the rest of the team, there's no vision of them for IG, so they will choose to back off.
Just so cleanly played. Flawless is like, not today. 3-1-2, still powerhouse on this Graves. And again, it's the difference of what IMA are getting with these picks versus what IG are kind of getting in response from it, which, I mean, they're kind of fighting over vision, but IMA still have tempo advantage and still have side lane control.
Such a satisfying sound, stepping over honey fruit. I always wonder what Riot did to make that sound, because you know the story of Zach, right? So I actually wonder what you would do to try and make the honey fruit sound when you're stepping over it.
It kind of sounds like a rotten cabbage, in all honesty.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, very much a squidgy sound, right? That's a question I want to ask someone now. Anyway, top side, there's many, many people going to the top side for us, Kieran. Let's see if a fight erupts. I have to probably assume yes. Here
But
comes Starlight, hits the ultimate.
Duke can be up there, and Amazing J cannot. There's no teleport on McKinnon, so it's so important that Amazing J, like, that's why he's up in Duke's grill right now. He needs to stop this if Shin tries to TP.
Starlight wanted a brawl, and I wanted a brawl too, so
But
good on you, Starlight.
No, bad. IMA don't.
Good Starlight. Keep hitting people with dredge lines. Oh, kids popping the ultimate. Oh, here comes Rocky. He's going to build a wall everyone up from IMA. He's going to make IG great again. 2 kills over to IG.
And you just see the question mark ping bottom from Amazing J. He's missing, guys.
Guys, incoming.
But again, IMA, why take that play? You know that he's got the stand united. You know that he has the teleport, and there's no way Amazing J can be up there with you. And yet they just fade into it.
I thought Rocky was ulting again for some reason because I heard the...
This is
the
your fault.
woohoo! I was like, what? Okay, cool. Yeah, it actually was my fault. I was like, Starlight, get in there!
You baited them into it.
Yeah.
Stop goading them.
I mean, IMA are still ahead in the game. I mean, it's 7-7, it's 3-3 towers. So I think the thingy, the scoreboard has caught up. So that's nice.
Yep, the towers have disappeared.
Yeah. We had a dragon, yeah? Yeah, we did. We had one over to IMA with the
Ocean.
Dragon. That was very late, though. That was like 16 minutes or something. So the next one's going to come up, and it will be Infernal.
It's this nice thing about compositions that have things like Talia, Shin, and Twisted Fate in them, is that the LPL teams don't need to be so reliant on the Barons or the Dragons to engineer fights for them to take advantages. They can actually just press the R button and engineer those fights for them, wherever they choose.
That's true. We got to see a really good ultimate from Talia, and specifically Rocky. It's actually so rare we see a Talia wall actually well executed. So many times, like, someone just manages to get on the other side and then the wall bumps them like away from the fight, or is not in the right direction. But that was actually a good one.
Or they just lock themselves into certain death.
Yeah.
Which Rookie has done a couple of times.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's done that. It's like everyone looks at the champion spotlight and it's like, yeah, I can lock them in Baron Pit and we can AoE them to death. But that never happens in competitive.
You always just managed to lock yourself in Baron Pit. The team's like, great.
Like, well, I hopped off at the wrong time. Yeah, rest in peace. Let's take a look at some of the item builds. Amazing J's ramping up right now. He's finally looking towards his wit's end. Bottom lane, both bot lanes is kind of scaling up at this point. Mid lane, it was the Lich Bane, and it looks like we're going towards Zhonya's Hourglass, so Athena does go for a more tanky version of Twisted Fate.
I mean, he's got everything. He's a tankier Twisted Fate with the Swifty, so he can follow the Talia even though he doesn't have Destiny. He kind of can safely, I use that with like inverted commas there, safely kind of walk into dark areas if he has his gold card up because he is tankier. He's got the Lich Bane now, so he can look for kind of the split pushing route if things really get out of hand. And then he's going for the Zhonya's Hourglass, so he'll have that hard engage potential, the Messiah, if you will. So it's like the holy trinity of everything Twisted Fate is capable of doing.
Yep. Whoa, I see a lot of people around mid lane. My team fight senses are tingling for us. I think something's on the way because Inferno is about to spawn. Amazing J is chasing out Duke. Duke is very tanky. Why has he got 3,000 health? That's a lot of health. Damn.
You are not teleporting today is what Amazing J is saying.
Yeah, you go all the way back to your inhibitor tower.
Guys, you're just going to lose the free Inferno.
Gone. All right, so are they going to do anything with this pressure? I mean, Amazing J, you're not going to kill Duke ever. Flawless is in the top side. What are you doing? Are you going to get Dragon Vision? Baron Vision, rather? No? Okay. Actually just did nothing for us.
Yeah, I do want to quickly point out Invictus Gaming's like great, amazing vision around that area. A ton of control wards. Again, they knew that there was a possibility of a 5v5 happening there. Control wards are so effective, not only in League of Legends, but against IMA in particular. You have to sweep out that side vision so the Kennen doesn't find you in a flank. Unfortunately for IMA, it meant that they couldn't just blind check into the area, even though they did have Destiny, so scratch my head. just frankly dropped the ball there. I think they were trying to maybe even look for a cut through that if they tried to collapse on Amazing J, that they would try to catch them
They
out
could
there
brute force.
and turn towards Baron.
Yeah.
But Invictus Gaming just had superior clean vision defensively and offensively.
And Duke's just not going to die ever. He's on like 2.5 items in 24 minutes. He's pretty big at this stage in the game. And if you look at the side of Iron Man, it's like, yeah, well, they have the tools to get through him, but it's still going to take so long with Jin Zhao and Amazing J with those Bladed Ruin Kings. So good luck to them. Rocky's going to do the same, pick up a Zhonya's Hourglass. So we'll get his own Zhonya's play going, and they will get into the middle of the fight. And Jin Zhao and Starlight will push up the top side. Here comes Flawless as well. So got a bit of downtime as both teams are setting up. It looks like Baron will be the next objective.
And it kind of now comes into the late game win conditions for both teams. So we talked about the incredible pick potential that Invictus Gaming have on this. That still hasn't changed right there. They can look for the 5v5s. I actually think there's much more flexibility for IMA's composition because they will eventually win in kind of those elongated 1v1 lanes because they can shred the Shen. It will take a ridiculously long time, but Kennen should always have push priority there.
Arrows landed.
Did he just...
What? Kid just like teleports over the wall. Ultimate coming in from Athena, but they've already killed Graves. This is a good fight for IG, but they lose Kid. No, he's still alive. Here comes Amazing J. Triple Man stunned. Got the ultimate coming down, but he's going to fall. Rocky, he will be traded. Duke following after. Great taunt. Jin Zhao turning it around. He's doing the best that he can on this virus. It's a 2 for 4 so far. Can Duke get in range? He's got a taunt coming in for 1 second, and it's point blank, so he's not going to miss. Megan's there as well for the kill. A 5-man ace in for IG, losing 2 members.
I don't even know why I bothered to set up other win conditions for IMA. We know that they're going to go for the same thing every time, and it's always going to be the 5v5. Shout out, though, to Kid face planting that wall.
What actually happened?
He tried to jump over, and he was just too fat. He couldn't make it over. The cat had eaten too much.
So then, did he flash?
He flashed over.
Okay. I was like, what the heck happened? Okay, let's...
Okay.
Oh yeah, he flashed it. That's hilarious.
He just goes straight forward into it. But the arrow connects with Flawless. It's a ridiculous long-range stun. Kid is forced to flash over the wall, but he does get it. But all of this credit should really go to Duke. He does such a marvelous job just causing so much havoc for these two carries. He pretty much 1v1 solo kills Athena, even though it's the Ashe that ends up getting the kill credit, because Duke just did all of that damage.
At the same time, Amazing J should have switched off his Lightning Rush like 2 seconds earlier, because it was like he just wasn't auto-attacking. You can't auto-attack in your Lightning Rush, so a bit of a misplay. He was also instantly exhausted from Megan, but it was honestly the difference between him killing Kid and not killing Kid, actually. So yeah, definitely should have done that. But still, the fight would have gone the way of IG regardless. It would have just been an extra kill to IMA. And now they lead in gold. IG are ahead in gold. They have an Inferno Dragon. And we spoke about the fact that the way I may win this game at the start of the series is they look for this kind of 35-40 minute like fight, and they'll drag IG into it. But if IG are starting off these fights with Marge, then it's almost always going to go their way. And if they're instantly hitting Flawless to start it off, then that's like absolutely perfect for them.
And they really don't have a true tank. Yeah, they have Starlight on that Nautilus, but it's still support Nautilus versus, you know, what IMA are used to working around, which is Amazing J, who's got, you know, 2 or 3 items at this stage in the game to be that tanky front line.
Yeah, big change for them, trying to play around this. Rookie, I don't even think he used Zhonya's in that last fight. I think he just died, actually. Because it shouldn't actually still be on cooldown, so maybe he also could have survived. But I was looking towards Athena. It seems like these mid lanes just need to be thinking a little harder about their positioning, perhaps. And Kid will figure out double control wards. Oh, what an exciting duel. Well, there's the flash. Okay, ultimate from Athena. He's going to spice this one up. Duke's eventually going to fall to him. And I was like, oh, isn't this entertaining? Look at them just hit each other for a bit, and then Athena just turns it on.
But this is the thing. I may have this other win condition where they can abuse Duke like that. They don't have to look for the 5v5. They just need to stall at the Baron long enough for Amazing J to win. Please don't. Please stop. Flawless is like, and with my face, I will clear the Baron. So it's like, no.
No. Just, you've seen the enemies. Good job. Back away. IG, good job.
I'm just waiting for that Ashe arrow to just clock him right in the mouth.
And Starlight's not that tanky, so they probably could have just burnt him down. But the fact that Duke was down was probably the reason they didn't pull the trigger, because he couldn't just instant TP to them. So again, nice play from Fiona. We'll be setting up his lane, his Amazing J. We're just hitting the 30-minute mark. We've got the dragon spawning, and it will be Mountain, which is actually really good. The fact that we're now looking towards Baron, so both the teams will want it.
But I may actually have kind of a poor back here. Athena does have TP as well as the Destiny. Oh, excuse me, no, he doesn't have Destiny. Just has that
TP.
teleport. So trap is being set by IG. Can they get a pick as I may kind of walk into this? I like the fact that Amazing J finally has his GA and was leading the charge.
Yeah, you can go a little bit harder, a little bit deeper.
Ah, yes, call their bluff. Okay, so I love it when teams do this where we know you have control of the Baron or Dragon area, so instead of just face checking into your obvious trap, we're going to call the bluff and shove mid. And if you don't respond, we're going to take your tower. Pulls them out of the area, to which you then run in.
Complete bait and switch. Rookie is still staying around though, and Kid will beeline towards the area.
Here we go.
Ultimate popped.
Get it!
Arrow lands onto Starlight, but still lands to Dredgeline. Oh, he's still dead. Kid's taking a lot of damage. That's a support traded for jungler. And the Rookie ultimate was expecting this to go way better for IG, so he was walling off their escape route.
And we still have massive ults left. Jin Zhao as well as Kennon's ult are still up.
Ooh. Well, there
Except
goes
nope,
Jin Zhao.
very through it.
Duke's still on the front line. There's no smite, remember, for the side of IG. Amazing J's on the front lines. Big redemption. Amazing J knocked into his Guardian Angel. Athena wants a gold card on someone who's not Duke, but now he's in the middle of them. There's the Zonyas. Marge called out. He needs to back away. Flash out. He's going to go down. Rookie flash after. Another kill over to Duke. Megan towards Flawless. Everyone, this is just a complete mess of a fight. All in all, it's going to be Duke coming back up. Can he pick up the kill onto Flawless? I'm actually not sure they can kill him, but the fight of amount of duking that's going on, he won't manage to finish him off in the end.
He's got
Jin
Q.
Zhao, he should be able to get this one. There is no slow happening. Oh, he doesn't choose to follow. And we'll back away.
What? Jin Zhao, he was yours.
He was in your sights.
Prove the point.
That's
Okay. Crazy team fight. That said, end of the day, IMA are the ones who win it. They kill Kid, so there was no smite, so they pick it up. And it was also a great timing use of Amazing J's ultimate. Not only does he lock up the front line, but again, he's more of that zoning tool. And I like the fact that Rookie even kicks him back onto the team with the Talia. Check out this ward, though. Because they don't have vision in that little pixel brush, it actually delays so many of Athena's possible gold cards because Invictus Gaming are constantly kiting in and out of that vision. That said, in the end, Jin Zhao just kind of scraped them over the line, but such a close fight because IMA didn't set up their vision properly for it.
Well played to Jin Zhao. We complimented him at the start of the series, and he's good. I actually really wanted to see like a damage graph of last fight if we had it, because he was constantly hitting people for the entire team fight. And the team fight was like 25 seconds long, so he was consistently getting down damage. And he was relatively untouched. Duke did eventually finish off his quarry in the end as well.
And kind of one of the nice things about Ashe and Varus, if we're talking about, you know, kind of what really makes a champion meta, what makes a champion viable. And for me, it is kind of the flexibility and versatility, you know, the Twisted Fate versus Talia. Ashe and Varus are so prominent and popular right now because of a lot of that flexibility. You know, they can look for these on-hit builds. They can do the Black Cleaver Blade of the Ring King with Ashe if she wants to get more of that CDR and be more of that utility presence. You can throw it all the way back and go like an Essence Reaver build. It's just the nice thing about kind of these...
Eventual sidestep from Jin Zhao. Lots of damage from Kid. Here comes Duke. Oh, Rookie annihilates him in this fight. Starlight trying to get away. Taunt doesn't hit anyone. Flawless jumps away from that one. But Duke is so tanky. He'll just tank up this tower all the way to the base. Flawless and Athena are going to turn around onto him. He may want to reconsider. Amazing J has got the flank positioning. Has ultimate as well. Not really a fight he wants to take without his bot lane, though.
And such a different animal when Amazing J is not helping lead the charge, or at least present there. Invictus Gaming then also have the inside track on top lane tower, so it should be kind of a 1-2 punch for objectives. IMA were looking to call their bluff and rotate mid, but now they have this, we don't really have vision up there. They could try to continue to push for the in-him if we overextend mid lane, and so now it's kind of like stand in darkness.
Yeah, IG actually have... or rather, I may have no vision of where IG are, so they had to go to the Baron, make sure they're not just taking it. Rookie will finally go back to base, has the Leandries as well. And Kid will go on back, so Amazing J Dragon for a bit. Next one will be Elder, since we've only had 3 dragons in this game. Damn. It's actually very rare you see only 3 dragons. We usually have that like 4, usually.
It's because they
5
don't
is
know
rare.
how to set up fights that aren't around monster objectives.
Yeah.
It is my #1 complaint and the #1 weakness about the LPL. Like, people always say Korean teams are better. Why are Korean teams better? It's because a Korean team can engineer and manufacture exactly where and when they fight you on the map, because vision is just as much of an objective as the monster objectives or the structure objectives. So they can say, we are strong right now, and instead of waiting on that 6-minute monster objective clock, we're going to fight over vision. We're going to start moving into a jungle area, darken it out, they're going to walk into us, and we're going to force them to fight, or we're just going to siege everything around it.
Yeah, real big difference to other regions. for
LPL
sure.
teams are like, what's a ward?
It's a ward, whatever, man. I'm still going. We're still going to go for a fight. And even if the enemy team has vision advantage, they'll still go for the fight because someone's challenged them to a fight.
But it is why I'm so happy with Invictus Gaming in particular, because their vision this game has actually been really strong. You're just like, yeah, kill him. Cut him. Paper cuts.
Yeah, hit him up. Twilight Assault does a good amount of damage, but not against carries, really. Ooh, Flawless. Lots of damage on towards him. Arrow lands onto Starlight. Good block. Rookie in for the sidelines. Again, they just annihilate Flawless. Starlight no way out of this one, and Kid will jump on top of Athena. 2 more kills to IG. I mean, case in point, right? It's just like, yeah, walk into our jungle. I dare you. I double dare you.
But now it's a race, so I'm here like they're 100% going to go for the Baron here, so we're going to race them. If we can trade bottom inhibitor for a Baron, that's actually quite worth, because you absorb a lot of the Baron's time. So IG need to slow this down and save their inhib. If they do, 100% win.
Duke teleporting into the bot side and will clear out the wave. They only get inner tower for IG's Baron, so that was a big win for IG.
Yep. Big swing of power back to them, but now can they execute on having that Baron? So unfortunately for Athena, he now doesn't have his teleport. At this point, what Jaime would want to do is they would want to quickly go to any safe wave that they could, shove it as far as possible, and then back up to their base, because they just want to waste Invictus Gaming's Baron timer on kind of resetting the map or sculpting it for sieging abilities.
Kid putting down this deep vision. So control ward's coming down as well. Really just from Megan, yeah, he's picked up 3 because almost everyone is approaching max item builds. And Kid is actually holding on to his elixir. He's just only popped it now to get max value. Oh, Elder Dragon. And IG have the complete control over this area. You got Rookie zoning. I think this is just going to go down for free.
Yeah, there's no Destiny, so they can't even check. They should know that it's probably happening.
Yeah. Oh, that really hurts for Aime. Yeah, this is the point in the game where you may even be looking towards game 2 now. This was such an even game up until probably those 2 picks in the jungle. There was like 1,000 gold in it. Yes, IG kind of had the pressure advantage, but it was still a fairly close game.
But the nice thing about Invictus Gaming, it was them being proactive, setting the plays and setting the fights, not being reactive to a team that kind of baited them into a 5v5 that they shouldn't have taken.
Yeah.
To Aime's credit, they went back to their identity. They've always been a flanking teleport 5v5 team. I don't think it was the best for this specific team comp. They had a lot more win conditions that when the game started to tip for IG, they could have been more flexible about how they were playing their side lanes versus just face checking into the darkness repeatedly.
But they can arrow onto Amazing J. He's gonna have to flash away. Starlight. Oh, he's actually just gonna be chased down and killed. When I see a Northland, I just expect him to be more tanky, but he's instantly gonna die there. Flawless has to go back to base. And IG continue to push with 1 man down on Aime. It almost certainly should be this inhibitor at the very least, if not the game.
That's the thing, is that Aime just have to survive at this point. Give away the inhib, live to fight another day, but it shouldn't have gone down so easily. Starlight died for your sins.
Yeah. He did do that. Ultimate pop by Athena. What are you looking for? A pick in the jungle? Well, everyone's buddy systeming up.
Hold hands.
Hold hands. Just learned from elementary school. And flash taunt from Duke. Goodbye, Jinja. Were you even in this game? Amazing J down. Flawless is also going to fall. I mean, that was just... Man, IG are just so strong. Aime, no way they were even going to remotely win that fight. Middle tower dies. Inhib as well. It's going to be the game here for us.
And this is the Invictus Gaming that I absolutely love to see. When they don't pay attention to what the other enemy team's composition is, when they just play their game, very binary. You know, we've got the Shin, we have the Talia, we have the Rengar. This is a pit composition. Let's press R together, catch someone out, and then take an objective.
Save the
off of it.
KDA. Oh, Athena also dies. That's the full ace in there. And it's game one going over to IG. Almost a perfect game from them.
Even Duke smiling.
Whoa, we got a smile from Duke. That's great.
Bit of an encore there, clap from Kid, which Kid had a fantastic game. As you look across at Aime, they're like, it wasn't quite what we wanted.
Yeah. Because as close as the game was in terms of gold, it definitely felt like IG were in control for the majority of that game. It felt like the fight could go either way. That's what it felt like, especially when you're against a team like Aime who will draw you into a mid-game, late-game fight. But IG, for the most part, like, Duke did his job. Like, there was a couple nice moves, like catching Duke out, but other than that, it was just, you know, Duke and Rocky. And the Talia actually got to do what she wants to do, so.
Which is always nice to see when a Talia is actually played well, you know, making and executing on those ultimates, reaching out into those side lanes, and then doing great damage because she's ahead of the clock and not falling off. You know, anytime a champion doesn't have a damage ability on their R, they do tend to fall off late game in their output.
For sure. Welcome back, Rusty.
G'day.
G'day, Copper. How's it going?
We never say cobber for the record.
You don't?
Nah,
I
never.
thought that was an Australian thing. That's what the rest of the world thinks you say.
When you're above 40.
Oh.
Anyway, I will say started this game off well. They just got Invictus Gaming towards the end. Really better players, made better picks. They were proactive. And realistically, like, when you highlight not just the team compositions, but how they played the game, IG were faster. Aime were a lot slower. They were trying to be much more methodical. Every time they moved, it was as 4 people, never as 2. Whereas you've got IG just throwing out the Ash arrow, you've got a Rengar and a Shen combo where they're just ulting each other and going in and killing everybody. There's just this pace differential between them all, where realistically, I do look at the drafts and think that Aime could have matched this, but IG were just constantly going, constantly fighting. There's a turret up there they're defending, we're just diving it, we don't care. And sometimes it's really hard to react to that.
Oh, it was very hard to react to that. It was also the challenge of like mid laners as well, because we were talking pre-game about Twisted Fate versus like Talia or versus Lissandra, like these mages who clear out waves and then look to the side lanes. And is Twisted Fate just a simpler and better version of Talia? So
Funnily enough, I actually do have a replay which involves Twisted Fate. The first thing to remember is that he has teleport and he uses it to get to the lane, but this time around he's able to ult. And this is why you don't dive. Firstly, you don't dive a Nautilus, you don't dive a Varus, not this early, even if your damage is legit. And the most important thing about all of this is, yes, Athena's going to be there. He's always going to be there. Amazing J is a great teleporter. He's always going to be able to rock up to the fight and do his part, but Flawless was also there. And the fact that Flawless is there at the right time may just be that he is coincidentally jungling on that side, but he's a smart player, and we've seen better from him to know that he is definitely down there trying to protect the bottom lane on the strong side of the map that his team's able to rotate towards. And that was the one big positive that I got from Aime, is their early game is still solid. The jungler still makes a lot of sense. It just hit mid-game and they started to struggle to the pressure IG were putting on them.
Yeah, and Flawless was really focused out as well in that game, from both the jungle and Rocky as well. 7, 4, and 14. Probably the best Talia performance we've seen so far out of the given limited sample size of Talia games we've seen so far in the spring split of the LPL, but he honestly had a really good performance. Obviously, the first dive that we saw from you, Rusty, didn't go that well from him, but he did the most damage, and I was actually surprised at how much damage he did at the end of that game.
I mean, that's the thing. If Talia gets ahead of the clock, she's just going to pop you like a balloon. But the problem is that if she doesn't get the snowballed, then things start to get a little bit harder.
Yeah, we've only seen one good Talia up until this one in the LPL, and they were ahead early, which is why they were able to do that much damage. And you know, when you're playing a champion that doesn't have damage on their ultimate, usually you'll struggle at level 6, but that's actually just, you know, a good advantage you get as Talia in this matchup. You have more consistent damage as a Talia than a Twisted Fate does, and your ultimate doesn't actually change the pace of the lane. You're not against an Annie that's going to drop a Tibbers. Twisted Fate's ulti doesn't do damage either, so you're actually still strong at 6.
Yeah, and it was actually fine for them in the end. It did seem like a closer game, though, from Aime, and it did feel like Aime were a team who were on at least somewhat equal standing. It looked like a mid-tier team against the bottom of the top-tier teams. It didn't seem just like a complete whitewash. So is this game, is this series rather still up for grabs for Aime?
I mean, my issue with IMA is that they didn't change up their strategy at all during the game. I don't know if maybe you spotted something else backstage, Rusty, but I just kept seeing IMA throw the exact same punch at Invictus Gaming, and it was closer and closer, but because IG just were scraping by, their little micro advantages just snowballed into more and more of an advantage that when IMA kept looking for the 5v5, IG just overwhelmed them.
So the only way that actually is a plausible idea, though, to change their strategy is if the Nautilus is ahead and not behind. So the support Nautilus was just constantly dead, and he's the only tank on the team that isn't actually a tank unless he gets ahead and actually has levels, firstly, and items. And a Locket's not going to save you from all of the damage that they're putting out. So, yeah, they could have changed their strategy, but with a composition that is linear when behind, they really struggle to actually bring it back.
Yeah, which is sad because it actually looked like a pretty smart strategy coming out of Champions Select. Regardless, we are going to take a quick break as we set up for Game 2, our final series of the day. Welcome back to the LPL and IG versus IMA as we get ready for their second game. Froskirin is going off right now, off to the right-hand side of me, but I'm sure as soon as it cuts to her, she will be cool as a cucumber. Hello.
It was just fun. It was a fun song.
It was a fun song.
It was a fun song,
pretty
fun
funky
game.
to get into that one. It was a fun game coming up until the end of it, where it was basically just two big monster objectives, then the end of the game. IMA coming into Game 2, how likely is this to be a 2-0? Because Game 1, like, it wasn't just a whitewash, but it was micro advantages as you put it, Frosk, and then boom.
Let me stop you right there. You don't even have to say, like, IMA, how is this going to be a 2-0? You have to say, like, Invictus Gaming, can you 2-0 anyone? And the answer is usually no. Like, IG, they do this every time. They get my hopes up. They're like, we're going to play amazingly well right now. We're gonna set tempo advantage. We're going to play around our vision really well. We're going to take objectives when we're strong. And they come into Game 2 and they're like, and now we're going to face plant straight into this wall.
And I wonder if, because we always see this in game number 1 from IG, they never actually come into game number 2 looking as strong. And I just wonder if it's because their preparation is amazing. Like, they have the best preparation in the league until someone bans out their prep. And suddenly in game number 2, they always lose the games because they're like, oh my god,
What do we do?
actually adapted. What is happening?
Or they could just be a really fun team and be like, we're one game up. Why not?
Yep, it happens.
It's one or the other, or maybe it's both actually. But you're completely right. Like, IG at the start of this bit were a team who could 2-0. I think as time went on, it was the 2-1s pretty much all the time. And that's also shown in the standings, right? Because they just have way more games than most of the top of the table teams because they often go to the 3 games. So checks out.
And the other thing is that they played really interesting composition. So, you know, the semi-global comp and just stacking global ultimates isn't necessarily revolutionary for the LPL or even the global meta in general. But IG are one of the few teams that can play a siege or a tempo comp, and what they're constantly playing around towers, not around monster objectives. And that really separates and defines them from the rest of the LPL teams.
And they beat IMA with a composition and style of play that IMA were renowned for, which is the funniest part about all of that. Yeah, it's not a revolutionary comp, but they beat a team that tried to revolutionize it themselves and take it to Worlds. So it's kind of cute.
Just
Very
some
true.
extra salt in the wound. Twist that knife a little bit harder.
Do we want to see more from Amazing J? Where do we want to see more from IMA? Because I thought Flawless actually played very well. It just felt like everyone was bullying him from IG. There was always like 2-3 people like up in his grill, and he didn't really have any breathing room.
I actually really like the wording that Rusty used when he got on the desk, is that Invictus Gaming were just playing faster, and that it felt like IMA and Flawless in particular really could just never catch their breath to kind of organize and execute on the play that they were trying to set up. You know, they were just kind of one beat behind or a little bit too slow to the punch, and it worked out for them in the dive because Invictus Gaming are trying to dive a tower at like 5 minutes in, but they were never really the proactive trend setters that game.
And that's why I actually think coming into the next game, Ashe is a big priority. Not just the Ashe, the Shen as well. Shen being able to unlock Duke, he had a fine matchup even though Kennen outscales because he's still a Shen. And that to me is a champion that lets IG do these dives, make the pace themselves. And when you come into this next draft phase, IMA's biggest goal should actually be to thwart the tempo that IG constantly had by picking either more proactive champions or taking away the ones they just had.
Is there a way to win if you're IMA, if you're still playing slow, or are you just saying it needs to play faster?
I'm not saying they need to play faster, but IG are playing super fast, so if they do, then they're relying on IG not getting ahead. And right now, we know that the laning strength of IG through their mid and top is just meant to be better, right? It's always going to happen like this, and they just cascade down to the bottom lane because mid and top have a Shen, firstly, and a Taliyah that can roam, and then can affect that lane. IG are like 2 teams in one. They have your top side and your bottom side. They're always segregated. But if top side can affect the bottom side, then they look better.
I mean, IG are also a team who has like multi-personality disorder, right? Who's just like, oh, who's gonna turn up today? Oh, it's this team who just likes running at you and dying a lot. Okay, cool. IMA versus IG, game 2. Let's see what this game has in store for us. Very similar bans, actually. IG will bust out the Fizz ban against Athena, of course. We had that great performance. Camille against Amazing J. And Flawless will get his Lee Sin taken away. So actually very, very similar to game 1. Jace, Rommel, and Rengar towards Kid, actually. So yeah, take that one off the board. And IMA probably first pick Lulu. I'm the best analyst in the world.
Zippy!
Zippy!
I'm so... everyone's on my Lulu pick now. I just want to say that I was the OG at the support Lulu.
Yeah, she was the hipster Lulu.
I was always just like, you get like 35%.
Just wait until Alawi starts getting picked, then I'll be saying the same thing.
Attack speed on the W, the E, especially now that Fervor of Battle is the Keystone Mastery versus Warlord's Bloodlust.
Yep.
I actually really like Lulu with champions who can still go Warlord's Bloodlust because her help picks will help compensate for not having the extra trade potential and going Fervor of Battle. So it's just kind of a cute little dynamic that we've seen crop up a couple of times in the LPL.
It's nice. It's nice to see. Once more, Graves will be the priority jungle pick now that Rengar's also off the table, so Kid will take that one. Flawless gets his Elise in here. And it will be Ashe from IG, so denied from IMA. Rusty was saying that was one of the things that they could have used to punish IG.
Yeah, and still incredibly high priority for the AD carries. You know, you think back to kind of like the last series that we had, or just the rest of the LPL in general. AD carries, you know, slip through to second rotation, but both these teams kind of making a statement that they want to have engage potential on them. And as I say that, like, no, not this. Which, this time around, that's 100% going top lane, so no like cheeky little side plays from IMA. Amazing J's like, get me my champion. Where is my super suit?
Just kidding, it's Lulu mid lane, Nautilus bot lane, and then Amazing J will bring something else out. I do appreciate the Incredibles reference, by the way.
I watched it last night. It's on Netflix.
Ah, is it? Excellent. I'll be watching that one tonight. So Maokai picked up there in response. Man, this is an old school matchup, Northless versus Maokai.
In what old school has Maokai ever won that matchup, though? And
Never.
It's even worse now because of the sapling changes. So the thing about Maokai, like why top laners hate that the sapling changes went through, is that it opens up Maokai where he needs to be on the front line because his primary pushing ability is then going to be his Q. So it opens up more trading patterns, which Nautilus already abused Maokai with because of Titan's Wrath and Riptide. Like he's just going to get punched repeatedly in the face.
Yeah, you don't have to tell me, Frosk. Really hurts. Also, means that you can't take the small raptors from the enemy if you're looking to do that mini counter jungle. So, also sucks a lot. Vladimir banned at Athena. Makes sense. Kog'Maw at Jin Zhao as they have the Lulu. Talia banned it against Rookie from last game. And the Syndra.
Get it out of my game. I don't want it.
Yeah, no thanks. Not buying. IG, it will be a support pick that they need, and they need a mid laner.
I really like the adaptation, though. Don't get excited. I like the adaptation of the Kog'Maw being banned just because it was a hover of Varus. But since they have the Lulu and the Nautilus, so they prioritize having a really strong front line, that IG were like, okay, they're probably, I mean, they could still go to the Varus right now, but we want to take away the potential for them to go that hyper carry route since they have a really strong front line. And in response, I'm like, we're doing it anyway.
Well, IG do pick up Braum for the bot lane alongside Ashe and Caitlyn in for Jin Zhao. All right. That's an interesting pick there. He had a lot available to him, but Lulu and Caitlyn is a great combination.
Again, I feel like it's hard to call Caitlyn a hyper carry in a traditional sense. You know, she's not a Vayne, she's not a Jinx, she's not a Twitch. But come 40 minutes, you're going to be like, man, I hate that champion.
Yeah. Oh, pretty much. Orianna is considered to be the final pick from Athena. It's very vanilla. It's very simple, but it gets the job done. Oh, Talon. Okay, well, it was being hovered by Marge, but we get the Talon pick. I'm pretty happy. Seen 2 picks so far. Did I get to cast one? I don't think I got to cast one. Maybe I did.
This
I
is
can't remember.
the first
But
time I'll get to cast one.
super happy to see Talon. Yeah, he's just really fun to watch as a champion. All right, explain to me why it's in this composition. Oh, Cassiopeia as well on Rookie.
He's just like, I'm so excited.
Yes, it's great. Top lane sucks. Mid lane's the lane of the day for me.
So this is the thing. This is an all-in on kind of Jin Zhao composition. So you put Amazing J on his bread and butter champion. He's got the Nautilus. They have that super strong, tanky front line. You have the Lulu, works really well in tandem with kind of a, again, quote-unquote, hyper carry, if you will, or someone who's going to sit in the back line. She's going to help kite back. You've got good engage or disengage potential on the Elise. You think back to how Cloud9 really revolutionized Elise and Morgana's use. You know, as a team's running at them, you just kind of throw out the non-committal CC of the Cocoon. And the reason why you go Talon instead of Orianna. So this is actually just a very LPL thing. LPL teams do not believe that when you are playing kind of a protect the AD carry composition to bundle it with a protective mid laner. They kind of feel like that's too much. So the Orianna more traditionally fits in kind of like a Western meta for a protect the ADC comp, but for the LPL they always pick an assassin because they know that all of their CC and all of their time is going to be peeling their AD carry, that they don't want to waste any of that on their mid lane. So the mid lane has to be self-sufficient. So you see things like a Talon, like a Zed, like an Ahri, those champions that can take care of themselves.
At the same time, I mean, you're technically defending your ADC if you're killing the person who's going to be running after them, right? So, I mean, it still protect the carry.
Also then opens up that that danger zone of the 1-4. Anytime a Talon or a Zed gets ahead, you know, it becomes that much scarier to walk into Fog of War. So thankfully for Invictus Gaming, they do have really tanky options as well as a lot of vision control options. They've got the Hawk Shot from Ashe who can spot things out. You know, it's not super unsafe for Braum to go kind of wandering through the woods or go for a little walk. He can check things with his Q. But it also means that Duke needs to be very heads up. That Maokai needs to be leading the charge and checking these brushes if Athena gets rolling ahead on Talon.
Man, it's so interesting they would put Duke on Maokai. Of like all the picks and all the tank picks they could have gone for into Nautilus. I mean, it's fine in the composition, but it's also Duke at the end of the day. It's like you have this guy who's like proficient in sniper rifles and you give him like a water pistol.
I was gonna give him more of like a machine gun. Like, I don't think Maokai's fallen down to water pistol. It's not like taking like a Nerf gun to
it's one of those like MMO weapons that like evolves over time as you use it. So then maybe it like gets to like a machine gun, but early game, definitely feels like water pistol. I'll tell you what. Like any Maokai mains out of there, you'll know the pain that I feel. The fact you walk into lane, it's just like, well, I can do like 3 Qs in amount of mana. Okay, nice. Can I CS from range if I lose that? No, I guess not. Can I start off and maybe go for a camp if I lose that? No, I can't because saplings suck. Like all of these options are terrible. What? New mastery.
We got our new mastery.
Yeah.
Oh, do you guys have to fight right now? I'm really excited about the mastery, and I want to talk about it because there's 2 cool things. So you've got Stoneborn Pact on Braum, and you've Windspeaker's Blessing on Lulu. I always really like to talk about Windspeaker's Blessing on Lulu versus Thunderlords because it pretty much tells me that Lulu's going to prioritize E for trades and then use the Windspeaker's Blessing off of those E for trades. So again, empowering Jin Zhao. This is a composition about him versus Starlight kind of being that zoning potential and trying to proc Thunderlords off of Q. Stoneborn Pack. Okay, so because Lucian is starting to come back, you would expect that Braum would start to slide back into the meta. In this case, it's the mustache lane, as they need to ruin my point as well.
Look how well this trade's going for Maokai. All right, go ahead.
Instead, it's the mustache lane. Now, the other thing that kind of puts Braum slightly back in, because he doesn't get as much out of Curds of Colossus as someone like Nautilus support does, so why would you ever pick Braum when you have Nautilus? Stoneborn Pack, you're still kind of in the same thing because he can apply it over an AoE area. As I say that, he's going to flash forward.
Flash right onto Starlight. Should be able to get this stun out, concussive blows, and he's actually just leading down Jin Zhao. Trying to juke behind the minions, got the heal coming out. He's actually right behind Starlight, so they can't get the damage right now. He's going to juke to the side. Kid, not enough damage. Volley for the kill. March comes in huge.
But this is why you would pick Braum over Nautilus. He empowers junglers 1 through 5 like no other melee support in the game. I mean, maybe Alistar could compete with him, but the cool thing is the extra added bonus damage that concussive blows on top of Stoneborn Pack allows, getting them that kill.
An IG takeaway red buff as well. That will be exchanged on the opposite side from Flawless. You also take away this Raptors count. I actually think Stoneborn Pact is like a tongue twister. I think you can say that 10 times fast.
It's really difficult.
Yeah, it is.
I
Try that one at home and prove us wrong. Record a video, send it to us.
I was doing the math on it though. At level 2 all-ins, most supports have around 700 HP. I did this on Alistar, by the way, without runes and masteries. Which means that over the 2-second window that Stoneborn Pack will be open, it actually increases your damage by 70, which doesn't sound like a lot.
70? That sounds huge.
Because you get 2 auto attacks off.
Yeah.
And it's 5% your health plus. Yeah, it's pretty massive, which is why that kind of level 2 all-in is just so cheesy ridiculous, because you're getting concussive blows bonus damage and then Stoneborn proc on top of it.
Oh, Flawless. He went to the wrong bush. He's on top of the miasma. Just get the repel off. Just towards the minions.
Oh, no.
Oh, Kid still had flash. Okay, there's Cocoon coming in. And Rookie is chasing him down. Flash, auto attack. The little snake follows him after. We'll pick up the kill.
Ah, and that's so rough because it's the double buffs on Cassiopeia. Like, Talon is actually quite fine in terms of his wave push. It's one of the things that kind of put him back into the meta, not necessarily just the assassin change in general, but that he can push waves or match siege potential with Rake. But now that he's matching against a Cassiopeia with blue, Verdanich loses all of that advantage. Just going to sit back and kind of safely farm.
That's a disgusting mana regen. Oh man, well, yeah, Athena's already evacuated the premises, man. He's gone back to base. He only lose like 2 minions off of that though, so it's not too bad for him. But 2 kills already to IG. Like, again, another game where they just win laning phase.
And that's the thing, if Athena is really struggling to stay in the mid lane now because he's competing across from red buff and blue buff on Cassie, as well as the CS discrepancy that's already started to open up between them, it's not like he can go bottom. His bottom lane already kind of lost. And could try to go top, possibly, if they execute the dive well enough.
It's level 5 versus level 4. It looks
Setting
real
it
good
up.
actually for Aimee. Flaw's coming in. He wants to be tanking first actually, but it's going to go to Amazing J. Actually, just never mind. Duke is just dead. Alright, cool.
He didn't even try to flash. He just resigned himself to that fate.
I mean, when you're in that situation, you're like a level down, you just ding 5, and it's just like, well, it's like a Mal kind of situation. I have so few options to outplay.
Usually, when you're against the Nautilus, though, you'll see players play around the tower a bit more. Duke was trying to get there, just because the thing about Nautilus is that his hook will connect with structures.
Sure.
So against support Nautilus, because I'm a bot lane main, what you'll actually see people doing is when the Nautilus gets control of the wave, if that ever happens, you'll see the AD carry stand behind the structure because they can't pull them off.
Yeah. The problem is, at top lane, has a top lane main, he will just walk up and just hit you with staggering blow, and if it's Elise, then she just follows up with Cocoon.
And just will juggle the tower aggro.
Yeah, and by that time he's already gone around the corner and is just gonna dread find you. So there's actually no good time to Twisted Advance.
This is actually good, and this is something that I didn't talk about. So I kind of gave the lane to Rookie because he had the double buffs given to him, but I'm going to retract that statement even though Rookie still has the EXP advantage, simply because Cassie doesn't have her flash, and so that's an oversight from me. Without the flash, it pretty much paints this giant target on Rookie's face that he is in danger because it's an Elise. So he has to play pretty far back or only push when he knows 100% where the enemy jungler is, because even without ultimate, Athena and Flawless can kill him.
Flawless even taking Crab on top side. And, alright, I will talk about top lane because this is one of the few times we see triple Darren's ring on someone. This is something like you go for if you're really crushing a lane or you really need help. It's like one or the other. And he just needs to try and survive at the moment. Like, the fact that he's now got triple Darren's ring plus level 6 will give him the mana regen to actually help him out, because his Q now costs extra mana per level, so it will actually help him sustain through lane. It's not great, it's very not good in terms of item efficiency per slot, but it is in terms of gold. So for the early game, it's just a stopgap.
I actually don't mind it so much on Maokai though, just because he is such a low econ top laner. It feels like this dude can have like Ninja Tabi and like a cow and be unkillable, especially now that he has kind of the flat health. And when you look at these two AD carries in particular, who's actually going to kill him? Like,
it's true. Yeah, there's very few people to kill him in this scenario. It's
at
actually
least
nice.
early game.
At least early game. Yeah, because Maokai is a champion who just like builds an item, commits to item, builds item, commits to item. It's not just like, I'll get like 6 components and then 2048 it and just turn it into like bigger items. It does mean with triple Darren's, he does have to sell fast at some point, so he won't upgrade that or anything. So that's one thing you lose, because you will want boots so you can get in range for Twisted Advance, but that's the only thing. He's pretty good with 3 Darren's.
that's what Flash is for, Pulse.
It's true, yeah, what was I thinking? Yeah. Anyway, Rocky's pushing in the mid lane here. He's still got a slight advantage over Athena, but it's actually not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Amazing J is coming down, though, on top of Rocky.
This is a party.
Oh, man, there are so many people in mid lane.
Oh, no.
He lands the ultimate onto Amazing J, but it was actually the wrong way. He tried to do the animation cancel thing.
That was so unfortunate. That's one of the bug fixes on 7.5 actually is removing that possibility. So like you said, it hits the Nautilus and the Elise gets the free cocoon.
Because it actually, like, if you go and rewind that, the animation played on the side he wanted to go to, onto the 3 people. But instead it hit the... Oh, yeah, we get to see it. All right. I hope we get slow-mo on this.
This just feels bad,
this
though.
sucks. Animation? Yep.
Oh.
Wrong way. And that was one of the bug fixes. I actually really disliked that bug fix because I felt like it did give her a lot of extra power, especially on the high end for players who understood how to use that mechanic. But the fact that he just tried to do it right there and just got wrecked because of it is, yeah, it feels awful.
At first, I was looking at Flawless and I was like, "Wow, Flawless played that so well. He actually just skirted the edge of the ultimate." And I was like, actually, that went behind him. Swing and a miss. It's okay, Rookie.
I actually remember one of the like the early days when that mechanic was being discovered and Power of Evil was like telling me about it. I was like, that's BS. You can't do that. And he showed me in a custom game. I was like, that's broken. It's like, what? Animation canceling the ultimate. But yeah, it's finally been removed. This is one of those small things. I guess the same thing as like Nidalee, animation canceling, that type of thing.
Man, it's all about the Lux. Lux laser.
Lux laser?
You're never going to see that animation cancel in a game.
Yeah, nope. They also removed like the Alawi one recently as well. That one was actually busted. But I think the Cassiopeia one was one of the cool interactions. Is Duke going for an exciting trade onto Amazing Day. He's going for the minions.
They're clearing out creeps.
Yep.
Duke's like triple Doran ring, like, who's your master now? The one ring to rule them all.
Look at this, I did 15% damage to you. Oh, kid, now this is an actual fight. Flawless almost kills him in one combo. We'll jump back to the wood just in case Rookie turned the corner. He has Petrifying Gaze back up.
I mean, that's the thing about Elise versus Graves in the matchup. It's pretty much like, who has Fog of War? If you have Fog of War, you win the trade.
Yeah.
If not, you lose the trade. Graves, he has got the AoE damage, so he can actually kill her spiderlings while he's just fighting her normally. One of the few jungle duels that matters.
That, yeah.
Where she's got the hard CC. If she finds you from Fog of War, you're going to instantly eat that Q.
Well, Flawless has actually picked up a Dark Seal as well. You very rarely see that. Sometimes you see it from top lanes like Maokai, but not all the time you see a Dark Seal from Jungle. This is one of those games where he was ahead and doesn't feel like he's going to die often. Starlight coming down, and Megan just chasing him out. He's placing down some deep vision. So overall, IG have a good bit of pressure.
It's been this constant tug of war, it feels, in the mid lane. You know, going back and forth, trying to punish the... I know you're like, who said that? Trying to punish the summoners. They've been doing a good job making sure that the talent has been locked down. He hasn't gotten a lot of ability to roam. But it just feels like if it's not Amazing J roaming into it, or Flawless, it's Megan or Kid trying to peek their head into this creep, or this mid lane.
Really good miasma from Rookie. Completely blocked off Flawless. And has the tier as well. So Rookie's just scaling. He's doing that scaling thing. Athena has the Schroeder Dirk. Has not really roamed yet. Not really found that option. Bot lane, Jinjiao on his way towards Blade of the Ruin King on Caitlyn. So he's not going for the norm build that we see, which is the build that turns on at 3 items.
The question for me would be, what does he build after Blade? You would assume that it would be the Hurricane still and go for the attack speed, whereas Ashe has a bit more flexibility where she can either go for the Hurricane or, more common, is going for the Black Cleaver because she wants the benefit of the CDR.
Black Cleaver is nice.
Makes the early part of the build feel a bit odd though, because you're getting the health versus the
Like a
longsword
Phage and a
changes.
Kindle Gem and say, well, yeah, okay. 2 to 2 in kills, but the first dragon to IG.
And
Still
again,
opening up.
you have to go back to IG's superior vision control. They did have priority. Hold on. Oh god, he flashed.
Flash and Rookie, I mean, he's just going to attack the backside of Flawless as he backs away. I guess he was just real angry after that mid lane gank. But yeah, I actually don't see how that was going to work ever unless he was like predicting the predict from Flawless and he would like turn around for some reason.
Gambled quite a bit on it. Should note that Amazing J is on that Raptor cam, so Rookie could be in trouble from a dive. There's a lot of members here.
Amazing J goes onto this tower. It was nice play from Aimee, but the minions are going to dissipate rather quickly, so IG will get the defense on this. And it's Duke also heading down, but he can't deal with Amazing J, so he has to actually just double back and 180 it to top lane once more. Flawless is waiting. He really wants Rookie. He knows it's without flash. Miasma's down, and is just pushing in the mini wave.
Just trying to reset it. And the fact of the matter is this is an incredibly long lane phase. We're coming in, what, 14 minutes in the game, and all towers are still standing.
For LPL, that's crazy. For EU, this is still like we just started the game. We're looking at another like 15 minutes before we get our laning phase.
What was the biggest change between EU and LPL?
How fast early games are, I think. Yeah, because we definitely exit laning phase at like half an hour. And by that time, the game has already ended in LPL.
35 minutes, so like, it's time to siege inner, boys.
Yeah, everyone's got like 4 items, and then like first tower drops, and it's like, ah, yes, excellent. Like I've casted so many games where it's 21 minutes, 0 kills, and it's just like so many dragons have gone down, but it's just like everyone's still normal lane assignments. I guess that was one of the big changes, yeah. People like to fight in the LPL.
My favorite thing about that top little skirmish there, speaking of fighting, was the Amazing J. He made the little question mark ping, like, Maokai, what's up, man? Like, why'd you jump on me?
Yeah.
And now in the response play. Poor Duke.
I don't see any way that Duke gets out of this. No, there's the CC chain, like, it's just so easy. Like, staggering blow, ultimate, cocoon, Athena for damage. They kill him. This is a little bit riskier. Yeah, repel. Go with the aggro. There's no minions. Yeah, you back away from that tower. The tower is actually stronger than Duke in that situation.
That damage reduction, but it is quote-unquote a race, but not necessarily between bottom and top. There we go, cameraman.
Yeah.
It's actually between the mid and the top lane. That said, tempo advantage, Aimee, they pick it up first. Oh, and they teleport to it. Are they going to save it?
This is going to be close. Okay, we'll get it.
Riptide? No, they got it.
Kid's tanking. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Amazing J doesn't have anything left in the tank after diving poor Duke in the top lane. And this is what I was saying at the start of the game for us. Like, you give a star player like Duke Maokai. Like, why? Of all the things that you could have done, you knew he was laning into like Amazing J. If he was like Northless into Maokai, I'd be like, alright, sure. But like, of all the tank picks,
What's interesting to me is that Duke's reputation was the 1v1 top laner really
Yeah.
for SKT. I mean, he played a lot of, you know, the poppies because they were
Yep.
just so strong at that time
Everyone played
period.
Poppy.
But he was always so good in the lane phase. And it was kind of his teleport timings that weren't necessarily bad for SKT. But you could see that, you know, they looked better when they had Marn on their team for their teleports and how they were flanking. Where it's almost kind of the opposite. Like, Duke still has that incredible 1v1 potential on IG, but this is now 2 games in a row, Shin and Maokai, where they're really putting pressure on him, especially against Amazing J, to make these teleport and team-based plays. And it's cool that he's stepping up and showing that he has kind of matured and grown in his own style.
I guess so, but he's 0-2.
Well, he's a Maokai!
Yeah, I know, exactly. Like, don't pick
Who's gonna
Maokai.
kill
It's
him?
fine if you pick Shen. Like, Shen is at least a duelist, so you get to mid-game and
I'm
Twilight
getting a lot
Assault's
of-
still going to do something against Nautilus.
Getting a lot of tree hate from you right now. Like,
I'm just saying, you
I
got
don't know what
nerfed into the
vegan
ground.
pissed you off.
Look,
but
I mean, like, look, man, he just doesn't do anything. Like, he clicks W on someone, and like all his talent is going to waste. Like, I love the old days of like, it was like Duke and Smeb and like Someday, all these crazy good like top Korean laners, and it was like great to watch. And seeing a guy like Duke get relegated to, I'm gonna click W on their backline, and maybe I'll use Flash.
You know, I had a really good conversation, speaking of EU, with Mithy about this, and he was like, you cannot play anything but a... I was, for some reason, was trying to imitate his accent there. We're going to stop that. We're just going to kill that right there. You cannot play anything but a tank top laner in this meta. And he was like, the unfortunate thing about EU teams is that you guys have top laners that will play like the Swains and like the crazy counter picks, so it makes this really convoluted top lane meta. But he said that the game is played around the bottom lane, and if you don't play that tank, you almost automatically lose against a global team because they're just going to TP bottom with the tank, and you won't be able to do anything. You're going to get down there with like your Swain or something. You're just going to be so worthless comparatively to like the Maokai or the Nautilus. Now, naturally, the top lane meta has shifted since that discussion with Mithy. We have the different itemization coming through, like the changes to Black Cleaver, which empower things like Renekton a bit more. But still seems pretty true for at least this game.
Yeah, it is, but it's also like the ecosystem, and depending on like what it is situationally, and I think that's the evolution, right? Is that depending on the situation, sometimes like that theory. Wow, Athena gets it right there.
I mean, the
does come
issue.
into play.
The issue is that there's just more to play around in the bot side.
Yeah.
The Dragon's down there, you have more members, so more people can get fed, you have more engage tools on the ecosystem of the AD carries like the Ashes and the Varus and the Jins that were so popular then, that it didn't make sense to expend the resources to get the snowball top laner ahead, to put time and money into the Fiora.
Instead, we'll get the mid laner ahead. Starlight being chased down, but Athena and Flawless being there is enough to dissuade IG from looking for this fight. Yeah, we'll back away there, and Starlight will get his 5 a day, or be pretty healthy, and come back down into River. Dragon is up, so both teams will be looking for it right now.
And I may also have the added bonus that they already have the top lane tower down, so they can also play around the bottom lane tower, but
teleport.
here's the deep TP.
Going on someone, Athena down into
They're
the shadows.
dead.
IG opening up, Duke, the flash out of the cocoon. Now that was actually sick. Jumped onto Amazing J. Rest of the team from IG will chase down Aime. They lose their mid lane. Athena chased over the wall. Marge will find him. Jin Zhao, look, I'm going to outplay you with W. I'm Duke. There we go. He'll back away. And Megan chasing him down. Concussive blows. Kid will get him as well. There's no chance of getting out of this one. And that was a 1 for 4 in favor of IG.
The power of Maokai. Do you believe, Pulse? He just clapped that team.
Hey, I'm not saying it's a bad pick. I'm just saying that his talents are wasted from Wing people. but-
He even sold one of his little precious rings.
He did. But look how deep into his item build he was. This was like 20 minutes in, so it's really efficient up until that point.
And we talked about this earlier in the game, that hilarious moment where because it's Ashe and Caitlyn, he wouldn't be punished by a triple Torrens ring build because he doesn't need the armor. Like, who's going to kill him at this point? He has all MR. So we take a look at that fight. The one member that you need to look is this guy. Bam, just clap straight into the back line.
Oh.
He absorbs so much damage, and Rookie just annihilates him. That was disgusting.
Yeah.
Hilarious moment, though, is when Talon parkours over the wall, and he's like, I'm alive, JK. Dragon.
Yeah, Dragons was there to meet him. It's like this arrow just like flies over the terrain and hits him in the back. Man, yeah, that was a really great team fight from IG, honestly. Like everything, the stars aligned. Rookie hits the ultimate. Duke dodges the cocoon.
And that's the cool thing about Invictus Gaming. They now, if they win this game, will beat IMA with 2 different compositions in 2 very different executed ways.
Yeah.
First game, a semi-global pick composition. Second game, a very standard 5v5 run at you against IMA of all teams.
That was a real nice sidestep from Jinjiao. Flawless is going to chase after him. The flash, Cocoon onto Megan. I think he's going to be the sacrificial Braum in this one. Margin Kid will definitely leave him to the Wolves. Oh, maybe we're leaving Kid behind as well. Get out of there, Marge. Be the last survivor.
I mean, at this point, if they continue to play like this just makes RNG versus IMA that much more exciting as well.
Yeah, actually, for sure, yeah. And IMA, turn
Hello?
on to Baron. Oh, okay. I mean, Rookie's here. Margin as well. No ultimate. Rookie has the ultimate. Duke, no TP. It's down to half. This looks really good for IMA, actually. Traps coming down. Rookie, he's going to reveal them. Smite should be coming through now. Smite it over to Flawless. How much damage can IG do? They lose Megan. It's now 2 versus 5. Starlight low. Athena as well. Duke refusing to take damage for the most part, but Rookie can't get any damage down. Amazing Jay standing in front of his face, and he just cannot chunk through him. Petrifying Gaze. What a sidestep from Jinjiao. The instant turnaround. Duke should be falling. Break comes out. Rookie falls. And Megan too late. IMA with the unofficial ace plus a Baron.
So incredibly well played. Do want to give props to Jinjiao, like you said, sidestepping the arrow in the top lane and then sidestepping the ultimate there. Rookie was kept kiting back into that corridor because he had the Cassiopeia ultimate. I was like, he's sitting on that for a really long time. You know, he didn't burn it immediately on the Baron pit because he was trying to lure them into that trap. But IG read him like a, IMA read him like a book.
That was really cool. Like, Jinjiao is...
Good.
I don't know what happened to that guy, but Megan will jump away. No, he's not getting away. Amazing Day will shut him down, and Flawless will collect that kill. But I just don't know what happened to Jinjiao. They just, like, I don't know, gave him the superhero, like, whatever they did to Captain America.
Had his Wheaties.
Yeah, like, it's insane. Absolutely insane.
Well, Jinjiao does mean trying to find like a Wolverine origin story for him. Technically, his name means Golden Horn.
Ah, that's a superhero name. It's great. Maybe he was the guy with the super suit.
I feel like Amazing Jay's still more of a Frozo.
Yeah, and he actually does have a suit, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, no, I see it.
It's hard though. I mean, Jinjiao, he used to be the sub 80 carry behind Daft for EDP before he joined IMA's roster. So he certainly has played, you know, backseat or second fiddle to very impressive 80 carries.
Here's IG looking to fight back though. Megan on the front lines along with Duke, but they are getting shredded. The backline cannot even get involved. Athena now joining the fight. Big ultimate in from Rocky. Is it enough though? Athena coming out. Marge will flash away. Gets the turnaround. Kid should be falling. He's still alive. Duke is playing bodyguard for the side of IG. They lose the tower, but it is still 1 kill. Jinjiao coming in. Amazing Jay gonna fall as well. Duke will get smacked down by Amazing Jay. Big messy end to the fight. It'll be a 2 for 2.
And the issue with Invictus Gaming, like everything was going right their way about 5 minutes ago. And yes, they lost the Baron, but they keep missing key CC on key targets. They're just not executing the 5v5 well enough. And unfortunately, it's now kind of snowballed where the gold disparity has ballooned to about 5k. I don't know if they're going to get another opportunity to look for a 5v5, and even if that CC hits, if it'll be enough.
So, it was really off that one big play from IMA, and that's the X factor from IMA right there. It's like, yeah, we got 2 picks, pick up the Baron, we'll fight you again. And now they're in a real dominating position.
I mean, it literally is like the Cocoons will hit, or the Dredge line hits. Because you look at, you know, Talon and Caitlyn, they're not massive right now. Caitlyn's in between a lot of her items. She's got like the variety bucket there going for her. Whereas you have like the Ashe, who's Black Cleaver into Blade of the Rune King. Cassiopeia puts up so much sustained damage, but you know, the Ashe arrow's whiffing, or it's hitting the Lulu support.
Did you know, Frosk? IMA are on the way.
On the way mid.
to mid lane.
I love multilingual
They
teams.
are still on the way. Amazing Day. He's so big at the moment. Megan gets dragged in. He's just going to fall instantly to Jinjiao. And that's a 4 versus 5 defense with Baron still on the side of IMA. I actually can't believe it's still running. It's only got a little bit left on it, so maybe one more minion wave. Yeah, this last minion wave for the push. Jinjiao's got the poke down. Looks like they should be able to clear this one away. Amazing Jay is taking all of this damage. Duke on top of him. Arrow will land as well. Amazing Jay's still alive. kept alive by Lulu in the end, and this tower, more auto attack from Jinjiao, and nails it. Rookie backing off, and he'll clear out this minion wave.
And that was best case scenario for Invictus Gaming, only dropping the mid inhib tower right there. So they haven't lost an inhibitor yet.
Yeah, only at 25 minutes into the game. Oh, they only lost a middle inhib tower.
Things could be worse.
Yeah, things could be worse. They could have lost the game, and we saw that at the start of the day, right? So the game could be over. At least this is a Cloud Dragon.
I feel like this is a good lesson, though, between responsibility. So if you look at Invictus Gaming's scoreboard, everyone, their key member right now is Kid. 4-1-4. He's got pretty much all of their gold.
Yep.
Big boy, big graves. If you look at Aime, flawless, 6-2-6. I found where all their damage is coming from. It's that Dark Seal.
Oh, is that like 10 stacks?
Yeah, it's pretty big right
Yeah.
now. He is just destroying people. But this is the issue. Like, out of all of IG's members, are you going to give responsibility to Kid to carry the game? Or would you rather that gold and those kills be on someone like Rookie or even Duke?
Or even Duke, who's probably about to die. Oh, really nice twisted advance. He's going to make the best of the tools that he has, which is basically twisted advance. So he's going to click that one button really well.
Dodge right underneath the cocoon.
Yeah.
Still looking good on one champion with one outplay ability.
Yeah, honestly. That is definitely the truth. Man, if this goes to 3 games, then IG, I pray that you give Duke like not a carry champion, but someone who can duel people, and then give Kid like the control pick.
I would bet a lot that they would probably go that direction. I don't think that IG, if they lose this game, which they're pretty far in the hole right now,
Yeah.
because this is still a very strong 5v5 comp. They do have good pick potential if Aime aren't, perfect on their vision or kind of face check into a bad area. But unfortunately for IG, there's no reason for Aime to kind of wander off the path because they want that inhib.
Yeah.
But I would think that they would go more towards a siege comp or a split push comp and not try to 5v5 against Aime.
I mean, even like the first 5v5 that they played was immaculate. It was just the fact that they got picked, they went for the Baron, and then the advances went over to Aime, right? It was not so much of an individual mistake, but I guess just being too far extended, so by definition that's an individual mistake. Mid lane being pushed in by Aime. Amazing J still is an unkillable monster. Flawless caught out. That's really nice from March. He's trying to poke away, try to chip away at Amazing J. Kid on the backlines, he'll be forced to back off. Marge is caught out. There's no one to defend him. First casualty will be the ADC. Duke gonna jump onto Amazing J. He's now getting sliced out from Starlight and Jin Jiao, cutting through his bark armor. And that'll be the inhib dying. Another kill. And Aime choose to back away.
And again, that was kind of best case scenario for a fight for Invictus Gaming. Their CC finally hit a good target. Unfortunately, Flawless is still alive, and Starlight doing a wonderful job interrupting so much of Rookie's DPS by using that polymorph offensively. Oh no, Spiderlings.
Yep, they definitely died.
That it just makes me feel bad.
And there'll be more. I mean, like, spiders have...
What is that? What is that range?
I didn't know she could do that. Damn, 650 range is a lot. Baron being started off. Megan, TP. This is deep TP. It's on top of Kid as well. It's just trying to stall him out at the moment. He needs to get over this wall. He's going to flash red. He actually flash red. Oh, it's too early. 100 health off. He's going to die for it. Now here's the turnaround. Aime are going to run down someone. It will be the back away. Actually, just not choosing to go for Duke. Yeah, we're just going to play this one safe. Back to base. And we're out. Was that the... No. That was another assist over to Amazing J. So Amazing J still 100% kill participation.
And really well set up by Aime. That's kind of back-to-back Barons right now. Again, the first one they got off in numbers advantage, but look at their vision. So many control wards. The fact that they then coordinated that with a deep teleport behind the pit. Amazing J trying to disrupt the only potential steal that IG had. And to sum up Kid's career, he gets in the pit, but he's just slightly too early.
Yeah.
Fun fact about Kid, he 1v1 killed Imp when he was an 80 carry.
Wow.
When Imp was playing well, too. Like, everyone remembers Kid because of
Yeah.
his ridiculous non-damage that he did at Worlds. But back in Season 1 and 2, Kid was actually a great 80 carry. One of the best Ezreal players in the world.
This is a big far cry from that accolade.
Just too early. He just peaked too early.
Peaked too early. IG, Let's see if you can pull it out of the bag. It doesn't look likely. It does seem like this is a game 3 on the horizon. I may have made a lot of nice moves this game to pull it back and overtake IG. Siege coming in. Amazing J is flanked by these traps, but he's taking a bunch of damage out from Mard. This is constant chip damage from Jin Zhao behind these minions, and Rookie, now he's pushed away from the Piltover Peacemaker, so this will go. Megan, well, why were you there? Gets taken out, steps barely in front of Duke, he falls, and now this fight should be all over to Aime with a redemption coming down. Amazing J will get the staggering blow down onto the jungler. It's a 1 for 2 so far. Jin Zhao's going in though, he's onto Kid, gets the headshot. That'll be another kill. And Aime, it looks like you just need to finish off and sign the paperwork as they move on to these Nexus turrets. Amazing J leading the charge once more. Has not died once this game. Has perfect kill participation. He'll turn on to Kid. He's looking for another one. Just make sure you tag Duke as well so you keep this 100% alive. Yeah, he'll turn on to Duke. He'll go down into the Guardian Angel. And it's just a matter of padding up the stats, choosing for the Nexus. And that's all I may need to do to finish this one off. It's a good turnaround win. And we're going to game 3. I may take game 2.
Amazing J turns to Flawless, and their hands collide right there. That started in the top lane, and it pretty much snowballed from there.
That was a nice game in the end there from Aime. It was a little bit dicey after that dragon fight, but the fact that they turned those 2 picks into what was just a cascading play that resulted in the win, I mean, credit to them.
Aime have always been so good at punishing even the slightest mistake. You cannot give them any sort of inch, and I don't know why teams continue to try to take them to 5v5s. Like, Aime have proven that they're not the smartest team, but they have one trick and they execute on it really well. So why play into that?
Yeah, just play what you're good at. Play your own composition, and that's what IG did in game 1. So welcome back, Rusty. Very different game that we saw here.
Yeah, this is kind of what we expect from Aime, even in the first game. It wasn't really there in game number 1. This is much more them. Firstly, Amazing J being his champion, not flexing it to Starlight, who does look a lot better on the Lulu, and Flawless, again, a very smart jungler, was trying to find Kid the whole time, was mapping him out. Aime looked a lot cleaner. The only difference was Athena wasn't that big. Yeah.
This is my thing, though, that we look at the damage graph, is I feel like Flawless did a wonderful job controlling the early part of the game, you know, giving pressure back to Athena in the mid lane on the Talon, making sure that Nautilus got snowballed ahead, and then handing over that baton to, like, a finely tuned and prepped Jin Zhao to just go huge on Caitlyn.
Yeah,
It really
Jin
was
Zhao's a beast.
it was like a rally race in the end there coming out from Aime. To me, it actually seems like if we're talking about the MVP, there are 3 strong candidates because the early game was set up, then it was Jin Zhao going off, and also Amazing J, like perfect kill participation. He got his champion and he just went huge on it. So for you guys, who is the MVP?
I mean, I'd give it to Amazing J. I feel like his kill participation doesn't actually speak enough towards what he actually did for this game, and the fact that he's on his signature champion and played a signature performance, you know, it speaks towards his potential.
Yeah, and to be fair, those picks were really off the back of him hitting those red lines and then getting those picks into those team fights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they also focused his lane, to be fair, as well. And this is
But
the one
he's
thing.
prepping the wave and
Yeah.
calling for it.
Exactly. And this is what I really like about Aime. So when you actually highlighted how the game started out, I looked at it and was like, okay, they picked Maokai and Nautilus. They're a bunch of Muppets, or they're going to get Graves up here and gank. He might do like the level 3 explosive plank gank through the river. You don't often see that as much anymore. He ganks bottom at level 2. That is unexpected to the point where obviously it works and they get a kill. But Flawless immediately just says, we're going top lane. Amazing J preps a wave, and then they just walk in and kill him. And the thing is back and forth. This is a reasonably close game where they've just decided they have one strong lane each. And there was this one moment, again, just like we said in game number 1, you know, where hope was there for Aime in game number 1. It was actually there for Invictus Gaming in the second, and that's through a dragon fight that we actually had. So the replay of this is the one positive that I would honestly say that we had. Firstly, Athena's locked up. There's an Ash arrow that hits him, and then Duke gets a teleport in. Even though he focuses Amazing J, the big thing is the Cassiopeia damage because it's an AoE behind the tank. Naturally, everyone in Aime feels like they're safe behind their tank, and he hits 4 people. Doesn't matter if any of them get stunned or not, because he's still going to be a Cassiopeia. And at this point, this is a great idea. This is what their comp's meant to do, right? Braum's in front of his team. Everyone is protected behind him, and then Maokai flanks. Gets the flank off and actually gets a successful fight after that. And that's how they should win. Did not happen once after that, because Braum was dead literally every single time they even looked at a fight.
Yeah, and it was really based off of those picks as well. Like the big turning point actually was like the top play into the Baron, and then everything just kind of got out of control.
Yeah, and realistically, when you are talking about all of these strengths of IG, you have to contrast that with Flawless again and Amazing J, because the front line of IMA was never going to die. That is literally the biggest Titan that you've ever seen parading through a top lane. And just by being able to generate these further picks, go to the Baron, get the objectives consistently and without fail, IG want to fight them. And again, we spoke about this in the first game. The pace that IG had was trying to be quick, trying to force IMA to make bad decisions by being here. But Starlight on Lulu was one of the best performances that I've seen from a Lulu, because he always uses the W to lock down Rookie. Rookie never got an ult off when he should have, because he was turned into a critter.
No, 100% agree. And the fact that Rookie is stalling back so long, trying to kite them onto this ramp, and then you have Jin Zhao and Starlight both dodge the ultimate. And yes, I agree with you. Starlight using Polymorph offensively so well. And it's again, like, who do you give the MVP to? Amazing J was amazing. Flawless was incredible. Jin Zhao sidestepping so many key ultimates.
Yeah.
And Starlight performing his duty.
Yeah,
It
and when
was
you give a
so-
Cassiopeia a job, right, in IG's team composition, this is the big concern for me, and we can discuss that coming into the next game. I think Cassiopeia is good in a Talon. I don't think Rookie should be playing it into Lulu, because you have to wait for the perfect moment. Cassiopeia is very much a perfect moment champion.
Ah, well, China agreed with us. It would be Amazing J with the MVP in the end. But honestly, you could have given that to anyone else on the team, and I wouldn't have been unhappy.
We'll give it to Amazing J, though, for that 100% kill participation. Like we said, really this game started the snowball when the top lane gank came in response to the bottom lane cheese that Graves pulled off. And that's set up by the top laner. Even if it's Flawless, you know, setting the tempo, getting up there, that's Amazing J prepping that wave, making sure that he's hitting the CC and calling his jungler.
And heading into game 3, I think you said it best for us when it was just like, honestly, I think this is probably going to 3 games just because it is IG. And, well, we're here right now. So what do IG do? They just go back to basics, just draft an IG composition regardless of what the enemy is drafting, just play their own game and not try and get drawn into these team fights.
I feel like they can change their strategy from game number 2 back to game number 1. At least have push priority in the top lane. At least give Duke some kind of power there. And don't just let him sit on his hands and hope that Flawless doesn't come up there. Because Flawless is a smart enough jungler to know how his team's meant to win the game. And all junglers will gank the winning lane. It's just common sense that if you want to win the game, you get someone fed. Amazing J is a very good person to get fed. So Duke needs to be able to at least hold his own up there.
Yeah, and that's twice now that Duke has really been put on the back foot. Now, the first time it was orchestrated really well by IMA in their draft, despite the fact that they lost the game. But like Rusty said, and like you and I were talking about the game, I don't think we'll see Duke on a tank this time around.
Yeah, I mean, even Shen has outplay potential, right? You can do more than just click W on people, which was the Maokai game. So he got a lot done in that first fight, but after that, not much he could have done at all. We're going to take a quick break as we prepare for our final game of the day between IG and IMA.
I won't let them take me. No, I won't let them break me. No one on this earth can bring me down. Now I'm standing tall.
Welcome back to the LPL. We're gearing up for our final game of the day. And as Rusty said during the break, didn't we all see that game coming where IG will just lose a game pretty much because it's IG? So we'll head on to our game 3 and actually see who the better team is in the end.
Pretty much. Unfortunately, IG, the team that we don't like to use the word consistent for because we mean the opposite when we talk about them. They are never going to be that. And it does come down to how they generate things after laning phase. Are they able to actually hit a mid game with some kind of strength? Like, do they have strategies that to implement, or are they just banking on winning laning phase? And weirdly enough, this game that we just saw was like the opposite of what IG usually do. They picked to just get through laning phase, and they camped to their bottom lane instead of everything else. That obviously it didn't work.
No.
What's cool though is that they are changing up a little bit. And when you look at IMA and IG, you talk about this all the time, Rusty, that it's like split. What's the word I'm looking for? Like foreign imports, especially when they bring on new ones. So in IMA's case, it's Flawless, it's Starlight. In Invictus Gaming's case, it's Marge, Megan, and Duke.
Yeah.
It's not a spring split roster, it's a summer split roster. You know, they're looking towards the late game international
Development run. Yeah.
Exactly. So the fact that these two teams are kind of peaking so early or showing such strong signs so early kind of in their trajectories is actually really comforting for me.
It is a nice part of it, and we are seeing what the strong parts of each team are, right? And as soon as like Flawless came in, it's just like, damn, Flawless is actually really good. Has improved the team like tenfold. You bring this away from me. I need my coffee. And IG, yeah, like they have strong points as well, but they didn't really flex them in that last game. Definitely trying something new. And you were saying, is it just a fact of like maybe we've won game 1, we'll just do some crazy game 2. Maybe it was a bit of experimentation. Just saying, well, we think we are the superior team, so we're just gonna try something different. We'll go for the team fight against the team fighting team. It didn't work. Let's go back to basics.
I feel like it's just disrespecting IMA above all else, right?
But everyone does it. Like every team who fights IMA does the same thing.
And I can understand they're 1-0 up, so they can afford to do this. But if you're going to pick a losing lane and you're against a smart jungler in Flawless, his communication to his team's actually irrelevant. He knows where to go. You've picked a lane that can get dove, and so he's going to dive it. And that's where you have to look at Kid. And is it actually draft disrespect, or is it play style that's the problem? Like, is Kid saying, let's just cheese bottom because bottom was the problem? Jin Zhao's a really good player, and then forego what his team needs to win. Like, there's a lot of really weird contrast to draw here. It feels like it could be disrespect. It also could just be that they stop thinking and turn their brain off when they're 1-0 up.
Maybe. But it also came out from the champion select, right? Like giving the Maokai to your big carry in the top lane. Like Kid then goes Graves and gets really fed. And so maybe it's a combination of both. It might be column A, column B type thing.
It's a fair strategy as well, right? But it is relying on the jungler if you're going to pick Duke a losing lane. If you get the Maokai going, though, you get him to an item successfully. Like, I can see the merit in 3
and you get like a
Dorans.
car-based situation where he's just like an unkillable Maokai.
Exactly.
But, same.
I just, giving the responsibility onto Kid when you have, I talk about this all the time, when Rookie and Duke on your team, I find it quite inexcusable. But like you said, highlighting that Marge and Megan are struggling against Jin Zhao and Starlight, which is also frankly kind of unacceptable because Starlight's, you know, brand new. Like Jin Zhao is playing super well, but he should not have the consistent synergy that someone like Marge and Megan have, who've been playing 8 weeks of the LPL.
That's true. I just think it comes down to them picking Graves to gank bottom for the Braum, right? Like, auto-attack champions, hit level 2, they cheese the lane. Makes sense because a Braum's going to set them up for all of this. It's still going to be a Lulu and a Caitlyn. So if they get the Caitlyn behind, the Lulu was still relevant. And then the Nautilus can work with the Lulu. And suddenly they've still got a mid-game, whereas IG don't.
Will they ever ban Lulu?
Great question.
Find out next time.
How many Lulu bans have we seen in like the LPL? I feel like it's significantly lower than every other region.
Ban Malzahar before they ban Lulu, which just kills me.
It's like first pick like all the time. It's like the first pick.
I think there's 7 episodes of yelling left before we find out if they will.
Yeah.
We're still powering up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Feels bad. I was watching an LCK game where it was left open until like final rotation. It was like, why? And then Brand was picked into it. It's like, oh, okay. So maybe we'll get a game like that. I'd love to see Brand support. Everything is good. I'm pretty sure it lost, but we'll see.
I'm sure you would as the former EU caster.
Yeah. Look at my boy. Man, League Jesus. What an era. Anyway, IG versus IMA final game of the day. Lee Sin Fizz Camille, same as every other pick and ban. from IG here, up against Aime, and Rengar, Rumble, and Jace in against IG. Will be Elisa the first pick. Ooh, we're shaking things up here for us, Kieran.
How dare you disrespect the Lulu?
Ah, an instant first pick of Lulu. There was like no waiting time. It's just like, Lulu, Lulu, you're getting Lulu.
Lulu does it all. She absorbs a lot of the assassins, the burst. She helps with a lot of the pushing priorities. She has flexibility in the keystones that she offers. So many of the builds, especially now that we're on 7.5, are going more of that on-hit attack speed. She works really well with that in the Whimsy or with the help picks to help the trades in lane. Like, she's never, ever weak. And she just denies so much. She's like what Janna should have been.
She actually just is better Janna at the moment. Yeah, for sure.
But don't you hate it when you get those people in solo queue and they play her like Janna, where they only help picks you when you're about to get hit and you're like, thanks.
Yeah, I mean,
Nailed
like,
it.
I mean, Janna is the pick where it's just like, if you don't know how to play support, you just sit at tower and hit shield on people.
No, do not tell people that that's how you play Janna.
I'm not. I'm
That is
saying it's
actually
terrible.
false.
It tilts me so much because it's so easy to override them. It's just like, up, shields down, hit them. So Flawless again with the Graves pick. Kid will pick up Varus for his ADC, and they're actually just picking bot in here, it looks like. Unless Rookie will swap it up at the last second, but it seems like it will be Karma and Varus. And yeah, now over to Aime. Let's see what they go for.
Yeah, so I see your Lulu and I raise you a Karma, so taking just adds obnoxious a caster support. That said, Karma definitely has easier push potential.
Yeah. Oriana picked up. It's going to be Syndra banned out against Rookie.
You'd assume that Ashe would be banned here. So if they ban the Ashe and Caitlyn, it gives automatic push priority to the Karma Varus lane because there's no other champion then that can compete with Varus's AoE and line wave clear on top of Karma shove. So I like that adaptation.
And Kog'Maw also
What?
banned with Zed aimed at Rookie. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So that means that the Ashe is 100% going to come through.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Afraid of the Jin Jiao Kog'Maw. It is one of his actual secret pocket picks,
Yeah, and it's also with Lulu, so
but he's also an incredible Ashe player.
pretty much, yeah, either of those picks. It wasn't going to be anything else. So Ashe locked in for Ginger, and IG looking on, what are they looking for? Looking for a mid lane pick and a top lane. Yes, please, this. Pick this. Excellent.
No reason.
Pick that. That's also good.
Ziggs in a mid lane. We haven't seen that since Godby.
Did he win?
No.
Don't pick that. All right, okay, so Shen for Duke. All right, this is an improvement. This is better than Maokai.
I wanted the Fiora though. He
Yeah,
got
I
my
wanted the
hopes
Fiora
up and-
too. Yeah, I mean he was considering it for sure, but
So you would
Shen's
think
fine.
this would be something that would synergize well with the Shen. Now Shen does still work really well with A Karma and B Elise. People always forget about the Shen Karma combo. It's very similar to the Shen Sivir combo, where Karma just speeds up and runs in with Shen on top of her.
Yeah.
But that makes a bit more sense.
Ari coming in for Rocky in the end. So I mean Shen and Ari also great, plus the Karma shield. Like it's one fast fox coming towards you, and there you're just probably gonna die.
It goes back to playing that very quick tempo pace game that IG are trying to set the pace for. You know, can they get Rookie out of this mid lane, get him over into those side lanes, and start utilizing and diving with Kid and Duke?
All right, Fruskiren, if you're Aime, why did you pick Maokai instead of Nautilus for Amazing J?
Well, don't really have a good answer for that. Just because Amazing J is like the Nautilus player. Not that he can't play Maokai. Maybe he just prefers the matchup into Shin himself. I don't necessarily prefer it, but
No, I don't think anyone does actually. I mean, it's really good, like levels 1, 2, 3.
it could also be because he wants lockdown for Ari and Varus versus Nautilus, even though Nautilus has that point and click ultimate,
Yeah.
which, like, again, I'm like trying to dig really deep to like
Yeah.
justify the pick, because I feel like everything that Maokai can give the team, Nautilus can do the same. I mean, he'll absorb a lot of magic damage, and you do have Varus, Karma, Elise, Ari, and Shin, so that's a ton of magic damage coming out of that composition, so that might give Maokai a bit of an
Yeah.
edge.
It's also good against like AoE damage, but there isn't that much. Interesting.
I mean, ultimately, he's still going to do the same exact thing for his team, which is we're going to flank, we're going to teleport, and we're going to team fight. This is a very standard composition. Wombo combo. It's a better ball delivery service because he is paired in tandem with the Orianna.
That's true.
It's not like you're going to send the Nautilus to like flash in Riptide Shockwave everyone.
I mean, you may if it is Amazing J.
You know, I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah.
But it's a bit easier with Twisted Advance.
Yeah, that's true. It's a fairly short range, but if you have flash on top of that, but then again, you could have also just done that with Nautilus. What else is there in terms of synergy? I guess like Ashe Maokai is like also a thing.
I'm pretty sure it's like ball delivery service, point and click CC that's on a lower cooldown, and absorbing all of the magic damage that's on IG's comp.
Okay, we'll see if it
Are you not satisfied?
plays out. No, not when I'm looking at Amazing J. I just want to see a top lane matchup.
A Maokai hater.
I am, because I used to main him in season 6, 5. Yeah.
I see how
Got
you
that
got to
Mastery
High
7
Diamond.
points. Yeah, pretty much. Just play Maokai. All right, we're getting into the final game of the day. It's going to be IG versus Aime. And I want a top lane where I get to see Amazing J versus Duke. It's like when you see two of your favorite like superheroes, but like one of them's crippled from like kryptonite or something. And it's like, well, this is dumb. This is stupid. But you actually just want to see them fight on like equal footing. That's how I feel right now.
Well, they're fighting.
What a spicy trade. That was great. Keystones, probably more interesting than this. Wind Speakers, again, for Lulu. Storm Raiders from Flawless.
We've seen this a couple times on Graves, but otherwise, things are fairly standard right across the board. I'm always curious if they're going to take Battle or Fervor of Battle. Battle of Fervor? I can't.
Battle of Fervor. There we go.
It's late.
It is.
He's in that bush.
What are you...
He's peeking in. He's got
what
the ward.
are you trying to do?
Just disrupting them.
Gave him a cue.
Okay, so
Outplayed.
typically junglers usually start their Raptor camp, so a bit of an adaptation there that IG decided to start blue and also have Shin leash it. Will kind of track Kid's progress. Could mean that he does have that clear gang path bottom.
And I was about to tie him out. So yeah, it was Flawless getting tagged, so Rookie knows he's there. So he will be slightly on the bottom side of the lane so he can get away.
What a scumbag, cheesy level 2 red buff gank. Literally did red and then ran mid lane. Like, that is just dirty, Flawless.
It's actually great.
He's taking a note out of Kid's book.
Yeah, but you can often get kills with that because red buff does so much damage early. It's real nasty. So Rookie will have to just play defensive in lane. But he's getting shoved in. Marge even just landing the full combo there onto Jin Zhao.
And you know, we talked about it a little bit during draft, the fact that they decided to ban the Kog'Maw away instead of the Ashe. Still showing that...
Whoa! What an amazing cocoon from Kid. He'll follow after the repel. This should be a kill. Auto attack. Kid with the complete outplay.
Disgustingly well played, but was set up by Margin making having priority over the bottom lane. So again, the Kog'Maw was banned away, they gave away the Ashe, knowing that they had the confidence that they could push in Ashe and Lulu early, open up space, get Kid into Flawless's jungle, and make a play like that. But all of this was really given away by that ward, the early ward on the ramp, because if Flawless had done his normal jungle path, instead of wasting so much time trying to gank mid, Kid wouldn't have had that opportunity.
Because Kid went from buff to camp to buff to blue. And it was just like he had all the time in the world just to scroll over. And what a predict as well on that cocoon. That wasn't quite Swift levels with that top lane gank, but still pretty up there with the quick draw read.
I feel like Kid is probably like the inconsistency problem with Invictus Gaming, because some games he just goes off and he looks amazing and then IG rise with him. But some games, it's a 4v5.
Yeah, he is like IG personified, actually.
He is the legacy player on Invictus Gaming. He has played for IG his entire career. He is one of the oldest, longest-standing players in the LPL.
All right, is it going to be one of those games? Again, the predict on the flash coming in from the cocoon. Megan out of tower range. Starlight cannot save his ADC.
To be fair, I'm going to pump the brakes a little bit because I have a feeling he was aiming for Starlight. And his AD carry flashed into it. So it's like he was going to hit one or the other. He just got the flash and the Ashe in 1-2.
I'm gonna say that was intentional. Flawless on his way to the top lane. He's just pushing in this wave. Duke's gonna back away from this one. Duke even wanted to hit him actually. Yeah, pushing in the wave. Preferential back timing for Amazing J. And that'll
Wow,
be
he
the end
even
of that one.
froze it.
Ah.
And he stopped the
Oh.
back. That hurts.
Okay, this is a little, yeah, this is a little disrespectful from Amazing J. It's just like, I predict that you think I'm actually just gonna back away because I was in fog of war. So he was trying to save like 4 seconds of time. Oh, he's gonna do it again. Yeah, Duke has like the 3-time read on him. This is like,
Just walk to the
Yeah.
down. Oh no!
how to get, man, Duke will actually just go after him again.
He's losing too many creeps though. I think 3 creeps died in that little meander that he took over to the brush. He's like, you're not even worth the gold anymore.
Yeah. That was just a straight up completely read him out. It's like in Smash 4 when you just like completely read someone, you just get like 80 damage for no reason. It's just like, man, this guy just has my number. Amazing J recalling in the exact space that Duke knew he was going to. Big minion wave hitting the tower, so if Amazing J gets here, we might actually just be ahead in farm.
Yeah, that's the thing. Now, good for Amazing J realizing that Duke had built up a big wave because he grabbed all the minion aggro as it came back in, which means that they were focus firing when they came into the next wave, which means that the wave built up, crashed into tower. Amazing J does the correct thing and instead of TPing back, walks back because that big minion wave gives Duke enough time that he'll also be able to walk back. He knows that the Shin is close to level 6, that he still has the teleport, and he couldn't afford to pull the trigger on the summoner.
Yeah, he's going to have to follow him with the TP. He'll be a little bit later, but he'll have to go for it. And as you can see, he's equal farm now, so it's absolutely fine. He's just actually behind in experience, so Duke will hit level 6 before him. So that is one thing that Amazing J will have to look out for. So if IG set up a play right now, they will have a small window.
And you can already see Kid is creeping in that direction, sweeping in, moving his vision forward.
Yeah, probably laners just want to be a little more conservative with how they're playing, because Duke has now hit level 6. Amazing J actually right behind him, he's just also digging 6. So window closed. And Flawless is he's like a subpar valet, I guess. Oh, Cocoon assists his minion and takes a lot of damage out from the Fun Lord on top of the volatile spiraling. But yeah, he's just guiding in these minion ways for his laners. Like the guy is still driving the car, but he's like, this way, sir. The car park is this way. It's like, yes, idiot. Like I know where I'm going.
He's the
like,
GPS system.
yeah, and then he like puts his hand out for a tip and he taxes the lane. It's like, what? Why?
But this is why he keeps getting called to these lanes, is because Invictus Gaming's members keep freezing them on his teammates, and it's so punishing against Jin Zhao specifically because he doesn't have flash right now on the Ashe. That hurts.
Sombrero on the floor. No one's picked it up. Well, he got another one. It's an expendable ultimate. It's going to come back up. Jin Zhao and Starlight getting chased down. Megan, oh, the leash actually fails. Ultimate in from Duke. TP cancelled from Amazing J. Pretty good scenario for Aime.
That said, it's going to, I was going to say TP advantage, but Amazing J then forces Duke to respond with it. So they do a great job of absorbing the play, like you said. Jin Zhao almost punished there for not having flash.
Yeah, if that tether, I think it was maybe on the very tip, had that tether actually stuck, then it would have been at least a summoner, if not a kill.
Dun-dun.
Oh, no one in there. All right, next one.
Contesting the blue.
It's just gone. Wow, actually, no one from Aime wanted to contest. They were split up. It was 3 people against 4.
They don't have the Ashe arrow. They don't have the shockwave. Flawless still isn't level 6.
Yeah, neither is Starlight. So, yep, no, let's give it up. Rookie's been seen out here. Oh no, Jin Zhao backing off. Flash!
Oh!
Good flash out from Jin Zhao. He's still dead, but really nice timing.
I don't care. That guy is so good right now. Oh my god. The window to predict that, you pretty much have to flash. I mean, I guess you would have to flash as soon as you saw his flash.
Yeah. But you don't know he's aiming in that direction.
I mean, what direction? You don't want to flash forward because if he predicts your flash, he's going to throw it forward.
Yeah,
You
right.
don't want to stay still. So, of
So
course,
he goes backwards, yeah. Like, it's so rare you see, like, such a weird angle like that.
who is Jin Zhao now? This is a completely different guy from last year.
It's so rare that you'll ever see casters go into a game and they're, like, really just praising the 0-2 player who's down 30 CS. And it's like, this guy is so good!
I just feel really bad for him because his jungle lost early because he got invaded. His mid lane lost control.
Yeah.
No one is coming to help him.
Yeah.
He's getting ganked by like Karmas and Shins flying at him. He's just like, guys,
Yep.
figure it out.
I mean, this is one of those times I will really just jump on the Jin Jiao train. This guy is actually good. He is playing on Elo Hell.
Dig up.
Dig up. No, you want to dig stairs. Like forwards, Minecraft, stairs. Never dig down. I remember I was thinking of Dom's cast, and he was like, no, you can't. You can actually place water directly below you.
The mechanic is that it falls faster. So if you drop the water while you're falling, it'll hit the lava, change it into dirt, and so you won't instantly die from dropping into lava.
Yeah, I mean, you can also place it on the ground just before you hit the ground, so you don't take falling damage if there's a big cavern. I know this. I've had. I've done many
surprised.
stupid things in Minecraft, but so suck it, Dom. I have more micro knowledge than you on Minecraft. Right now, 2,000 gold advantage to IG rather, and this is another early game for us where IG have the early game advantage. I mean, what a shocker, right? Happens every single time, even in that last game where they lost. It's around, I would say, like 15-minute mark to like the 20-minute mark is where they take up the coin, they flip it. It's just like, all right, Aime, heads or tails?
But the big difference this time, comparatively to game number 2, is that Flawless really didn't have an answer. So while I do agree with you, it is a very different tempo set because Duke's just not, getting repeatedly pushed into the ground by continuous ganks. And again, it's a Maokai Graves. Rusty talked about it last time it was in the hands of Aime. This is what it's supposed to do. Excuse me, Invictus Gaming. They're supposed to gank it repeatedly, get it snowballed ahead, get it ahead of the clock. Didn't happen. Duke's actually pretty happy.
Yeah, he's a happy little Shen.
He's got his,
Top
look
side.
at him, he's got his Tiamat there, so he's
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
well outmatch the pushing power of Maokai.
Yep.
He's got his Spectre's Cow, so that tree's not gonna hurt him at all.
I mean, Amazing Jay's not having like an unhappy game. He's also a happy little tree.
Happy little accident.
Happy little accident.
I still watch it every night before I go to bed. It just
On-
instantly calms me down.
I think there's reruns on Monday as well. I watched that for a little bit.
It's also on Netflix.
Is it really?
I have a very wide taste for
You
my
watched The
Netflix.
Incredibles and then you watched Bob Ross. It's like, damn, all right.
Why am I always in a bad mood?
Yeah, it feels like that should just be like instantly cheered up. Here comes Kid.
Contesting blue every single time, making
Oh.
sure that they're getting the deep vision and then prioritizing the push on the wave that Marge is building.
I thought Aime were waiting there, but they do decide to back away as Megan disappears into Fog of War, so keep wary of him. And it's just waiting for another play to happen. This is a relatively slower game.
More controlled, more
Controlled, yeah, it's a better word.
methodical from
Yeah.
Invictus Gaming. Again, you can clearly see what they want. It's just now a matter of how patient are they going to be, and do Aime have any sort of response? They don't have any deep vision really behind IG. The closest ward that they would have for a possible teleport would be in the brush that's right underneath Varus right now.
Martinez is completely blocking off Rookie's entrance to the mid lane. Take the long route, take the scenic route.
Okay, I think. Nah, Lulu's not in position. They're not going to pull the trigger on it. I was
Yep.
going to say, this would be Aime's moment, that if they want to fight, now's the time.
Charman's into Athena. Ooh, lots of damage in from the Fun Lords on top of that, instantly popping the biscuit. And first tower over to IG, so just increasing those early game advantages. Bot lane now unlocked.
And this will slowly start to bleed over again to the next spawning of the blue buff. So you can see that the timer's popped up. We already know that IG kind of poked their heads into the jungle. Managed to only place down a single ward. I believe it's been cleared out now by Lulu as she's passing back through. But they're resetting their backs. It just now popped. There's a bit of a race for Athena and Flawless to quickly grab it before IG decide that they want to move in.
Yeah, Starlight's trying to figure out if he's actually completely cleared it. Like, he's been in that jungle for like 40 seconds.
Now, I believe
Seeing-
he missed the ward too. His head's been blocking
Yeah.
it. Nope, it's
I can't tell, actually.
some sort of, oh, it's a blast plant.
Yeah.
Or not a blast plant, a Scryer's Brim.
Yeah. But they did see the Scry's Bloom go over them just as IG went away, so it's going to be blue buff going over finally to Athena. Ooh, 14 minutes in the first blue buff. And now backs coming in from Aime. This is a potential window for IG to go for that dragon. It is only a cloud dragon though, so Not super high priority.
There's no reason to engage for the Cloud unless it's for free right now. I actually like what they're doing, sending Marge back towards the bottom side to pick up the free wave. You can see that there's about a 40 CS difference between Jin Zhao and Marge. A lot of that is because, you know, Kid's been so effective in that lane. They did have the superior 2v2 push, as well as Duke kind of reared his head, not necessarily through successful games, but pressure. But just continuously kind of isolating the 1v1s and the 2v2s and naturally accumulating CS leads and winning.
Oh, there we go. Now that Flawless top side, giving it a little bit. Jungler hasn't shown his head. Well, just go for Dragon. That's the first one of the game. I didn't get to see what the second one was, but we'll see in a second. And Flawless is on his way to this mid lane. Rookie will come in for the play. He had Marge and Megan behind him. Flawless is like, why would you be so aggressive? Well, everyone else is here. Oh, flash out of the shockwave. Chain of Corruption onto Starlight and the Chain CC. Oh, he's Wild Growth on himself. Flawless over the wall. Collateral damage. That was just a tickle. That was basically nothing.
So close. Should be noted, Amazing J keeping tabs on Duke up in the top lane. That said, the Shin ultimate still could have been used defensively. So IG communicating really well, keeping everyone safe and not being too overzealous to get Duke involved with that fight.
Yeah. I mean, as soon as you give Duke more decisions that he can make, he'll often make the right one, which Shen does allow him over Maokai. I'm still interested to see what Amazing J can do with this pick. A flash burn from Flawless. Again, just really good positioning from Kid and the rest of his team there.
I feel like there's so many respect flashes. Like, no one is giving someone like the second chance. As soon as people see the skill shots mid-air, they're flashing. As soon as you come around that corner, gone.
It's been pretty consistent through the series as well. 3-0 still. That one tower advantage is just slowly opening up. It's like 3,500 gold at the moment. Duke will take up this top side. Probably look for a base at the moment, yeah. Amazing J's gone back, so he'll look for his own back. Rookie now in this 1v2.
Well, are you going to hit the arrow? If you do it, you have to do it now.
3 people. Maybe when he turns the corner.
When he's
When he
against
lines
the
up
wall.
against the wall.
Yeah, right here.
There it is. Rookie, yep. Should be dead. I mean, Duke will hit him with the ultimate. He's jumping away, and he barely managed to get out alive. Duke will turn it around onto Flawless. Jin Zhao with a lot of sustained damage in from him, and Starlight turns around. Look at the damage out from Duke in with the Tiamat. And both of them have to back away.
And here's the thing, if Duke had communicated that better with Rookie, that he was going to turn it around, and Ari was in range, Starlight would have died there. But what an incredible turnaround and outplay from Invictus Gaming.
I can't believe Rookie survived. Like, he definitely should have died, but the Spiritless Charge came up just at the right time to keep him out of range of Aimee. They lose the jungler, they lose mid lane, a series of unfortunate events for Aimee. And IG just extend their advantage even more. We're now looking at a 5,000 gold advantage. Duke goes to top lane and can use his teleport for that.
And again, they wait till Rookie's lined up against the wall to pretty much guarantee that the arrow is going to connect. And then Rookie hits the charm. That was disgusting.
I actually want to know how much like HP that was. That must have been single digits. Like, if not like 1 to 3 HP. Man, well, happens, I guess. Damn. And he got the honey fruit afterwards, so he's back to fighting shape to take the mid lane tower. Like, what even? But yeah, great timing for Jin Zhao at least to hit the arrow on the wall. That is the perfect time. You always want to hit skill shots when they have 2 options, not 3. Because normally they can stand still, they can go left, they can go right, but if they're against the wall, they get 2 options. So obviously makes sense. And Rookie will just clear out this ward now in the river. This is a more controlled game from IG, and they're just constantly getting his advantages. As long as they don't slip up anywhere randomly, they're in a great situation to win this game. 2-item power spike on Marge, a top lane, like basically 2 items, because he has that chain event and a Tiamat plus the Spirit Visage. Jungle is likewise in the same shape. Mid lane going to be hitting that mark very soon as well from Rookie. He is significantly behind the farm from Athena, but a drop in the ocean.
I mean, that CS difference is pretty much compensated in the top and the AD carry positions respectively. So the team still collectively across the board very powerful and online right now.
Yeah, he may actually even be equal to the fact that they have 2 towers over 30.
It's now just this continuous picking up of March and Megan, and then moving with Kid and just sieging freestanding towers. And unless IMA can kind of break this tempo set by IG, they're just going to continue to bleed. So the onus is on them. You know, when do they pull the trigger and look for that wombo combo? The longer that they're pulled apart like this, where IG gets the vision underneath them, and Shin is just kind of left to push freely without being punished, the more IMA are going to lose with no response.
Yeah, I mean, there's no real reason to try and contest an alpha tower at this point, but it's just tower after tower, more and more gold. Herald now even over to IG. This might despawn. I don't think they have enough time.
They're burning it very quickly.
2, 1. Not see it. Oh, down to 900 HP.
the casual observer zoom. Like, you know you messed up when the observer zooms in on you.
Yeah. Oh no, it was so close. It was like a time battle. Well, that kind of sucks. I would have been such good timing as well, because if you take it just at the very end, you have it for basically the rest of the game. It just does not wear off.
If only it was worth more.
Yeah. It's still pretty good. Like, the extra damage is nice.
But the
1v1s.
fact that a 20-minute buff isn't a higher priority in League of Legends, I think says something about the buff itself.
the buff. Yeah, no. You're totally right.
Red, blue, we'll fight for that every time.
Yeah. Even though it's for like 2 minutes.
The 20-minute buff? What?
Yeah, whatever.
That's what this thing gives us?
We happen to be here. There's nothing else to do. So, I mean, it looks kind of cool, I guess.
Since you died in front of Herald.
Yeah. Ah, jeez. I think the thing just hits too hard, honestly. It's like such a big investment early game. Megan, uh-oh.
Dun-dun.
Oh. That could have been almost bad, but Amazing J outside of his W range did have flash, but I don't really want to burn it on that.
Ooh, Megan's kiting him really well.
And I'm still yet to see Amazing J's Maokai pick work out here, whereas Nautilus could just ask someone.
And that's the big problem right now, is that IMA's composition wants to 5v5, and they haven't gotten a single 5v5 yet. IG, again, just kind of running them around the map, be that through their superior vision control, their tempo set by better and cleaner backs,
Or just they have Cloud Dragon.
No.
But now they have 2 for us, Kieran.
I was definitely going to compliment Kid, the fact that he's been making really key picks at key moments, so
Yeah.
it's always a numbers disadvantage.
Look at that, 50 extra out of combat movement speed.
Definitely Cloud Dragon.
Yep. Oh, that was nice from Amazing J. It'll mean take basically like half health damage. Probably wouldn't have died there.
Okay. But can IG actually take this 6k gold lead and close the game in 15 minutes?
Ooh,
Because I feel like if they don't,
good question.
IMA will win.
I mean,
the
just
game.
go for that random team fight that I may do, and then they'll win the team fight, and then they'll win the game.
Even if I don't necessarily agree that their composition is stronger, which it's very close, it would come down to
Yeah.
execution. You would just almost have to bank on IMA winning just because it's game 3. If this game goes to 55 minutes, of course they'd win.
Yeah, the chance of winning the game escalate rapidly. I would say, though, that IG are doing the right things. Like, they're placing in this deep vision in between lanes so they can rotate unharassed. Like, they are doing the right things, but then the rotation didn't do anything, really, in the end.
Their vision's also on the wrong side. Like, I understand that it's still there because they were trading blue buffs.
Yeah.
But they need to pick it up, and they need to start moving it onto the Baron, which means that those 2 control wards really should be around the Baron picks. They need to make sure that this is clear, because this needs to be the central lure, if you will,
Yeah.
for IMA. And then they need to start pushing deeper. So there they go. They got the on-the-way pings.
That's fine. So you
Hello?
need to buy those. Megan, also onto him, and Little Lance goes wide, so it's good. Athena not doing as much damage as I thought he would be.
Doesn't have his Void Staff.
Yeah, but Megan doesn't have magic resist.
But she's Karma.
Yeah, has shields, but to kill her, you just need more AP, actually, in that situation. That's a Negatron cloak.
Abyssal?
Abyssal, I guess?
You're-
Abyssal never feels great on Oriana, because you're never in range.
Against a ton of magic damage, though, so the MR will feel really nice. I don't necessarily really...
Flash,
Oh,
ultimate
God.
from Rocky. Full ultimate's in the wings. So, ultimate's burnt there from IG. Such burst of action after we've seen nothing for a
I
good,
know.
like, 10
Was
minutes.
not expecting
Ah!
that at all.
Yeah. the very least, spoon to Jin Zhao, who again flashes exceptionally well. But he is... Like, this is one of the games where it's just like, why are all the ultimates coming for me? Like, why hasn't my team done anything that, like, they have these ultimates up all the time for just me?
I mean, IG's game plan, they were going to play around the bottom side of the map anyway, just because of their drafted composition, but I feel like it was sculpted because of how well Jin Zhao was playing. Like, they have a pretty clear-cut win condition. Take down Jin Zhao, win game.
Too much shit, chain of corruption onto Flawless. Good sidestep. With a quick draw, actually, just to allow him out of the way of the cocoon. And in the end, basically nothing happens. Again, another big ultimate burnt from IG. Now the ultimate advantage is in the side of IMA, so they can make a more aggressive play. They know this. They push a mid, but one volatile Spiderling sends all of them packing.
Yeah, and the scary thing is that they don't have enough to siege under the tower because of the combined wave clear out of Karma, Ari, Elise, and Varus.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately for Aime, if they want to be brave, they actually have to pull the trigger, hit the shockwave, hit the arrow, dive the tower with the Maokai. But that's incredibly scary against the likes of Elise, Karma, Shen.
Yeah, for sure. It's difficult to crack it open, but once it does get cracked open like this, Starlight, that's the flash once more. Still had his ultimate, so that Yordle has balls of steel.
I mean, ultimately, it just makes Baron that much more important. This is the thing that I hate about Baron, is just how vital it is in breaking these compositions. There's too much wave clear, there's too much disengage, there's too much punishment for the dives. That if you don't have Baron, the games just get stalled out into these long fiesta dances over it, because if you don't have the buff, you're not breaking a tower. Especially for the LPL teams who simply can't manage side waves well enough to take objectives for free or to even trade objectives.
But we're good at fighting. We can fight you out. Oh, what exciting battle over the Grom. Shadow dash. Oh, sapling. Almost killed his shield there.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane,
Kills this minion, kills that minion. Maybe he'll go for the cannon. Yes, he will. Turns his attention to the caster creeps.
we can check in on itemization though. Again, the healthy CS discrepancy that Marge has opened up has actually opened him up quite far in his build path comparatively to Ashe. Ashe only sitting on the Hurricane Bork, so not going for the blade of, Black Cleaver.
Yep.
Whereas Varus has his armor penetration, he's got his QSS, he's got his attack speed, his Blade of the Ring King. This guy's ready to go.
Yeah, he's got a bunch of items in his backpack.
He's got Tank Shred, he's got safety,
He's got
on
all
hit.
the things.
So many things.
So many things.
The best of things.
All right, Athena has a Needle Large Rod and a Negatron Cloak. Am I dumb? What does that build into?
I'm terrible at ingredients for mid laners.
We
I
need a
play
mid laner in here.
AD
Where's
carry.
Rusty?
I can tell
Am I
you how
stupid?
much gold and how many waves you need for pretty much any component.
I feel really dumb right now. I feel like that doesn't build into anything. IG have started off the Baron. Rookie is waiting to assassinate someone. 2 control wards down. Okay, IG back away. Arrow onto Rookie. Flash. W from Amazing J. Rookie, massive shield on him from Duke. Nothing has really opened up just as of yet. Oh, there's a re-engage. Rookie, I mean, why would you do that? Amazing J, of course he's going to be in the bush that he just cleared out.
And he saw Flawless come around the corner, too. Look at Invictus Gaming's vision. They had great triangle vision behind it. They saw the Grave swinging up top, and he chose to dash right into him. I will say this about IG, though. They did have great triangle vision. They had really good side wave. You can see that they have push priority in both top and bot before they attempted that Baron. So the setup was really well. The execution on the fight, disaster.
Not like this. Flawless pushed out of the Baron pit. Got the shield on top of him. Amazing J is not taking any damage at all. Jin Zhao, big chunk damage onto him. Mod chased out, but he does have the QSS. Duke trying to zone away. Megan as well. Doing his best to just help his carry get away here. Amazing J finds Marge. Flash over the wall. Should be able to get home and dry. So, really well played to IG. That was as good as it could have gone for them.
Yep, disengaged off of the Baron. That said, Athena still has this big ultimate available.
A lot of attacks.
Now we're back to it. So the thing for Aime right now is that their waves have now accumulated, built back up. So the waves in top and bottom will now start pushing against IG, which means that if IG want to have the same Baron setup that they did the previous time, they need to reset that, go in, sweep all the vision out, lay down their control wards, and try to, you know, roll the dice again on that execution of the 5v5.
Essentially, yeah. Have we upgraded from a coin to like a D6?
We're at like a D20.
A D20?
And I feel like
Okay.
you need, I'm going to say a 12 or higher to beat Aimee.
Alright.
It's not exactly 50-50.
What are they rolling? Are they rolling
Well, that last one was definitely a 1. Rookie just instant rolled a 1
I mean,
straight
like,
to
are they
flawless.
rolling Dex? Are they rolling probably intelligence? Would IG roll intelligence? Probably not.
I'm gonna
Wisdom. No.
It's a Dex roll.
Dex save?
Yeah, they're like a quick team. They're getting around. They're setting up their waves. Duke's
What?
flying in.
Rookie, there you go. Yeah, definitely a Dex roll. Jin Zhao, he's dropping very low, but he's still alive somehow. Finally, he'll fall to Rookie in the end. Amazing J, how did he take all that damage? March was just waiting on him. And 2 kills to IG. This is what we needed.
They did it. They didn't fight over Baron. They actually just
They
engineered
rolled an 18.
and orchestrated. That was a 20, man.
That wasn't a 20. They killed 2 people. That 20 would have been a full ace.
They killed the really... No, Oriana's still alive. Shh.
Yeah. Definitely an 18.
Tried to get it.
Let's push this mid lane tower. All right. We're going for damage right now. Duke, onto that tower. Yep, this isn't happening for Aimee. So tower goes down. What else do we get? Clear the vision.
Technically, they could
Vision.
rotate bottom and take that tower, but the Baron vision seems to be more important to them. So we take a look at that. Yeah, Rookie and Duke, they just get impatient, fly into the back lane, find the Jin Zhao, and so much was expended trying to keep Jin Zhao alive, while Amazing J, he's trying to zone out 4 people, but eventually collapses from all of the damage. You go back to the itemization of Varus and how comfortable he is in his build path. He has kill pressure on the Maokai. Ashe does not have kill pressure on the Shen, and that's the difference there.
And the whole team was waiting on the Shen, and actually that's a really bad team with like no Black Cleaver on Flawless, so they just cannot shred through Duke. Like the fact that Duke has the luxury to go Deadman's and Titanic Hydra, like, what? The fact you can do that and are still tankier than Amazing J, who's gone for pure tank items, is huge, really, for this team.
And now Athena has a blasting wand.
Now what is he building?
I think he's just building a death gap.
Okay.
He just
well,
wanted the MR.
He just wanted the Negatron cloak by himself. Yeah, I was so certain that like Negatron cloak and Neasley Large Rod does not build into anything by itself.
Again,
So.
they do a lot of magic damage.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily blame him for
That's
grabbing some
fair.
MR.
That's fine. Yeah. But he's not really like the carry that's being targeted. It's always Jin Zhao.
And he's not doing the damage that they really need him to.
It means like it always feels like he has to be glass cannon, right? And it's just like screw it, just go full damage, hit that ultimate shockwave, and then hit like 4 people.
Yeah, whereas you look across at Rookie's itemization, I mean, he's pretty much got what Oriana wants.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
Got the technically mid-game Void Staff, the core of the Ludens as well as Morello's there. Like, that Ahri is going to hit like a truck, and she gets to have the audacity to reach into the backline because she has the Shin ultimate.
Pretty much. He has the nuts. Flawless clears out this ward. Up, turns the corner. Here's Kid. Here's Rookie. I mean, that jungle is dead. Oh, flash away. Ultimate used as well, but no, he is done and dusted. Ultimate, rather TP in from Amazing J. No, cancel that TP. Oh no. Oh, critical fail. Definitely rolled a 1 on that one. Okay. Well, flash had to be used there from Megan. And Kid will turn onto the Baron.
They have to fight.
All right, Athena, it's your time to shine. Arrow onto Duke, probably the worst member. Still onto this Baron, looking for the smite, 3,000 health. Still zoning away, it's dropping low, over to Kid, turn it around. Duke, looking for this taunt onto someone. Jin Zhao kiting him away. Athena as well. Where's the team? IG, do something, your tank's being killed. Oh, Megan gets deleted by Athena, there's the damage. And Duke now caught off to the side. Someone needs to bail him out. Rookie, a lot of damage onto Athena, and big arrow in from Marge as well. Will dissuade Aimee from the chase.
Excellently done by Invictus Gaming. And they look for the counter engage.
I mean, he just went back to base. He's instantly knocked away from Amazing J, but he is taunted. Any more CC? There's the Cocoon. There's the Charm. Goodbye, Maokai. Instantly burnt down. That was a fantastic play from Duke. Just
Duke,
applause.
just disgusting. Turns it on, picks up another kill.
Yeah.
They've got no tank front line. They've got Wave pushing bottom, Wave pushing top, and Wave behind the mid as well as the Baron. Invictus Gaming have the world at their feet right now.
There's no minions though. There they are. Q minions and Flawless is back up, but he's no tank. And without this front line, there's like nothing that IMA can do. We're onto the inhib. Goodbye inhib. All right, ping top lane. Let's go top lane. IG, this should be the win now with 11,000 gold.
But the tempo will come back for IMA if they want to answer this. So IG need to burn this tower and back. The Ash Arrow is just about to come back up, and Athena still has the Shockwave. Okay, I saw it go on cooldown. It's
Yeah.
still there.
Still got it. Tower dead.
IG back.
Hit the tap. There we
Oh,
go.
good.
All right. And now they back up to base. It's like a sigh of relief, you know, when you watch IG and it's just like, you know, it's a coin flip and it's just like rolled heads. All right, we're doing good. Going back.
Now you want to push your wave mid and bottom so you get control over the Elder Dragon. Move in, take Elder, use the Elder power, and then take either the bottom tower or siege top inhib.
Yeah,
Bam. If you kill them all in the game.
that's it. 3 Cloud Dragons as well. They are fast as hell out of combat. That's 75 movement speed, right?
The rotations.
The rotation. Actually, 3 is a lot. Like when you have 3, it really you do feel it. You do feel really fast. Remember one of the changes, which was they didn't increase like the movement speed, but they gave it an animation as the buff. It's like it didn't really feel impactful. So now you look like you're running fast. And it's like, all right, okay, nice.
Just Naruto running all over the map.
So this is plus 50% to Dragon Burst, right? So this is now 75.
Look at how
and half.
fast they are.
All right, now it's actually a kind of absurd because this is like over 100 movement speed extra.
With the Karma.
Wait, is Karma's base movement speed 520 now? That is actually crazy. So as much as
She's got mobility boots.
oh my god, that's such a fast Karma. Okay, well as much as we make fun of it, they are moving very quickly. And this is really good for situations like this when they are trying to siege multiple lanes. But it just looks like they're able to just step up and hit the tower.
I find things are much more terrifying when you're actually just cackling about it. Like, no one finds you very scary when you go into a 5v5 and everything's really serious. You just, oh yeah, I won the 5v5.
Yeah.
If you win it and your only response is, ha 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 ha, like, you destroyed that.
Yeah. No, that's true. Yeah. That's a really good point. Because you actually think the other person's like insane.
Oh.
Oh, Starlight didn't even land the charm. Where's your health? Rookie has to back off, and the redemption comes down.
What was that teleport? Amazing J, why? He literally teleported.
Where did he go?
Okay, you see that ward just outside their base underneath them?
The base gate? Near the
Yes,
base gate? Yeah.
he teleported to that ward.
What?
Why not just walk from the spawn point?
Yeah, with home guards. I mean, that would have been more surprising than coming in from a vague flank. It's like, guys, I came at them from like a 45-degree angle. Surprised them. And it's just like off in the peripheral vision, it's just like, I mean, I see you coming.
Oh, man. Invictus Gaming got everything, and the cherry on top was that TP. That is 3 inhibitors down.
Man,
Waves crashing in every lane.
I'm still reading from that TP. I know I'm talking a lot about D&D today, but like, oh, Starlight, well, he walked into a bush, he's dead, see you later. Rookie found him. And that's just things that Rookie does. Sit in a bush. Oh, Athena, you know he's there, so don't go into the bush. All right, cool. It's like when that rogue in your group, it's just like, do I get a sneak attack? It's like, no, you're standing right in front of him, idiot. It's like, but sneak attack. And it's like, no. It's like what Amazing Jay just tried to do. It's like, I got surprised, right? I can, yeah, sneak attack, yeah. It's like, no. It's like, no, definitely not. And with this 5 versus 4, I don't really see what IMA can do outside of a miracle team fight. I mean, they're good at team fighting, but IG are very, very, very strong.
It means that your eyes have to be on Amazing Jay. He's going to be the guy that's like, this is our Spartan stand, this is our moment, and he's going to flash forward. But he needs to hit an incredible target. You either need to hit Marge or Rookie, and they need to instantly die.
Well, it looks like it's going to be a Spartan stand from Halo
Oh,
Reach,
the
but that was not
arrow.
a Spartan stand. Oh, Rookie's going to die. Okay, maybe it's a little bit better. Maybe we're Halo 3. Duke, he's onto the Nexus. He's just hitting the Nexus. No one can kill him. He's actually just ending the game by himself. They'll finish off Flawless. They'll actually turn it onto the enemy team. Nuts. Duke just wants to end the game. Finish this series. 2-1 over to IG.
And Invictus Gaming finally just overwhelm IMA. They change it up. They go for a bit of a different comp, more of that semi-global flavor, and they just pick after pick at IMA. until they pick them apart.
Pretty much. Back to game 1. Back to basics. And I'm so happy they did it. I'm actually just like honestly glad that Duke just got Shen and it wasn't Maokai. I still don't understand why Amazing J picked Maokai.
Listen, you Maokai hater.
All right, so I know Rust is coming back to the desk now. Was there a good reason for picking Maokai there?
I
against
gave
the
you
other
all the good
options?
reasons.
Not enough. Rusty.
I am coming back to the desk.
Hello.
Oh, hi.
Couldn't even get my headset on for some reason.
Yeah,
I
it
was
was
caught.
pretty painful.
Yeah.
I think there is merit in Maokai.
We're comparing it to like Nautilus.
And the reason that I think Maokai is better than Nautilus is because it's a more consistent, lower cooldown, guaranteed lock type of spell. The W is Nautilus's ultimate, right? And that's always been the biggest defining feature. Maokai's always just had a better laning phase. Now it's gone. So you have to either go 3 Dorans or itemize or build runes and masteries to get through the laning phase. And then you will still be relevant in mid-game. But these games have never hit mid-game equal because of the jungler in one way or another. And, you know, game 1, it felt like it was a good group effort from IG maybe after the early game blunders. Game 2 was flawless. Game 3 was kid.
Pretty much. Yeah. And props to Kid. I mean, we gave him a lot of flack. Especially when like a jungler picks up so many kills and he's your guy you're looking towards, and then the game doesn't go your way. You obviously do start blaming your jungler there, but when he was just going off in that early game, he actually consistently did well through the rest of the game. So yeah, props to Kid. This was definitely his game.
It's all about believing. It's what the IG jersey says, and you just have to believe in Kid. He'll
Just
show
gotta
up.
believe.
That's a disgusting goal draft.
It really is. It was winning, game over.
And they didn't even get lucky with the dragons. The fact that it's triple cloud, but yet they still made it work with their semi-global comp, it did matter in the end because of how quickly they were getting to places and just catching IMA off guard. But can you imagine if that was, you know, triple mountain, triple infernal?
I mean, you shave off like 5 minutes from that game.
You
time.
shame off about 10 minutes of that game.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you have a team that's very reliant on wanting the Baron to try and break the sieges, you know, give Shen an eye in against the Maokai, then yeah, like you could have changed the Drakes up, could have maybe had a better outcome, but the 3 Cloud Drakes were still absurd. Firstly,
they
Karma
were so
moves quick,
fast.
but Ahri, when she uses her Q, also moves at incredible speeds and was able to constantly pick people off, getting into the Shen all the time, you know, the 2-person combo there, and that's the cool thing for me about what they actually did in this game, because you've got a really good early game performance from Kid. You know, gets the ganks off. He actually finds targets more than once and does outplay flawless. Accidentally outplays Jin Jiao. Like these things happen, but it's like he gets them to the late game where you know Duke and Rookie are going to work as a really good team and still be able to get them to late game. And it was the fact that he was Ahri, like Rookie on an assassin with again Shen to empower. This is what we said in game number 1. The Shen actually does too much for IG because it lets them dive or lets them make the aggressive plays where even looking at that, Rookie could have died if the Shen wasn't there multiple times.
It's true, but the composition did come together, and that all culminated into Rookie actually picking up the MVP in this game. 10 MVPs? He's got to be number 1, right?
Him and Doinby.
Him and Doinby, yeah. That's a
There's
lot of MVPs.
4 mid laners out of the top 5 for MVP.
Holy
And
crap.
there's 2 more just below them, tied for 6th.
Yeah, I mean, he did have a good performance on the Ahri. To be fair, like, the team was set up for him to succeed. Like, the Shen being on top of him. Like, that bot lane, for example, like, that bot lane turnaround was, like, insane.
The thing about Ahri is that she's just so self-sufficient that she really doesn't demand a lot from her team. Just disgusting damage like that.
Got
Can
it.
just sit in a bush, whereas so if you have a talented player like Rookie who's not necessarily always on the same page of his team, someone like Zed or Ahri, you get to see them, you know, showcase their superstar potential without the benefit of, if my team doesn't show up, you know, I can't really do anything on this champion, like an Orianna for Athena.
Yeah, honestly, the biggest example of that, right? If you're playing a champion or you're playing in a team where you need to be protected or you can't get ganked because you're the win condition, then Ahri does allow you to also do that as well as make plays. And, you know, being able to get a kill there is an example of him making the plays without having to rely on that team. And the thing is, even when he does have to rely on his team, they're drafted for that. And that's the real scary part about what IG did in Game 3.
That's the best part about IG, because when they win games, they really win games. Like, it's almost a complete shutdown of the enemy team. So when we look towards IG and what they need to do to, like, improve and develop, like, is the improvement literally just play like you do in the games that you win?
I think they've actually already found improvements, which is, something that we need to mark before how do they even improve further. And it does all come back to Kid to me as to how they've improved it all. Originally, obviously, a former AD carry main has now changed to the jungle. He only really had the mentality, and there was only one mentality for him of gank the winning lane. Make sure that the winning lane wins harder, and that's how they were going to win. And that was like pretty 50-50 for them. It's not a bad idea. Sometimes it's not your best idea, and they rotated like 6 bottom lane members to try and find a solution to this. But in this game, they get ganked. The repercussions of this gank from Flawless at level 2 is to go into the jungle. Like, he doesn't actually just gank a lane that has an advantage. He finds the jungler, which is already a marked improvement from IG, and something that opened up the whole map for his team, because he knows where to be now and more efficiently how to be there. It helps the bottom lane with a pushing lane. They're able to rotate. Like, IG feel like much more of a team when Kid plays jungle like he's actually jungling and not just being opportunistic.
Likewise, it's also the step up and reform from Megan. Now, support jungle, that's obviously going to be a big combo in placing your vision and securing it. But like you said, it wasn't just that early game play from Kid moving into the jungle in tandem with Megan. It was also then the execution late game, setting up that Baron, clearing out the vision. And that has to go down to a coordinated effort through the team led by the support. So if these two members can step up from IG, they have the rest of the tools to be superstars.
I think, like, in the end, I mean, this was a battle of two teams who were technically tied in the standings. They had the same win-loss, but it does actually show that IG were a step, and actually probably a couple steps ahead of IME. What does that say for the side of IME now? Are they still significantly better than the people below them, or are they still now battling to break into top 3?
So I think they're better than the people below them still. IME are a side that are going to be a playoffs team, I think, above all else.
Yeah.
They definitely ramp up towards the playoffs as they get better and better at teamwork.
Here's my concern with IMA, though, although I've always been hard on this team, is that if you put them in Group B, are they still a third place team? Like, you can confidently say that they're better than OMG, Snake, and LGD, but are they better than GT, Newbie, and Vici? And I don't know. That's much closer to me. Newbie and Vici. Vici bad at 5v5ing, but much smarter than IMA. Newbie, I think, could match them.
I think they are ramping up enough, though. Like, granted, all 3 of the teams that we're highlighting are getting better as we get towards the end of the split again.
Yeah.
I think that right now IMA are still a little bit ahead of both of them. However, that can change quickly.
It could do. And still, like, OMG is probably our front runner, and I think they could definitely give them a run for their money. However, if IMA are actually taking games and looking fairly solid against a team like IG when they're playing well, that's also does sing some of their praises as well as we look forwards. So yeah, important to mention. So it's actually a really interesting thought of like moving a team and just putting them in the other group and seeing how they're doing. So is there any other team that you think that like if you put them in a different group would just be like way better?
I mean, Vici, Newbie, and Game Talents. Game Talents in particular, all looking at Group A like, man.
I mean, their cross-conference is amazing.
If only we were over there, it would have been so much better for us because they're just in a stacked group. This happened last year to actually LGD in particular, where LGD missed out on making playoffs because they had a better record, but if they were in the other group, they would have went through.
Do you think LGD would have been better than
Not this year, no.
Not this side, yeah.
We don't talk about it.
Okay, we don't talk about that. Talking about match of the week as well, now that we've actually seen both of those teams play today, that was pretty cool. So it was IG and RNG. RNG, like, even without Uzi, like, arguably even looked better because you had this jungler who was unlocked, and now IG took that series against IME. It was a 2-1, as per usual, with IG, but did that change our thoughts on the match at all?
I think that it doesn't necessarily change anything. We saw the strengths of both of the teams able to come out again today. We saw IG be consistently inconsistent, be really good and be really unfortunately bad at certain times. And the series is exciting for me just because there is heavy hitting matchups in the strengths of IG that can be matched from RNG. And honestly, if Uzi's not playing, I like the matchup more now because now they're weak in the same places as well.
That's actually kind of true, yeah.
No, I agree. I think that IMA fell short simply because they couldn't compete with Invictus Gaming's talent, but RNG do not have that problem. Xiao will be able to go toe-to-toe with Rookie. And won't really be able to keep up with Duke, but if he has a certain matchup, I'm sure he'll survive. I think Kled's going to be a big priority.
Yeah. And also the fact that, like, you look towards the top lane and, like, if IG continue to try these different things and actually just, like, put a tank up there, then maybe let me pick something up like a Camille or something and then just go off. So there are chances for them to come back. So actually looks like a more closer series than maybe first anticipated.
I definitely agree. I think that this series, even when we were talking about it beforehand, is the series going to be good? We did label it as match of the week.
Yeah, we had like 3 different matches.
I definitely didn't agree with it being match of the week, but maybe that's just me. I do think it'll be a lot closer and perhaps more exciting now.
Yeah, either way, we will close the show right there. So thank you very much for watching, and remember to join us on Saturday. We'll also join us tomorrow for more League of Legends action. So thank you very much for watching once more, and we'll see you again tomorrow.